Hello. How is everyone doing? Make sure that I've got the right mic open. I think I do. Yeah. Alright. Will I do a Revo stream? No, because I can't get Revo because my PC is 11 years old. So I would love to. I'd love to do a Revo stream. I don't mind doing Ultimate Showdown, but Revo, if I run Revo on this PC, it's gonna die. But I'm very interested in Virtual Fighter. Perfect Legend's been asking me to jump on with him, which I do want to actually start practicing on the game, so I probably will do that. But what's going on, everyone? V-Rock, K-Rod, Ladank, BLN Snake, Bims, Irish Pizza. I never say your name because I think it's in Greek. Liam Roma, Tori, Divine Matterhorn, the Big Dynamo. Going on Jeff, Jaded. Damn, everyone's here. Going on John, Ace. Sorry if I missed anyone. Oh, DFF, what's going on, bro? So I wasn't even paying attention to the fight. Yeah, we're going to be doing a bit of a video reaction today because, and I wasn't going to do this initially, but the video got sent over to me so much that I was like, you know what? People are going to keep sending it to me unless I say something, so I might as well. But we'll play some Tekken first. We'll let people pile in. Sorry guys, I can see you in the chat. Let me just dispatch Bims. Also, I became Tekken God Supreme again the other day, and I demoted, and I was so mad. Yeah, we'll talk about the Royal Rumble. Let me just finish this. So, hey, Bim, you've fallen off, bro. You've fallen off. Oh man, hey Bims, you fell off, bro. Yeah, Royal Rumble, we'll get into that in a little bit. Hey, it's that guy that always acts tough on the internet. Going on, John. Hugh, how you doing, bro? Fire Fist Ace, hey Mike, did you catch the Rumble? Yeah, we'll get into that in a bit. I'll probably talk to you guys and the next. V-Rock's gonna fuck me up now. I can never beat his jack. Yeah, it shows, Bims. It shows, because you used to be a contender. You've fallen off hard. Some people need to play the game continuously to, you know, to stay up to par. Luckily, I did play rank the other day. I got to Tekken God Supreme. I was like, right, we're getting to God of Destruction. They sent my ass right back down to Tekken God. I was like, I've had enough. Yeah, like that. Yeah, that's what got me to Tekken God Supreme. I did that to someone the other day. Right, he took exception to that. Oh, he took exception to that. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. He did not like that. Nice. He wasn't waiting around for me to do my bullshit. Come on. V-Rock, what happened, bro? Oh, what's going on, Chilled Scrub? Harassing a random person on Twitter because you disagree with him is not cool. Yeah, unfortunately, Chilled Scrub, you don't understand. You didn't get the full context of the situation. You failed to do some background checks before you made the video. Which is fine. Like I said, to a lot of people sent me over the video, and initially I said I'm not reacting to it because there's too many holes here. It's too easy to pick apart. However, I did say to everyone that sent it over to me, I have no problem. That's a troll account. That wasn't it. What? I'm so confused. What are you talking about? Who did I harass? What are you talking about? I'm so baffled. Someone is impersonating you? Yeah, but you made the video on me, right? You saying someone used AI on you on YouTube? Wait, hold on. Sorry, Jade. I'm not paying attention to that. What is? Please ban. Wait, hold on a second. Wait, hold on. Let me finish this match because I don't have a clue what is going on. So I'm so sorry, Jaded. I'm not. I thought I was fine. Asuka for a second. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm not paying attention. Give me one moment. Oh, flip and run out. Not even 15 minutes in, there's something shambolic is going on. Wait, I'm feeling myself today, man. I'm playing well. Guys, I was about to get to God of Destruction, I promise you, and I flopped again. I was so excited to open the stream and be like, yeah, I finally got a Destruction, guys. I locked in. And then I came up against a Leo player, and I was like, oh man, I haven't played Leo in ages. I'm going to get battered. And I got battered. And it set me on a downward spiral, and now we're back here. Liar? No, actually, I'm not a liar. Sign up to my members area and you'll see. GG's Jaded. Alright, cool. Wait, hold on. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to everyone that was in the chat getting trolled by somebody. How is it possible to... Yo, Mike, do the yeet. You got... Yeet. Fate sent his goons. I'm so confused. So what is the chilled scrub in here or is he not? The chilled scrub message no, the other account is not me. Oh, there's 2 accounts with the chilled scrub.
Get ready for the next battle.
That's actually okay. All right, cool. I was trying to focus on the match. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Oh man, DNA is really good. Hey, what's going on, Emran? How you doing, bro? Watch your ass. Nice. Oh shit. Damn. Went for the shoulder. Hey, DNA, you're playing well, bro. Playing very well. I think he might get the win over me, you know? How'd I go from beating V-Rock to losing to DNA? DNA must have leveled up when we weren't paying attention. Oh, shit! Oh! Well, hey, DNA, well done, bro. Well done. Oh, you caught me off guard. I think that's the first time you've beaten me. Nicely done. Right, what are we saying here? No, you played very well, DNA. You played very, very well. I was not expecting that. I'm so used to, you know, like, just pushing people around over it. I wasn't expecting you to come out swinging like that. Where's Medi? I know he's upset after what I did to him last stream. Have I played Revo yet? No, I haven't played Revo yet. Right. Yeah, so we're gonna do a video reaction today. Because Chilled Scrub made a video on me and my familiar, Ellie. And there was initially I wasn't gonna do a video on it because there was so many people sent it over to me. I was like, okay, cool. There's so many people that want a video response, but I don't feel like it needs a whole video made of it because it's just I could pull it apart quickly, but I think in fairness to Chilled Scrub, I should probably like just respond to everything said in there because there's a lot that was said in there, and unfortunately I think maybe he only saw a fraction of my interaction with Dalton's group of friends and probably isn't aware of the Twitter space that I entered and spoke with them regarding, and maybe isn't aware of the other video that was made with regards to that entire group who share the same sentiments towards girls in the FGC. So from what I got from Chilled Scrub's video is that he only saw a very, very small portion of that entire thing, which is it's fine because you know, you can't keep up to date with everyone's content. But there's a lot of there's enough in there for me to be like, okay, cool. Let me pull this apart. Also, Ellie was sitting with me when that video was made, and whenever you guys see Ellie on camera, I kind of just let her control the conversation because she rarely ever comes on camera. Now that I'm sitting here on my own, I'll actually give you my own uninterrupted thoughts on the situation, which I'll be honest with you is a lot more harsh than what is in the video, 1,000 times more harsh actually. Still failed to understand how saying get women out of the FGC doesn't lump all women in with the bad ones. Yeah, I'm going to cover all of that, Alex. I'm going to cover all of that because there's a lot of things said in there. And there was also, I did notice there was a couple times when the video was paused while I was talking, and I think he misunderstood what I said because I didn't finish my sentence. So I'm going to clarify all of that. And then, yeah. There's a rule that says if you lose against Mike, uninstall Tekken. Hey, Blackheart, listen, yeah, listen. I want you to understand something, okay? Now, I'm probably never gonna be as good as you at Tekken 8. I'll probably never be as good as you at Tekken 8. However, I am only playing at a fraction of my power, at a fraction, because I ain't got my main. When my main gets in this game, I'm getting to God of Destruction so quickly, I promise you. With 54 defense, hell, I'll get there with 30 defense. I won't block the entire time. You'll be so quick to cancel people because of our opinions. I'm not cancelling anyone. I'm not cancelling anyone, guys, don't worry. I don't have the power to cancel anyone. And also this word, oh, you're getting cancelled, gets thrown around a lot. No one's getting cancelled. If that was the case, then wouldn't you say the same for the original video made? Can't you just talk to Chilled Scrub directly? I could talk to Chilled Scrub directly, but Chilled Scrub could have spoken to me directly as well. Instead of, it's very easy to reach me. I do live stream. I mean, he said in his videos that he watches my stuff, so he knows that I do live streams all the time, or that I speak to random people all the time on here. So he could have reached out to me, could have DM'd me, could have invited me on for a call, said, hey, I want to do this at X, Y, and Z. But he didn't. He made a video, so I'm gonna respond in kind, and then if he wants to speak after that, I'm more than happy to. I'm talking about women in the FGC. I don't. Your video show up in my recommended. In the opening of your video, you said that you sometimes agree with me and sometimes disagree with me, and this is one of the times that you're disagreeing. So that leads me to believe that you've seen some of the content. But if you haven't, that's fine. Like I said, I'm not angry at the video. It's just very... I didn't want to make a whole video reaction on it. Because even when I watched it, I was like, there's not even a point talking about this, because there's so much in there to pull apart that I didn't feel like it was even worth it. But because so many people sent it over to me, I said, okay, cool, you know, if people want to see a reaction, I'll give them one. I need my OP mix-up monster main to be at 100%. 1000, yes, yes. 100. I need my Marduk back. Or if they put Negan's moveset in the game, I know that I can get Feng to the God of Destruction. I know that I can get Feng to God of Destruction. I just keep on unfortunately getting like Leos in my promotion match. Yes, I've seen something I agree with, others I don't. That's fine. That's fine, no problem. But I like Miguel in Tekken 7. I actually picked up Miguel right at the end of the game's lifespan, so yeah, I did like Miguel. Yeah, I had a God of Destruction promo match, bro, and I blew it again. I blew it again. And you know, if you watch, because I've got it recorded, I'm gonna upload it to the members area. When you watch it and you watch how I lost the fight, bro, you're going to laugh. It's so shambolic. I had him dead to rights, but you know, like when you know you've got them. It wasn't even like I was playing with my food. It's just I turned off, and yeah, and then he just started battering me. If I had to choose, would you pick Marduk or Jinpachi? Jinpachi, bro, come on, Jinpachi. If Jinpachi was in this game, it would be peak for everyone. It would be peak faster than Ash. I'm getting gate kept. Yeah, for real, man. I'll get that God of Destruction. I should have just left that God of Tekken God Supreme and come back with it, but I reached for the stars and I crashed into the ground. But you were asking me about the Royal Rumble. So long story short, because I spoke about this on my wrestling channel, Kevin Owens vs Cody Rhodes was a really, really good match. Those were some like really tough spots. I thought Kevin Owens was legitimately injured at the end. I felt bad for him. Cody Rhodes almost had like an ominous like air to him at the end of it. The Motor City Machine Gun match, I have to be honest with you, like I know that they're good and I know DIY is good, but I was kind of just like I wasn't tuned into it. And I think the reason why I wasn't tuned into it is because of the women's match. The women's Royal Rumble was good up until Charlotte Flair came out and her pyro. She had pyro. You're giving somebody pyro in the Royal Rumble, and nobody else gets it. To me, it's like, man, are you being for real? What's the channel called? If you go to my Twitter profile, it's one of the latest comments on there, one of the latest posts. The channel's called The Nation of Conversation, after the Nation of Domination. Seems to me you're ducking. Just talk to him. What? Dude, I've spoken to hundreds of people on this platform already, but I'm gonna do it on my time because, like I said, the same way that a conversation could have had from the beginning, and Chilled could have just reached out to me and said, "Let's talk about this," because he thought I was being condescending, which I was. He didn't like some of the things I was saying. I'm just gonna respond to it in kind, and that's it. I was hoping Penta would go further. Bro, Penta's botch at the beginning of the Rumble was so disappointing. It took me out of him being there. Both his feet touched the floor. I know they tried to play it off. But anyway, I was pulling for Io Sky to win. I think Julia and Stephanie's inclusion in it was really cool. Everything about it was cool. Alexa Bliss came out, I almost jumped out of my seat. I was like, yo, the dirt sheets were wrong. And then Charlotte comes out, and I'm like, Charlotte has won 14 world titles. Please, Triple H, don't do this, man. It gets called a nepotism organization. Anyways, you should just talk to him directly and settle this like adults. That goes both ways, bro. He could have just reached out to me directly as well. He wanted Jordan to win. Yeah, Jordan Grace was really good in it. She was really good. I didn't think she was going to win, but she was really cool. What else was there? Yeah, Nia Jax eliminating 7 women at once. I was like, what the f... And Io Sky was just... Nah, they did Io Sky dirty. She needs to win the Elimination Chamber or something, man. They can still do that Rhea feud. What's going on, Sandman? What else was there? Yeah, the men's rumble was good. Storytelling in there is probably the best storytelling I've ever seen in the Royal Rumble. Seth Rollins' double curb stomp to Roman Reigns' head. I sat up in my bed. I was like, what the... I was like, bro, you trying to kill the man before WrestleMania? Another Rhea vs Charlotte. I doubt it. I think they're going to do Rhea vs Tiffany. I show speed. I usually hate inclusions of celebrities in these things, but that I actually enjoyed. I actually really enjoyed that. I thought that was hilarious. He got turned in half. He took it like a man. Cena not winning, that was heartbreaking. But you know what? Jey Uso, I know it's a bit of a gamble because his wrestling ability is not quite there for main event status yet, I don't think, in my opinion. But he's super over, so maybe he's going to put in the work and he's finally going to give us that big WrestleMania match that we should have gotten from him and Jimmy last time. Hey, what's going on, Medi? Do you know what, yeah, this is one thing I don't think people understand about heels and baby faces, is that Logan Paul, yeah, he's a heel character, but he's genuinely a detestable piece of shit, and I don't want to see him on my television screen. When he comes out to wrestle, unless it's like against one of my favorite wrestlers, I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'm gonna go do something else. I don't think Triple H is understand the fact that it's not that he's a good heel and we're booing. He's a dickhead in real life, and nobody wants to see him. I don't want to see Logan Paul. He's a good athlete, don't get me wrong, but I don't want to see him. And seeing him in there as the last 3, that was really upsetting. Anyway. So yeah, we'll play Tekken for about we'll play it for a bit, and then I'll start watching this video on live stream and breaking it down. He's just a piece of shit, but he sells. Bro, I will never buy Logan Paul merch. I'm not interested in anything he has to say. I'm skipping over his match unless it's wrestlers that I can't avoid. You know, like let's say he gets into a match with Drew McIntyre. I'm gonna watch Drew McIntyre. That's the only way they can get me to watch him. But yeah, I hate Logan Paul. I absolutely hate him, and not because he's a good heel. He's an idiot. Apparently Mike is the bad guy for responding to a video made about him. That's what I'm saying, like, you can't do something and then be surprised when I do it back. And the whole, like, I'm ducking. If he wants to have a conversation after I've made my comments, that's fine, no problem, I'll do that. But you can't make a video of me and then when I want to respond the way I want to respond, you get, you're like, oh, you know, we can talk about it. We could have spoken about it before. It's not like people haven't messaged me before and been like, hey, can we talk about this before I do something or whatever. My DMs are open. I let people jump on live stream. I don't attack people. Yeah, that's the Medi. Sorry, not Medi. Yeah, that's the video, Medi. I'm not gonna lie, Chilled Scrub. That video got sent over to me. When I let you know on Twitter that I would be doing a response to it, people had sent that video to me about 15 times, and by the time I got home from the gym, it had been sent to me again. And one of my boys, he sent it to me and he goes, why is there a dude? It looks like I'm being guarded by Black Galactus. Why is the thumbnail like that? I said to him, bro, I have no idea. But it's been sent in all my group chats, so I thought, okay, do you know what? Enough people have sent it. Let me just give the people what they want. All I said is that you both are here. What's the harm? There's no harm, Falcon. There's no harm whatsoever. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. I want everyone to understand. I'm not angry. Not upset. I'm not having a go at you. Nothing like that. I'm just saying. This is. I'll respond, and then you know, whenever I'm doing a live stream where I'm letting people come on to have a conversation, I'm happy to welcome him on. I mean, I let Cherney come on here. Let's be real. I let Cherney come on here, and I let Fate come on here. If I can let Cherney and Fate come on here, I can have anyone on here. Because those two, I genuinely don't like. Oh.
Get ready for the next battle.
We should talk about wrestling. Make sure you subscribe to my wrestling channel, bro.
Round 1. Fight.
But yeah, I'm pissed that Charlotte won. Cherney is weird. Dude, Cherney is the most one. The thing with Cherney, yeah, is that in Chilled Scrubs video, he's mostly disagreeing with me. There's a couple comments in there that I didn't like, but for the most part, it's just a disagreement. Cherney just outright just insults me at random. Unprovoked. I'll sign onto Twitter and he'll just be like, this fresh and fit, brain rotted Mike Holler. I'm like, first of all, I don't watch Fresh and Fit, okay? I have some class. Secondly, why are you calling me brain rot because I don't like Mortal Kombat 1? Like, he just always goes on the offensive, and then when I had him on the live stream, I asked him, why are you always cussing me out, bro? And he was like, oh, you know, this is how I talk to my friends. I was like, this is how you talk to your friends? Why do I think you ain't got any? Damn, he went in. Hey, and your friend, pal. What happened to the Ghost channel? My younger brother wants to take over it, so I'm gonna let him. But I actually have some Ghost content coming out for this channel, but it's not what you think. Not what you think, but it will be on here. Yeah, I won't say any more because it's an original idea. I've never seen it done on another channel, so when I've got everything in line, that will get recorded. Your brother is a Ghostbuster. My brother is a traveler, so he has basically been to every corner of the planet, and he wants to head up the Ghost channel and take over editing. Because I said to him, bro, I can't be editing this stuff on my own, man. I've already got my own channel to run. When's the next dating simulator game? We need to find a good one, man, because nothing's beaten 5 hearts under one roof. What's the channel called? The channel's called Frightbite. Jay winning is crazy to me because I don't see him putting on matches that will make people feel like the night was worth it. It depends. The one thing they could do with Jay is they could put him in a gimmick match, and he could probably get away with it. Then maybe like can you do a tables match for a world championship match? I don't know, man. It doesn't seem. I don't know. We're just gonna have to wait and see, man. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I would like the fans to hijack the women's main event and force Io Sky in there so it turns into a triple threat, and she gets her WrestleMania moment. Because Charlotte winning her 15th world title at WrestleMania is just so lame. What's going on, Ayum? How you doing, bro? Good to see you again. How do you join the room? Just find session name Shambolic and passcode is 1234 and jump in.
Get ready for the next battle.
Do you think Jackson, Riker and Velveteen Dream should come back? No. No, I don't. Velveteen Dream had so much potential, but I'm just not interested anymore. Try Honeypot. Saw Markiplier play it. Honeypot. Have a look. What's Honeypot? No. No, this is not going on stream. Are you crazy? Yeah, I'm not really into anime characters drawn like this. Now, I'm not going to get into this because I know some people get very offended when I bring up this topic, but I'm just going to say I'm not into anime. I don't like it when anime characters are drawn like this. And I'd rather play a dating simulator that has real women. I won't like it, you know. That's not my kind of game. They look far too young, bro. They look far too young. I can't. Mike prefers shirtless anime men to shirtless anime women. Mehdi, why are you slandering my name? Hmm? I thought your favorite character is Vegeta though. Yeah, my favorite character is Vegeta. What's wrong with Vegeta? Roman and Punk versus Seth and The Undertaker. Hell no, bro. Let's just do Roman versus Punk versus Seth. I think that's a good enough main event type match. Try Sucker for Love. Sucker for Love. Have a look. Are you crazy? What kind of games is Markiplier playing? I'm not playing a game with a character that's got the head of a goat and the chest of Anri Okita. What is this? This is some furry shit, dude. No, wait. Why does she look like Cthulhu with breasts? She is Cthulhu, oh. It's a Lovecraftian dating simulator, bro. Why would you put me on this? I didn't need to see that. I did not need to see that. Why is Markiplier playing those games? Why is Markiplier playing Cthulhu with breasts? There's a game on Steam, right? There's a game on Steam. What's it called? So basically, I don't know what it's called. It's got one of those long names. And it's about you live in this village and the goal of the game is to have sex with every single woman in the village. And you literally watch like full like hentai. And I saw them talking about it on YouTube and I was like, what the fuck are they going on about? I went on there to see what it was, bro. The game is like, if you see that in someone's library, you gotta start asking questions. It's too much. The objective of the game is to have sex with every single woman in the village. And there's like 100 women in there. And it's got a full story and everything. I was like, no. What's going on, Jahuti? How you doing? Wait, I need to tell you guys the name of the game because it's hilarious. What is it called? There, this is the name. Wait, hold on, I'm not clicking on it. Fuck that. The game is called. The game's called I got lost in an all-female elf village and can't leave until I've impregnated everyone. It came out on 17th of October 2024. And it was updated recently. It got a balance patch. Honestly, some people, man. What's going on, Kifu? How you doing, bro? Yeah, got a balance patch, man. Crazy. Let's see if I can beat V-Rock a second time. It's not a fighting game. You can't leave the village until you have sex with every single female elf. And I was like, I'm telling you, if you go on Steam and you look at the trailer, they didn't censor anything. It is full-on degeneracy. Couldn't believe it.
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, it's received more balance patches than Tekken 8. Imagine. Yeah, and it's quite expensive as well, apparently. The hell? No! Let me go! Let me go and watch what happens. No! Oh. Ah, man. Always gets me. Oh my lord. Alright, V-Rock, 1-1. I see you. I see you. Damn, back of the line again. Fuck's sake. Yeah, I got. It's 1-1, man. I ain't cooked yet. Not over yet. Had to warm up. Yeah, I had to warm up as well. Next game, I'm warmed up. Next game. First to one is much smoother. Yeah, keep the pace going. What time should I do this video reaction? Been playing for 49 minutes now.
Get ready for the next battle.
Where am I on?
Round 1. Fight.
Video reaction now. Do I play Guilty Gear Strive? Nah, bro. Nope. And do you know what? After that video I made the other day, bro, you'd be surprised some of the messages I received. There is a serious problem in that scene. I feel very sorry for the people that just want to enjoy the game, but that scene is a whole heap of I'm not going anywhere near it. You don't understand why GG players separate Strive from their community. I think they think that Strive is such a departure from what the game was, that a lot of the old heads stayed on the other game. And I think because of the shenanigans that go on in the Strive community, they just don't want to be associated with it. So whenever I make a video about Guilty Gear, they're always quick to say, no, that's Strive, we're Guilty Gear. they completely disassociate with Strive. But I'm like, the game's called Guilty Gear. Okay, I'm just going by the name of the game. Am I a fan of the Guilty Gear games? No, I'm not a fan, but I do think they're good games. I think they're good games. I've played a couple. I played Exard and I played, is it called Rev? I played some of the PS2 ones. Is it Axel Core? I think they're good games, but I wouldn't say I'm a fan. The only fighting games I'm a fan of are Tekken and Mortal Kombat. Although I feel like I'm going to become a fan of Virtua Fighter soon. I do like Virtua Fighter a lot though. Man, we're getting close to Season 2 started. Mike, you're definitely a closet Guilty Gear player for sure. You must be crazy, bro. Must be crazy. Thought we were getting a VF5 stream after release, didn't we? Yeah, I thought that we were going to get a PS5 version of Revo, but we're not. So I put up a poll at some point, and not a lot of people have Ultimate Showdown, so not really any point. I only really stream these games to play with you guys. Do I like KOF? I like KOF. I like the whole series. I think KOF is a fantastic series. I've never really given it too much time of day, but I think it's a very good series. I'm definitely gonna get Fatal Fury. Any wish list for balance for Season 2? I want them to fucking sort out Heat, man. He is such a bad, it's such a shit system. If it was something that you could only use once per fight, I don't think I'd care as much. But every round, I don't think they'll do it. I don't think there's a way to fix it. A meaningful way to fix it anyway. A way to fix it that will, I think, be meaningful to other players. Yeah, you expect everyone to have Ultimate Showdown. I thought everyone would have it as well, but apparently not. Will I ever go back to MK1? Absolutely not, bro. Absolutely not. No chance in hell. But you can rest assured, I mean, if Revo comes out for PlayStation, I'll definitely have streams for it. But yeah, Virtua Fighter streams will become a mainstay once 6 comes out, provided, you know, we enjoy it. But I have no doubt it's going to be good. You could pick one guest and one MK character for MK1. Who would it be? I would, if I could pick one character for MK1, I'd say bring in Inferno Scorpion as Hanzo Hasashi. Oh, it seems Scorpion's already in there. Maybe that's a lame pick. I'd say put Onaga in there, man. Spice it up. There's no big body characters. If I was going to pick a guest character, I think I'd like to see Van Helsing. And then maybe, like... Maybe he can turn into a werewolf mid-fight. That might be cool. Since, you know, Mortal Kombat's not really doing fighting game characters. They're doing... like horror and action, so if we're going with that theme. An Ultimate Showdown play against Revo players? Nah. Unfortunately not. Unfortunately not, bro.
Get ready for the next battle.
Should be a good fight. B-Rock's on a bit of a roll right now. Grab into grab is diabolical. Any news on when Season 2 T8 starts? I believe it starts in March, right? Ah, Medi, you had it, man. Oh, no. You can get up and punish him. Nice. But I keep playing Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. Yeah, I've got chapter 1, 2, and 3 on my members area, and I'm gonna upload chapter 4, 5, and 6 hopefully tomorrow. I just got so busy with the Royal Rumble, and then had like loads of work to do. But yeah, the other chapters should be on there very, very soon. Have I ever played Bloody Roar? Yeah, I've got Bloody Roar, bro. Pretty sure I've got all of them. Membership is hella expensive. Membership is not expensive. $1.99, bro. I've put it. I think that's about as cheap as you can. I think you can put it as 99p, but I thought $1.99 was fair. The reason I put them on the members area is that like I've learnt a thing or two about YouTube's algorithm. And even though I do like some variety content, I try to keep it all to commentary. If I start uploading gameplay, it will actually affect the channel. And also, I kind of like just sitting here and talking shit when I'm playing games, and that's what you'll find on the members area. I'm literally just talking random shit while I'm playing the game. It's nothing like the content that I do on the main channel. And also on the members area, I play a lot of games with my friends. Like we play Into the Backrooms, play Helldivers. We played this horror game the other day called Pacify, which was fucking hilarious. Like it scared the shit out of us like 3 or 4 times. So yeah, it's kind of incentivized me to upload on there more often. Won't stay long, still hungover from the Royal Rumble watch party. Just pop in to say hi. What's going on, XY still? Could have opened 5 channels like every influencer. Yeah, but A, I'm not an influencer, and B, bro, I work too much, man. I've got 2 jobs, and I've also got some other stuff going on with my friends right now. We're doing a couple of things together that hopefully is going to pay off very soon. Running another channel, like, that's too much, man. I'll just pile it into this one. Unlucky, Medi, you came close. I'm enjoying this Jack gameplay. We don't get to see Jack very often, but I think once someone knocks him off his pedestal, we'll start the video reaction. He was preying on your downfall. No, I wasn't preying on Medi's downfall. Not at all. I'm not a hater like Medi. Where's Fallen? Fallen doesn't play anymore. I know he's in the stream. I know he's watching. You need to pay Ellie for her cameo. She's single-handedly carrying the channel. Yo, I mean, she's very, very different to me, innit? She kind of wears her heart on her sleeve, whereas I'm a bit more reserved. So that's why I enjoy having her on here, because I'm a bit more like laid back and relaxed about things. Ellie gets very, very passionate about everything. I could walk into her room right now and make a random comment, and she'll start going into a 10-minute rant about why I'm wrong. More doom and gloom. I don't doom and gloom. You hear what you want to hear. I am looking forward to that Bleach fighting game though. I've already pre-ordered that. I see what I see. Yep, and you hear what you want to hear. V-Rock is cleaning house. Bro, when I get back to him, it will settle the score. 1-1 right now. I'm going to take him down for the chat, don't worry. Damn, Sakura is getting fucked up again. I guess that's canon. Ugh. Mike's still pre-ordering games, does he not learn? I got it for free, bro. Like I already said, and you were here when I said it. For Christmas, I got given a £50 voucher, and I already had some other vouchers left over from someone else that gave them to me, so I just bought Bleach. But why not? Yeah, party, V-Rock, you stay right there, bro. You're gonna get this ass whooping. What's my favorite food? My favorite dish. I am a fan of the chicken katsu curry. Over at Coco in central London. They make a mean chicken katsu curry. Favorite dish though? Probably my mom's roast dinner. Of my childhood dish, I love that. Spud with beans. Oh Jesus, that sounds horrible. Have you been there, Jahu? You know the one I'm talking about, right? It's so good. It's so good. Hey, Fallen's joined, nice. Can kick his ass as well. You know when I went to Japan, Jahu, when we got to Shinjuku, opposite our hotel was a Coco, and I was like, yo, that is a godsend. We went there for breakfast. We went there because you know in Japan shops don't close, restaurants don't close. You can find restaurants open at 3, 4, 5 in the morning. We were having Coco constantly. But you know what I will say? Because the Coco in the UK is actually cooked by Japanese people as well, our one's actually better than the one that I found in Japan. But the one in Japan was astronomically cheaper. Like you pay what, £15 for a dish in Coco in central London? In Japan you pay about £4 or £5 for the exact same dish. Who do I support in the Premier League? I don't watch football, bro. I watch WWE, I watch UFC, and I watch boxing. But I've fallen off on UFC, but Adesanya got knocked out yesterday. Hey, what's going on, Blood Moon? How you doing, bro? Do I like Japanese food? Yeah, man, I love Japanese food. Not a big fan of seafoods, but a lot of the stuff that they make out there I really liked. And a lot of people are saying to me, how are you going to get on because you don't like sushi? As if that's all they eat out there. Yeah, Izzy losing, man, that's sad, bro. Because Izzy used to be on top of the world. He was starting to lap his division. Do I like Caribbean food? Yeah, I like Caribbean food. I would like Caribbean food more if I went into a Caribbean restaurant and they actually had something in there. The amount of times I've walked into a Caribbean restaurant and they've been like, we know I have that. It's a meme, but it's true. We know I have that. Over and over again. How does one not like sushi? Just not a big fan, bro. Not a big fan. I'll tell you one of my favorite dishes in Japan though is okonomiyaki. Is it no, it's okonomiyaki. Is it otto or oko? Either way, I think it's okonomiyaki. In Osaka, in Dotonbori. Oh my god, when I tell you, food made by the gods. It's so good. Yo, Mike, you might need to put your fight with V-Rock on hold, bro. Party crashers couldn't. Nah, V-Rock's got this, man. He's not gonna let me. Oh no. V-Rock, get your shit together, bro. I'm coming for my revenge. V-Rock, get your shit together. Lock in. He's locked in. He's locked in. He's locked in. I told you, man. I told you. They have the worst service too. Who? Who has the worst service? Yeah, grabbing to grab is ridiculous. Because you also don't like the delicacy that is pineapple pizza. Oh god, we're not doing this pineapple pizza thing, man. Hey Mike, I'm the Raffle One lady. Should we chant for him to join your showdown? The Raffle One lady. He's saying that you're his girlfriend. Yeah, he can join. He just needs to jump in.
Get ready for the next battle.
Spare him like Bron, please. Pineapple and pizza is an absolutely shambolic dish, and if that is your... Oh shit, we got Jack on Jack violence here. You speak Japanese? Speak Japanese, Jahui? I was getting good at it, but... falling off, man. I can still get... I think I can get around. Like, I can order food and I can greet people. You're his girlfriend. Yeah, tell him to jump in. You can both jump in. Who's my favorite WWE wrestler? What, of all time or currently? Hey, look at Ayum coming in here to lay off the SmackDown. The lobby code is 1234. You really do cosplay Reigns. I don't cosplay Reigns, bro. That's just, I've worn that shit since I was young. That's how I've always dressed. And then when he came out with the shield, I remember I went to my friend's house and he was like, why are you dressed like Roman Reigns? I was like, bro, he's just debuted. You saw me yesterday, I was dressed like this. What are you talking about? Takanda said you stole me from his community and made me your assistant. Hey Alexis, you came of your own free will. There was no manipulation, there was no seduction, there was no bribery, there was nothing. You speak Japanese, Portuguese, Spanish, learning Latin and Chinese. What the fuck? Are you even human? I can still read hiragana though. I didn't forget that. Which came in really handy when we got to Kamakura. When we got to Kamakura, that shit came in handy. There was definitely manipulation. Look at your Discord profile picture. What's wrong with my Discord profile picture? I got him, Mike. He's ready to join. Yeah, time to lock in.
Get ready for the next battle.
V-Rock. You make sure you win this. I'm gonna get on here and dispatch you.
Fight.
Oh damn, that was nice. Cinema Sins, are you guys talking about Angry Video Game though? Birdman. Oh, I don't think I've watched him. Did you see Dr. Disrespect got monetized again? I did. You know what I found funny about that? He's just signed a deal to Rumble, right? He's the face of Rumble Gaming. And he got so hyped when YouTube remonetized him. I was like, bro, you know, like Rumble must be sitting there going, oh, I guess we're dickheads. I guess we're just the B team. Oh no, he hit you with a 1, 2, 3. And he can combo from that. Crazy. Why did they monetize him? There wasn't enough evidence to really stick anything. Like, I know that sounds crazy, but there wasn't enough evidence according to what I heard. Didn't he admit to doing it? Yeah, he did admit to it. I don't know. I haven't been following it closely because I know there was a follow-up. He said something about a setup. I was also just like, even if it was a setup, you thought it was an underage girl. We've never seen what is in the messages. That's the problem. Like, we don't know. He admitted to speaking to her inappropriately, which was enough for me. But apparently it wasn't enough for them. So I don't know, man. I haven't seen the messages, but I kind of, after that, I tuned out. I tuned out. I personally wouldn't take that. Wouldn't take what? Definitely more well-spoken than Mike. Wait, you guys slandering me for no reason. Right, okay, chat. Listen, I need to lock in. I can't have V-Rock running a train on people on my stream. This is a PG stream. Let me put my Yujiro Hanma. If I lose, it's reaction time. Yeah, I hate this stage as well. Hate this stage.
Get ready for the next battle.
Who's the true Hanma? Damn, that still explodes the wall. Oh, this is going from bad to worse. Let me go! Let me down! He won't stop pressing and it's working! I'm not beating him. It's over. Oh my god. Oh shit. He dropped it. Oh no way. You let me go. Stop pressing buttons. What the fuck? Damn, and look how many people are in here now. Oh my god, I've been pushed right to the back. I got cooked. I got absolutely cooked. You got demoted back to Kishin. Oh, damn. Yeah, he's going to beat the record at this point. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, no, someone has to stop him. If it comes back round to me, he's going to beat the record. Mike, I appreciate you buying VF5 Revo for me. What the hell are you talking about? I ain't buy Revo for you. You lost your damn mind. What's the record? I think the record is... I got 22 wins, or 23, and I think Medi said he got 24. I can't remember who holds it. It's one of us. It's either 23 or 24 sets, one in a row. But, to be fair, that was on best of 3. So technically, V-Rock holds the record right now for single matches. I think. Does he? Yeah, mine and Mediu's were first to 3s. So this would be a different record. But the thing is, I remember getting 50 wins. I remember it saying 50, but I also don't remember seeing that number when I went back to the lobby to reflect 25. So maybe I remember. Maybe it was a different lobby. .54 defense really showing. Yeah, what about you lot? You were getting cooked as well. We have to see how far he goes before we do the video reaction. But this is painful. Man. The I can't. The button pressing in Tekken 8 is too much for me, man. That, you know, I've gone back to Virtua and I really love how much more slow it is. Like, just throw it. The pressing buttons constantly. Not that V-Rock's doing anything wrong. He's playing the game how he's supposed to play it. But I do prefer the slower paced fighting game. This is too much, man. Yeah, the animations in VF are slower than Tekken's. The pace in Tekken VF is fast. The matches do end pretty quickly, and it's very close quarters. But it definitely doesn't feel as buttony as Tekken is. Hey Alexis, listen, Alexis. You can't talk when you've never even tasted God of Destruction. I mean Tekken God. Never. You haven't even got a whiff of it. You haven't even gotten a whiff of Tekken King. You can't be chatting to me. You can't even see me. Gods still sit on Mount Olympus. I don't know where Kishin sit. You don't care your defense is better. Well, it can't be if you just got D ranked to Kishin. My defense would be 100 if I was playing in your ranks. Hey, what's going on, Raffle One? How you doing, bro? Guys, you have no grounds to talk about my defense if you can't beat me. You have no grounds to talk about my defense if you can't beat me, okay? You sit there and hush your gums. What's my favorite fruit? Pineapple, bro. I didn't pineapple. I do not. Going on, James. When my main gets here, Alexis, okay? I mean, I already washed you now. Like, you get deep fried by me. But when my main gets here, it's gonna be a different story. Mike, since you are British, what type of tea do you like? PG, bro. PG, 2 sugars, brown. When my main gets it, I'm going to be at 23 defense. That's true, I might be at 23 defense. Especially when I'm fighting you, I won't need to block. Too busy on rivals to cook here. I swear, Flames, you ain't shown up once. You've been talking the most, you ain't shown up. Oh shit! DNA's about to... DNA perfected V-Rock! What the fuck? DNA's been playing, bro. DNA has been playing. Damn, he took away my chance to get revenge. Got hit with the smoke. DNA came with the smoke, boy. Holy shit.
Get ready for the next battle.
Just first to 5, yeah, but then I'll have to open up a new lobby to do first to 5. Can't be asked, mate. We're gonna continue playing and then I'll do the video reaction. You're surprised Ruse is in here. We don't see much of Ruse anymore. Don't know what he's doing with himself these days. Oh, that was sick. Who is Asuka cosplaying as the? Is that meant to be Dio or something? You need coaching. I'm not the one. I'm not a good coach, bro. I'm not a good. The only game that I could coach people on confidently was Soul Calibur 5. But even then, I only knew how to play one character very well. So unless you wanted me to coach you on that character. Oh, and Black Adam in Injustice. I was pretty good at Black Adam. Damn, DNA's gonna get taken out. Just after he took off V-Rock. If I beat you in the first 10... Alexis, come on, we've done this already. We've done this already. You don't... Just behave, okay? Just behave. Yeah, we got a full lobby this week. Should play Injustice, but I've already played it, bro. Played Injustice, went tournaments for it, won some. Got pretty high on the leaderboard with Black Adam. I think I'm all Injusticed out. Oh no, that was a risky move. Ah, you fumbled it. You should have just gone for your rage art, bro. I've won Multiverse stream. Hell no, bro. That game sucks. Multiverse is a terrible game. I don't know how people played it. What's my favorite fighting game? Probably Soul Calibur 5, I think. But that's because of Algo. If he wasn't in the game, it probably wouldn't be. Capcom vs SNK 2, Tekken Tag 2, Budokai 3, or Infinite Wealth. Infinite World. I was a big fan of this game called Spectral vs Generations on PS2. I don't know if anyone remembers it. It wasn't a great game, but I really enjoyed it. Xenoverse 2 is better than Sparking Zero, by the way. Not as a fighting game, no. Definitely prefer Sparking Zero over Xenoverse. Big Xenoverse content-wise, yeah, 100%. But as a fighting game, no.
Round one. Fight.
Why bomb ass chill scrub in the title? What did he do this time? Oh, he made a video about me, so I'm gonna do a reaction to it at some point, probably soon. Did Sparking Zero fall off? Well, Sparking Zero is in the top 15 most played games on PlayStation, but when I looked into it, it seems like there's only like 10,000 people playing, or between 10 and 16,000, and on Steam there's about 6,000. So I don't know. You could say it's fallen off. Do I play on Fightcade? Nah, don't play on Fightcade. I might one day. Just my PC's almost a potato, so I need to upgrade it. Kind of scared to do anything on it these days. What's the best Yakuza spin-off in your opinion? The best Yakuza spin-off... Yeah, it's probably Lost Judgment. Yeah, Lost Judgment was fantastic. Wake me up when they make a new Wu-Tang Shaolin style game. Have you played Wu-Tang vs Shaolin, bro, on Steam? It's really good. Wait, V-Rock, are you leaving? God damn it. You get a new PC, or you getting a 50 series or AMD card? What I'm going to do is I'm going to give a bunch of money to someone that knows PCs better than me and get them to build me the best one. It's on Steam. Yeah, it's on Steam. Shaolin vs Wu-Tang 2, 1 and 2 is on Steam. I've got both of them. What's my favorite Bad Boys movie? I've only seen Bad Boys 1 and 2. I haven't seen 3 and 4. But I guess Bad Boys 2 in that regard. Damn, Bim's getting a win. Would you like an Injustice 3? Not with the current development team at NRS. I don't trust them. Would I like a superhero fighting game? Sure. Would I like NRS to make another Injustice game? I don't know, man. I saw a report yesterday saying that the next Mortal Kombat or the next NRS game has already been planned. So I guess they're already doing some work on it. I'm guessing we'll probably see something in 2027, maybe late 2026. That also depends if they're going to continue supporting Mortal Kombat 1, because that seems to be very up in the air right now. The Injustice games are... Injustice 1 I think is better than 2. Wasn't a big fan of 2 for some reason. We're not getting another Shaolin Monks Vassal. We are not getting another one. I just don't think they see any value in it. But someone told me about an Ultimate Shaolin Monks that you can download. I might look into that and I might upload some gameplay of that on the members area. FOTN is the best shonen ever made. What's FOTN? Is that a Fate show? Supposedly there's data mining done on MK1 was supposed to get Combat Pack 3. Hey man, but if they give people more content, then that's great for the people that still want to play it. Look at Bims, boy, he's taking it to Medi. Oh, Medi's fighting back though. Medi's very hard to kill. I find it so... I don't find much trouble in getting his health down, but when he's got like 1% left, it's like he goes into Super Saiyan. Oh damn, he's getting cooked now. Fist of the North Star. Yeah, Fist of the North Star anime, definitely top 5. That opening theme, definitely one of the greatest openings of all time. Crazy to me how there's people still mad MK1 is still being supported. I'm not mad at it. You know, like I said to Sikander, if people are having a good time and they feel like they're getting their money's worth, then I'm happy for those people. It's just the majority of people don't seem happy, so maybe people are just like, oh, can you move on to the next game? And yeah, I know you're not talking about me. I think people just want them to move on to the next game and make a game that everyone can enjoy. It would be nice to have a Mortal Kombat game that is not getting clowned. That would be great. Hey, what's going on, Stoic? Hey, Stoic, on March 1st, we're going to be doing the Akira Toriyama Sparking Zero Memorial stream. So we'll be doing a tournament in Toriyama Sensei's honor. That'll be on Saturday. Make sure you're there. That's such a long wait. Damn, Bims beat Medi. What the hell? Didn't see that coming. And the live stream with Sikander, look at the comments. People were talking like they were offended that Sikander still plays MK1. Yeah, you know what people are like. You know what people are like, Alexis. That's why I say, like, don't ever take comments on the internet to heart. Because people are not really like that in real life. I read the comments, but you know, I don't censor anything on my channel, so I just left them up.
Get ready for the next battle.
It is what it is. Omae wa mo shinderu. I'll never forget the first time I saw Kenshiro pop someone's head, man. That shit made me laugh. MK1 is selling better than Tekken and Street Fighter. It's not selling better than Street Fighter. It's sold more than Street Fighter, but I think someone was tracking how quickly the games are selling, and Street Fighter's on course to eventually overtake it. It's got more sales than Street Fighter now, but I think 400 or 500,000, but I don't think it's selling as fast as Street Fighter 6. I think Street Fighter 6 is actually gonna overtake it very, very soon. I'm going to eat. Please don't ignore my questions next time. I was interested in your opinion on Hunter x Hunter. Oh, I didn't see your questions, bro. Sorry, the chat was moving too fast. My opinions on Hunter x Hunter. Before you go, my opinion is, unfortunately, I have not watched it. It's the only big anime that I haven't watched. I saw episode 1 and I never got back around to it. I'll tell you why I never watched it. I was dating somebody at the time and we always used to watch anime together. And we started Hunter x Hunter. And we were watching My Hero. And when the relationship ended, I stopped watching both those shows. So I I stopped watching My Hero at season 4, and I never went back to Hunter x Hunter. I will go back and watch Hunter x Hunter for sure. Street Fighter came out first, and MK has more sales. MK had a big release of Chaos Reigns. Up until that point, the base game was losing to Street Fighter, and then they dropped Chaos Reigns, which we assume the most Chaos Reigns did was 1 million. But if you're there, I think someone had a graph of how fast they're selling. Street Fighter is catching it up very quickly. When Street Fighter has its next big update, you're probably going to see it go way past Mortal Kombat. Hey, what's going on, Selzadar? Long time, bro. Long time. How you been? If Kiryu is to be added as a guest in Tekken, I don't want him as a guest in Tekken anymore, bro. I want him in Virtua Fighter. I don't want him in this game. I want him in Virtua Fighter. But it hasn't. You're looking at overall sales, Alexis. You're not looking at how they're tracking. How they're tracking is Street Fighter is currently tracking to overtake Mortal Kombat. I'll find the graph and I'll show it to you again. It's like when you track subscriber counts. Sometimes someone will have more subscribers than somebody else, but the way the other channel is tracking, you can see it's going to overtake it very soon, unless something bad happens. What's good with King J? King J is good. He's just doing his thing. Do you ever get into DOA? DOA is the only one of the only major fighting games I never gave the time of day. But I would. I'd give it the time of day if it came back. Hot take. I personally think no matter how bad MK gets, its core is always going to be better than SF. No, I think no matter how bad MK gets, the appeal of MK will always like allow it to do even like semi well. At its core, like at the core of the fighting game, Street Fighter is leaps and bounds better than MK. MK's just got some really iconic characters, some like very cool visuals, some great gimmicks. It's iconic, but at its core, at the core of the fighting, Street Fighter destroys it. Not even close. I don't think playing... this is what I explained to Sikander yesterday, and he agreed with me. You don't need to play the game to look at data. If the data suggests something, then that's what it is. You don't need to play the game. I don't need to play Call of Duty. I can go and look at the raw data and see how the game's doing and how it's tracking, and I can say, okay, the game's doing well, it's doing poorly. You don't have to play a game to know those things. You open up a restaurant. Hey, Selzadar. Open up a restaurant. That's a big move, bro. What kind of food are you guys selling? World Tour is damn near Deception Conquest mode. Nah, come on, man. Put some respect on Conquest mode's name. Conquest mode is the best like fighting game story mode I've seen ever. Who else is excited for the DMC anime? Yes, bro. And they had Limp Bizkit. They had Limp Bizkit doing the opening theme. That's so crazy. Most of the people defending MK started on MK11. Yeah, there are a lot of new MK players, but the thing with the MK player base is that it's completely split. You've got the old school guys, the digitized era. You got the 3D era, and then you got the NRS era. So that everyone's split. No one can agree.
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, if it wasn't on the official DMC channel, I would have thought it was a fan edit as well. I was watching it, I was like, what the hell? What did Chilled Scrub do this time? He made a bunch of comments about me that I found to be a little bit silly, so I'm gonna do a video reaction on live stream to it. I ain't got nothing against the guy. Just want to make that clear. Hey, what's going on, Bly? How you doing? I watched the video that Chilled Scrub made, and I watched it with my boys. They were all like, Mike, don't make a reaction to this. And I said, initially I was like, I'm not going to, man. Like, there's just so many L's in the video that I don't particularly like want to do a whole thing where it comes across like I'm dragging somebody. But it got sent over to me so many times. I was like, all right, fuck it, let's just do it. And then afterwards, we can have a conversation, I guess, if he still wants to. Will I ever do a stream of True Underdog? True Underdog messaged me and said that he wanted to, and then he didn't open up his DMs. I said to him, bro, how am I supposed to organize a stream if I can't reach you? So, my DMs are open. He can DM me whenever he wants. But you can't DM True Underdog unless he follows you back. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm not desperate to speak to him. I would have liked to speak to him because a lot of his videos just seem like they're very disconnected from reality, but yeah. Did you read Harada's tweet on his relationship with DOA? Yeah, I did. That was a funny story. I watched it on VDX's channel. I found it quite funny. Damn. That is I'm sorry to hear that, Amanda. That's crazy. I'm not gonna repeat that. That just in, you know. That's one of them things where you gotta have receipts. If I repeat it and there's no receipts, that's gonna look bad. But I'm sorry if that happened to you. That's terrible. Should we do the video reaction now? You guys want me to do it now, or do you want to keep watching Tekken? Let me put a poll up.
Round one. Fight.
After Jahuti's match. Where are you in the queue, Jahuti? Damn, Fallen's out here cooking people. We'll see where Jahuti is in the list after this. You're like 5th or 6th place, okay. Hey, what's going on, EA Not Playing? How you doing, bro? Good to see you. Shoutouts to EA Not Playing. Alright, we'll do the video reaction. I'll let Jahuti do her match, and then we'll do it. Hey, Ayum's fighting back. That's fine, I just want to let everyone know. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Amanda, that sucks. Do a video reaction of Charlotte Flair winning the Rumble. Well, I mean, I've already watched it now, so it wouldn't be an authentic reaction. But you can go subscribe to my wrestling channel, and I did my reaction to the entire event on there. I wonder how that video is doing now. The channel is still very small. We've got like 90 subscribers. It's quite a new channel. Oh, we got 92 subscribers. Oh, the video's almost got 200 views. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'm quite happy with that. What is the channel name? It's called Nation of Conversation. Nation of Conversation. But it's a new channel, it's hard to find the videos. If you type in Nation of Conversation Rikishi, because that video is, I think, a little bit popular on the channel, you should be able to find it. King J's a part of the channel as well. It's me, King J, Levi, and Jay Miller, the Smash player, the one that plays Luigi. Thank you for subscribing to Mr. Snazzy. I appreciate that. Right, where's Jehuti? Where is she? I can't see her. Okay, there she is. Right. After Jehuti, when Jehuti's played her game, then we're gonna do the video. Just because she waited to join for a long time, I don't want to be unfair to her. She is one of my mods as well. Matt, did you see the video about the guy who went through that coffee shop drive-thru with his pants off? Yeah, I saw that. And he took his own life. Man. Yeah, like I mean, those sort of things, I know people have turned it into a meme. I get why they have. I don't know what the hell he was doing in the car. Like, what the hell was he doing? But, I don't know, man. Like, he set himself up for, like, he's gonna live on the internet like that forever. Just link the channel, you can't find it. Oh, okay, let me DM it to you. Can you send links in the chat? Can I do that? I'll just DM it to you. They had a memorial for him at the same coffee shop and called it funeral. Oh man. That's crazy. Oh man, wait, hold on, let me get the channel up for these guys. I don't know if I can actually send links in the chat. Okay, should be able to from this link. Yeah, if you want to subscribe to my wrestling channel, that's the link right there. His kids are gonna get teased so bad when they're older. I just don't understand why he continued to, you know, do what he was doing as he got to the window. Like, I don't get it. Why did he? Was he not all there? Like, was he not like mentally all there? I don't even mean that as a joke. I mean, like, honestly, why is your name Ho Lexi? Why is your name Ho Lexi? You know, it's names like this, Alexis, that doesn't help when I'm making the case that not all girls are OnlyFans models in the FGC, and then you got a name like Ho. You're not helping me when you put names up like that. Hoes of Edenia. Hoes of Edenia. I didn't know Edenia had hoes. That's crazy. Maybe that's why Shao Kahn conquered the place in the first place. Hope all is well, Mike. I'm a friend of Chilled Scrub. I've been watching your channel for a few months now. I'd say I discovered your channel last year around Halloween. Blessings from the US. Thank you, bro. Shouts to the Dragon Ninja. Hope you're well. Shao saw the hose and said, I need that. I need that and I want that. This is in the UK, Martian. Let's see what Lexi can do. Kishin Lexi. Were you a Patroclus player? No, I was an Algo player. I was a Patroclus Slayer. Hated that character. Especially Alpha Patroclus, man. What an absurd character. Jeez! Lexi! I think you got 54 defense. What the hell's going on here? This is why your defense is higher than mine, because you're busy playing people that don't know how to fight. Look what's happened when you fight somebody that I'm used to fighting. It might be minus 54 defense. Hey Lexi, lock in, man. What are you doing? Jesus, Fallen beat the... Did she owe you money or something, bro? Why did you fuck her up like that? Yeah, never forget, yeah, when you're a lower rank, your defense is always going to be higher because you're playing people that are, you know, not going to play like that. That was crazy. When you get to Tekken God and that, yeah, it's yeah, you're going to run into people just mashing your face in. Damn, I could have blinked and that would have been over. Hey, I'm sorry, Lexi, man. You know, that's what happens when you yap. And then you get... Man, that was... That looked like... That looked like when Goldberg used to squash people at WCW. You know, they sent enhancement talent out there. Just to get squashed. Ow, fuck. Damn, Fallen's taking no prisoners, boy. He wants that record. So many wrestlers hate Goldberg. Yeah, especially Bret Hart. Every time someone brings up Goldberg's name to Bret Hart, his responses always make me laugh. Yeah, Raven's unfortunately one of those characters you don't get to see often, and then when you come up against one this good, it's curtains. It is curtains. Jeez! Let someone else play, bro. Oh my lord, yeah, it's over. Damn, Ruffle one waited all that time just to get clapped, bro. He beat the piss out of you. I got in multiple people's comment section defending this man, and this is the thanks I get. Not a fan of this fraud Hokage character. You're gonna get a promotion to Tekken Emperor, but you had to face Jack and Kuma. Yeah, that's tough, bro. Kuma's even worse, man. I run into him even less. Right, I'm almost up. Almost up. I can do this. Man, being a bystander in your own stream is depressing.
Get ready for the next battle.
Dropped in the same way. I've seen this Specs Jin. He could do this. He's good. Good whiff punish. Damn. Damn. Maybe he's just racking up these. Oh, I thought he was going to get a perfect. Alright, alright. Specs fighting back. Fighting back. Not over. Bringing it back. Oh, he dropped the combo, mate. That's big. Fumbled. projectiles in Tekken, man. Get the shit out of here. I only want to see lasers. They're useless. Oh, no punish. Give me Jinpachi. Yeah, bro, Jinpachi is my #1 pick to come back, but I don't think Harada's going to bring him back. Okay, this spec could do it. He could do it. I don't think that was worth it though. Didn't get much from it. Okay, maybe he's gonna try and make amount of comeback now. Look at the chip! Oh my lord! Look how much chip that did! Oh, they need to get chip out of Tekken, man. They need to get out of here. Get punished for blocking, and he won! Can't believe it. That was highway robbery if I've ever seen it. That was absolutely highway robbery if I've ever seen it. People advocating for chip in this game, you are smoking something powerful. What the fuck? Did you see how much fucking chip that did? Ugh, they need to fix this game, bro. That is diabolical. He lost for blocking. Because if he hadn't taken all that chip damage, he could have taken that throw and gotten up and reset the situation. My man actually lost for blocking. The chip was high because of rage. Yeah, even so, like, just chip in Tekken is such a stupid thing. I'm so surprised they actually put it in. But I get it's to push offensive gameplay. Heart of a Saint, I like that name. I don't think they're going to remove chip damage, but if they could severely nerf it, that would be great. I mean, even look at this. He's blocking, but he's getting cooked for it. Insanity. Insanity. The chip damage in this is worse than Mortal Kombat. I can't believe I'm saying that. Okay, Heart of the Saint could do it. He could do it. Chipping MK isn't bad anymore. It's still pretty bad. It's still pretty bad. I don't like the fact that you can kill by chipping somebody. I really, really hate that. I've always hated that in Mortal Kombat. I wish they'd take it away. I know they put some systems in there to make it so you get a few more chances, but I don't think chip should kill. Especially when everything does chip. What new moves am I hoping for in Tekken 8? For Feng, I would like them to bring back his down 1+2 from Tekken 6. It used to be this thing, but it was like an Ip Man punch, like he would punch you like this. It was a really cool attack. I don't know how effective it was just cool to watch. I also miss his shoulder where it would put him in back turn immediately. It was in Tekken 6 as well. He would sort of like duck under and shoulder you. That shoulder was epic, man. It was, I think it was launch punishable, but man, it was so sick. It puts him in back turn. It evades highs. It was really, really good. Damn, Fallen has run through the entire lobby. Don't worry, guys. I'm gonna save you now. I'm gonna save you. Fallen, lock in, bro. What costume do I want for this? Got catch me. What character or guest characters would you like to see come back? I don't want to see any guest characters come back. I'd like Jinpachi to be put in. And for a guest character, I'd probably like Oma from Kengan Ashura or Yujiro. Alright, sorry chat, I need to pay attention now. Not Kiryu in Tekken, bro. We're done with that. Kiryu in Virtua Fighter. Okay, Fallen, relax, bro. Relax, one. Drink. That. Relax. Okay, Fallen, relax, bro. Don't do me like this. Not in front of my people. Fallen, relax. Relax. Fallen, stop. Get the fuck out of here. Ah! Yeah. Fuck you, Fallen, man. What the fuck? You beat the piss out of me. All that talking, you got 3-0 just like me. No, Alexis, you got your shit pushed in. I lost, but you got your shit pushed in. Guess this is Fallen's channel now. Fallen, do you know what? Yeah, I thought you were one of my boys, but do you know what? I'm gonna make a video about you now. A whole hit piece. Alright, let's let Jehuti do her matches and then we'll do the video. I was the chosen one. Apparently not, bro. Apparently not.
Get ready for the next battle.
NK has guests that keep you on your toes. I mean, they're definitely like, they definitely do make you turn your head. I don't know how good the recent inclusions have been though. Do I have a Discord server for people to join? Yeah, Alexis, could you give Crud the Discord, please? Going on, Katari Ninja. How you doing, bro? Another Negan cat. Yeah, Negan was one of my mains in 7, bro. If they brought Negan, I'd be very happy. Oh shit, look at Jehuti go. Speaks 5 languages, knows how to play Steve. Apparently a model as well. Is there anything that you don't do? Yeah, I'm good, Katari. I'm good. Just watching these matches. Man, I started off so well. I beat V-Rock, who, you know, him and Fallen probably the best players in the stream right now. And I beat him convincingly. I was like, yeah, okay, cool. And then I just burnt out. I burnt out, and that was it. You didn't start well. Yes, I did. I started off by beating V-Rock. Okay, V-Rock. Hey, Alexis, I don't even know why I'm addressing you. Okay, you're a Kishin. You can't talk to me. You can't talk. We're not in the same stratosphere. Hey, Flames, hush your gums, bro. He's just in there instigating. Hey, look at Jehuti, nicely done. Looks like Lee. Very very deceptive. Hey, where did Mediu go? I thought Mediu was coming up. Wait, is he fighting in another lobby? Oh, he's fighting Fallen. What's going on, XLER? How you doing? Once Jehuti gets beaten, then we're gonna do the video reaction. Ugh. Ugh. I'll leave the lobby open so you guys can keep on playing. But yeah, once Jehuti comes off, then we'll do the video.
Get ready for the next battle.
Don't miss me winning.
Round one. Fight.
This should be a pretty good match, pretty even. Divine's not having it.
Round two. Fight.
I'm not back. What's next for Nikki Bella? I don't know, bro. I don't know. Can't say I'm too interested in what Nikki Bella does next. Wouldn't mind if that was just a one-off gimmick of her coming back. How do you join the lobby? Just search Shambolic and then go press 1, 2, 3, 4 for the passcode, and then you should be able to get in. When will I be announcing your inclusion to Ho Clan? Listen, Alexis. This is what I have to say to Ho Clan. Hey, you and your hoes, you stay away from me, okay? You stand right the fuck back. This burns if you come near it, so I suggest you move. Yeah, Jehuti's cooking, bro. Sakanda is currently second in command. What, the Ho clan? Sakanda's a Ho? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He hates Edenians. I asked him yesterday. Hey, Jehuti with W. Right. Alright, Jehuti, we're going to start the video reaction right now because you're cooking. And I know people are waiting to watch this, so you stay cooking in the lobby. Let me, I'll leave the lobby open for everyone to play. Make sure that you guys can hear everything. So I need to close Facecam here and open it here. 1 second. Things always a bit of a dinosaur here, guys. Not good with computers, unfortunately. Chat. Why is chat up there? Bring think over here. Increase that a little bit so we can see you guys talking shit. Facecam, where are you? Alright, I think you guys can see me now. Alright. Let's have a look. Let's check audio. You guys can hear.
What's up, everybody?
No, I can't hear that. My sound down. Oh, I didn't change this. Did you guys hear Chilled Scrub? Let me know if you could hear him. Also, I'm gonna put my camera up here because I think his camera is there and then my other camera is there, so it's a reaction and a reaction and a reaction. Yes, you old geezer. Alright, cool. Let's hear what he has to say. Now listen, I want you guys to chime in. If you think I'm wrong on something, if you think I'm going wrong, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause when he basically makes his comments about me, or makes his comments about the situation in general. And I'll say my piece, and then you guys can let me know what you think as well. No audio? The fuck? I thought you guys said you could hear. How about now?
Times where I do not agree. What's up, everybody? It's the Chill Scrub. Another day, another video.
You guys hear now? Sound is back. Okay, cool. You put me in a mix-up. All a bunch of trolls. Unbelievable.
This time I'm going to be responding to Mike Hollow. He tends to make a lot of FGC content, sometimes controversial, sometimes not. There's a lot of things he says that I agree with. There's a lot of things that he said I don't agree with. This is one of those times where I do not agree. There's some things he does say that he has a point to, but you'll see more of what I'm talking about in the video. So let's not go ahead and waste any time. Let's go ahead and get straight to it.
I'd like you to read that and give people your authentic reaction.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm still kind of brewing because I read that line. Women in the FGC are the ugly girls from high school that never got the attention they desperately wanted. Their crushes didn't want them, the hot chicks talk shit about them, invisible. Now that they're older, they got a bit more attractive, still ugly compared to normal society. And use the FGC to seek attention from awkward dorks in a niche community to fill that empty void from high school. Around 2016, you'd be surprised how many of these e-girls would sleep around with top players for free flights to events. I wouldn't be surprised if that's still happening. Not to mention now, 90% of the e-girls in the FGC want to funnel their OnlyFans or Fansleys to these desperate FGC losers. Women in the FGC are either e-girls or trans, not women. Get women out of gaming.
So this is where it all starts, right? I'm gonna go full screen for this. This is where it all starts. You're gonna hate me for saying this, but to some degree, I agree with what he's saying wholeheartedly. The only problem that people are gonna have with it is that one, he's being brave enough to say it out loud, and two, the way he's phrasing it, it is extremely harsh. But for the
Let me just make something clear about this whole bravery thing, because I don't think Chilled knows who this guy is. Once you've been banned from doing what you wanted to do, and I don't know the reason for what he was banned, but Dalton, much like his peers that I interacted with, are like ostracized from the FGC. They've already been pushed out. So when you've already been pushed out, it's not brave to start speaking your mind because you don't have anything to lose at that point. You have nothing to lose. It's not brave. If I got cancelled, then it would give me more grounds to be like, I've already been cancelled, man. I've already lost everything. I can't enter these spaces anymore. I'm gonna just say whatever I want. So it's not. I mean, first of all, I speak my mind about so many things that you guys even call you say to me, I don't like what you're saying. I spoke my mind about Ninja Gaiden the other day and Ayane. It cost me 30 subscribers. Would you say it's brave? Not really. You're just speaking into a mic. The choice of words is not good here. This is a nitpick, but there's nothing brave about what Dalton said whatsoever. I think people like to paint a lot of things like there's this boogeyman that's going to come down and destroy your way of income or whatever. I've proven it on this channel multiple times. I've said all sorts of things. Yeah, I lost 30 subs because of what I said about Ninja Gaiden. And people like, take the video down. I'm like, no, I'm not taking the fucking video down. But it doesn't make me brave. I'm talking into a microphone. Okay? 30 subscribers is not the end of the world. I don't know what Dalton got cancelled for. I can't remember. I think he said it. But it's not brave to talk about something when you have been cancelled already.
For the most part, I can somewhat agree with what he's saying. As a person who's went to tournaments, who's went to events, who's actively in the FGC, I don't really participate anymore, but I still like to play the games from here on out. And I see a lot of the news, go on Twitter. It's my timeline is flooded with this kind of stuff. I see it firsthand, and I can present receipts if I'm still not blocked by most of these people in the first place. So he does have a valid point. A lot of these chicks do act weird, and they are finessing a lot of these lame dudes that are out here that do not get laid. And that's the thing that nobody wants to talk about. These people don't get laid like that. A lot of these dudes, they don't get laid. I'm not saying it as a shot, but they know what they're doing. They're picking on people that are down and out because they know damn well a man that's about his business, that's taking care of himself, he ain't going for that. It's just the truth. He just outright said it, and no, he's not the best looking guy in the world, but it's just because he's not doesn't mean what he said is any less true. But I'm gonna go on with the video as well.
Well, I mean, the problem with this talking point is that you can kind of apply this to the, I guess, the predator situation that we've got going on in the FGC. You can point and say, I can say to you confidently, you know, based on my time in the FGC and people that I've interacted with, that if you were to say that there is an issue with guys being predatory in the scene, you'd say yes. Now, would you say it's the majority of men? I would say no. I would say that there are some guys in the FGC. Maybe there's a few too many, but I wouldn't say it's the majority. What the problem with Dalton's remarks and the problem with this guy is that they're trying to make out like it's the majority. Now, I've got a Discord of, 800 people. I had another Discord of about 300 in there before I stopped basically going in there. I have this community of 18,000 going on 19,000 soon. And I've been in the FGC for a long time. The idea that the majority share of women in the FGC are OnlyFans models or preying on men is ridiculous. Is there a section of the community that does that? Yes, there is. I've actually seen it. But usually those girls they're not making up the majority. That is not true. The same way when girls say that, I've seen girls saying on Twitter before that men are predators in this scene. The majority of the time when you hear about predatory behavior, it's men. It is. And the majority of the time when you hear about the point that he's making, it's women. But the actual numbers don't reflect that. Like it's not the majority of people as a whole. It's not the majority of people as a whole. You guys, as far as I'm aware, obviously I don't know you in your personal lives, and you guys don't know me, but majority of us are not predators, but the predatory behavior is coming from dudes. That's the predominant section, but you wouldn't say all men are predators. Most OnlyFans models are going to be women, obviously. I don't know any men that are OnlyFans models. But to say majority of female gamers in the FGC are OnlyFans models or Fansly models or preying on these guys, no. Absolutely not. Oh, and just before we move on, there's a point in this video which I'll just address now where he tells me to post up receipts of women that I speak to in private who don't want to show their face on camera, who just want to, get on and do their thing, not bother anyone. I'm not posting up personal messages between me and girls in the FGC. If people don't want to believe me, I don't care. Doesn't make any difference, doesn't make any change to the situation whatsoever. But I'm not posting up receipts of me talking to girls, every now and then or whenever I do to come on streams or do reactions with me or whatever it might be. I'm not posting up receipts of the girls that I have that I'm friends with over in the Overwatch community. I'm not posting up receipts of Gears of War. None of the communities, Pokemon, whatever it might be. People don't want to believe it. That's completely fine. I don't need to convince them. I'm tuned into reality. This is it's disconnected to think that most girls are doing this.
He makes some great points, but you will see.
So what do you think about that?
I think I'm going to just go through this a little bit slowly for my
The floor is yours.
So women in the FGC are the ugly girls from high school that never got the attention they desperately wanted. I would argue that half of the men in the FGC were also only in the FGC at the time that they were because they were the socially awkward ones from high school as well, and not considered.
Although she is salty, she is right. A lot of the dudes were socially awkward in high school, and they found their own space, their own niche community to play their games and do what they want to do. So even though she is salty and she's being very, very patronizing with what she's saying, she has a point.
Okay, Ellie's not being patronizing there. I've grown up with Ellie, okay? I know when Ellie's being patronizing. She's 100% in her feelings there, but Ellie's very open with that. She wears her heart on her sleeve. She's not like me, where it's very difficult to get like a heightened reaction out of me or see me upset. These sort of things bother her 100% because Ellie has been in the Overwatch scene and she's been in the Counter-Strike scene. And I've seen how guys react to certain girls that just want to get on and do their thing. There's almost no content of Ellie on the internet other than what you see on my channel. If you go on her Instagram page, just her doing her doodles. She doesn't post up anywhere. She wants to keep herself to herself. When she goes to events, she asks me or someone else to come with her, and she sticks with us. She's not out here mingling with people. She doesn't have Twitter. Her Instagram is for memes and memes only. She doesn't have a YouTube page other than the one that I forced her into, and she still won't come on there. And she sometimes appears on mine. So there was a comment made earlier where this might be projecting. You can scour the internet, because I know trolls love doing that. I'm not saying Chilled Scrub is a troll, but I think people that might be watching this are thinking, oh, I'm going to go do some digging. Dig as much as you want. I've been around enough girls to know that they don't want their shit plastered everywhere. The problem is people live online and they see the big girls in the scene, the Twitter girls, pushing that shit, and they get a warped sense of reality.
Mainstream attractive. And I would also say that thank God that there was socially awkward girls that were also seeking a space and found a common hobby to share with other socially awkward people, and it brought them together. And because of those spaces, those men and those girls, what's the word I'm looking for here?
Coexist?
No, they managed to like create relationships. Maybe the first ones they've ever had.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like, oh, I met my first boyfriend, because we played fighting games together. Do you see what I'm saying?
Although that can possibly happen, that is not the common thing to happen. That's not what you're going to see often. A lot of times, I'm gonna go full screen for this. From what I've seen, and if you want to check me on this, all you have to do is go on Twitter, type in the name Angel20Z, it will pop up. All you're going to do is see e-thottery. That's what you're going to see. Matter of fact, there was a case not too long ago where a man got falsely accused of SA due to these FGC chicks. I'm not going to put his name out there. I'm glad that the case is working out, and I hope that he gets the justice that he deserves. But these are the things that are actually happening, not this fluff fairy tale bullshit where, oh yeah, man, this is my first relationship from the FGC. Can it happen? Yes, but what's actually happening on the forefront is crap like that. But she does have a point that a lot of men were socially awkward when they came out to the FGC in high school, so they migrated to the FGC and they found their own common place. And in his case, the person who's making the original post, I'm like, I can see where he's coming from. I found a place. The women didn't want me. I was bullied through high school or middle school or somewhat college. I found a place where I get along with these people. I would rather not have that dynamic ruined. I totally understand that, especially in this social climate that we have right now where women are pedestalized above men. It's not equality. They're pedestalized above men to the point where they can't say anything without being in trouble. Yeah, I can see where he's coming from. A lot of people are not going to agree with what I have to say. A lot of people are not going to agree with what he has to say, but I can definitely see his point, and I can somewhat see what she's saying too. Even though I somewhat disagree with it, I see it.
Okay, so are there cases of girls in the FGC accusing men of assault? Yes, we've covered them on the channel before. If you are making out that is the majority of girls, that is nonsense. Are there predatory girls in this scene that will prey on guys and then accuse them of things? Yes. But if you think that I put 10 girls from the FGC in a room and you think all 10 of them are doing that, you are disconnected from reality. That is not happening. The same way, the same argument that they use against men, where they call us predators in the scene. These lonely, pathetic guys, they're in the scene, they see a girl, they get a whiff of her, they go to prey on her. If you think you put my, like all the guys I know in the FGC in a room, and a bunch of girls were to sit there and go, yeah, they're all predators. Why? Because they're men. It's not the majority of people. There are people on both sides that are doing it. Even to generalize would be unfair. It is incorrect. There are some girls doing it. There are. Just like there are some guys preying on underage kids in a lot of these scenes. But is it the majority? No. And there's no evidence to support that. He cited somebody called Angels 2Z or something, Angels 20Z. Who the hell is that? And I don't even need to know who that is. That's one person. Now let's say that there's 5 girls that have done it in a week versus how many girls are playing games with us throughout that week. The majority of those girls are just minding their business, playing the games. The idea that you think majority of girls are out here accusing guys of sexual assault is insane. Absolutely insane. And I don't want to make any assumptions, but I feel like bro might have been watching Fresh and Fit a bit too much. This is just not true. This is ridiculous.
Hell, that's how me and Rico met. So this idea that they only played because, you know, and it's like a bad or negative thing, it's a good thing that people that were maybe ostracized because they were considered ugly had a space to actually be and to find people that, you know, had a like. I'm so mad that I'm like jumbling my words.
Do you know what I find funny about this guy in particular is
their crushes didn't want them. No, dude, you're just angry because even when you were in that, the people and the girls that were in that with you didn't want you then.
Yeah.
That's probably
Right there, that statement she just made proves why he doesn't want women in that sphere at all. By you giving this angry and tilted response, it exemplifies everything of why he doesn't want to have women in the FGC at all. So you know this for when you first said it, you know going full and well that he probably does not have the best relationship with women. He probably is socially awkward. He finds a community, women join this community, he doesn't want them there. You hit on where it hurts first, you don't get no bitches. Why prove his point further? If you're going to take the actual high road, then take the high road. Let him have it. But you didn't. You prove his point. Just saying.
okay. I don't know where he got that we were taking a high road. I have no idea where he got that from. But anyway, I'm going to ignore that part. Let's replace women with black people. Yeah? Let's replace women with black people. Let's replace every single statement in there with black people and statistics that are attributed against black people. Right? Violence and whatever it might be. Would it be out of the realms of possibility for a black person to read that tweet and get annoyed? Whether it's sex, whether it's about you talking about violence or stealing or whatever you're saying, and it ends with a call to action, get black people out of the FGC. Do you think that a black person would be within reason to get annoyed? And then you have the audacity to go, there it is right there, like it's a gotcha. Like it's a gotcha. Of course, a woman reading get women out of gaming is going to get annoyed by that. It's almost as if the emotions don't exist. Can you imagine? Replace that with Muslims and then attribute statistics or talking points that people use against Muslims. Just replace woman with Muslim for the FGC argument. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is bad faith talking points. Of course, someone that belongs to the group that you are talking about in poor taste is going to get annoyed by it. Of course. That is not grounds to get somebody out of the scene. That is grounds to improve your argument. Dalton's argument is trash. And I already told Chilled Scrub as well. The only reason I didn't go in on Dalton's argument is because Ellie was sitting next to me and I didn't really feel like it. Now I'm going to give you my thoughts on it as the video progresses. But this is a terrible, terrible argument. If someone walked up to me and said, "See, this is why we need to get girls out," and I said, "What do you mean?" and he said, "Oh, because they get tilted. Tilted over what? When we say things about their gender or their sex." I'd say, "Well, why are you dissing them?" Of course they're gonna get tilted.
He's probably still burning that even the fucking people he considered the ugly girls from high school still didn't fucking want you. That's...
It sounds like you're taking this more personally than he is. I'm going to be real with you. You're taking this way more personal than he is. Well, you still couldn't get those ugly girls anyway. And so the fuck what? It is what it is. Just like how I'm responding to this video, y'all made a whole entire video off of this. So what are we saying?
It's the truth.
But I do think it's funny that somebody looks like him. And this is why I don't go around talking about people's looks, because I'm not
When people do shit like that, I want everybody to pay attention. When people do things like that, right? You notice how he just said, when people look like that, and I don't like to make comments about people's physical appearance, you're about to say something that's really fucked up. Pay attention.
not God's gift to humanity.
Fuck
and
you.
He certainly is.
Sorry, I'm like talking directly at that photo like he's there.
Talking about other people's looks when you look like that is quite hilarious. But
I'm sorry, but
everyone's
I
got
really
their
don't.
taste, I
I
guess.
really.
In this situation, since we're doing this, I'm going to be rude too. Wouldn't you, by saying that, be calling the pot calling the kettle black because you're...
Let me stop him right there. You see, what Chill did is something that a lot of people do when they're reacting. I've heard what he has to say, so I already know. It's not like I'm cutting him up and I don't know what's coming next. But he cut me up in a moment where I said, I don't like talking about people's looks because I know myself that I'm not God's gift to humanity. But whilst I was saying that, he cut me up, so he didn't get the full context. So he thinks that I am making out like I am God's gift to humanity, or I'm a super good looking guy, and that I am talking from a place of being above that guy. What I said before he cut me up was, I don't really like talking about people's looks because I'm not God's gift to humanity. I don't really feel like I've got grounds to do it. But you are, no, that's your opinion. Cut my hair and I'll look better. But he cut me up, which is a problem. And the thing is that, no, I appreciate that you guys think that I'm decent looking. I appreciate that. I'm just saying, that's how I view myself. And so that's why I made that comment. But he tried to make out like I was talking from a place here. That's not the case. But if you're going to start making comments about people, then yeah, we're going to call into question how you look. You want me to go bald? But if you think I'm ugly now, trust me, you don't want that.
You're not the most attractive person in the world either. I know I'm not, far from it, but no, brother, not at all. I don't understand the goal that you have with that statement, but let's continue.
Do not make it a habit to talk about people's looks because I don't think it's a particularly nice thing to do.
Yeah.
But when you sit there and you speak about other people's looks, you open the door to be torn down yourself. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You don't get the right to do that. And that's
My
horrible.
stance.
He absolutely gets the right to say what he wants to say. Now, that doesn't void him of consequences of what he said, but yeah, he can say what he wants. He can say that the ugly girls in high school are the new FGC chicks, and until his point, I somewhat agree with it. But you're seeming like he hit a soft spot for you more so than him. That's all I'm saying. You know, the hit dog will holler. I'm like, it's true. People like Angel, I'll just say the names, I don't care. Angel 20Z, Monty Too Sweet, what's her name? Ciro Blast, all the trans woman thingy, whatever they want to call themselves. Yeah, those are those people. Yes, those are the people I'm pretty sure he's talking about that he doesn't want in the FGC. Cuddlecore, all those names, right? I get it. I wholeheartedly get it. I'm sorry, I get it.
I feel like I should let the video go on because that was such a dumb thing to say that I don't even think it's worth gratifying with a response. This is giving insult energy. No, I'm not going to call him an insult. I mean, I think he said he's got a missus. I'm not sure, like, look, I don't, fun fact, you guys don't know this. Cuddlecore blocked me on Twitter. I have no idea why. Never spoken to Cuddlecore in my life. But she blocked me on Twitter for some reason. Maybe I put something offensive up. I don't know, but that's besides the point. That was a disastrous point. I mean, first of all, if it was as widespread as he was making out, he wouldn't have been struggling to pull names. He would have just been rattling off names. Okay, but there are people, like I've said, and that Cuddlecore, I don't think she's out here siphoning men's money, or she's got an OnlyFans or anything like that. Listen, I don't know why Cuddlecore don't like me, but I'm not going to speak down on her. I don't know what I did to her, but I don't know how she's fallen into this bracket. I think someone said that she plays identity politics or something. I don't know. I've never interacted with Cuddlecore. I've never been on her Twitter, apart from that time where it was pointed out to me. But I probably made an offensive joke because she didn't like it. She seems like a wholesome person. I didn't take offense to it. I know I put up offensive things. That's fine, mate. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. I had no intention of talking to Cuddlecore anyway. But I don't know how she is being included in this.
I'm just not, unlike most people. I'm actually proud of him that he's brave enough to actually voice his opinion. Most people are scared to say it because they know how it's going to look, and they're playing politics instead of just actually saying how they truly feel about things. And maybe we can come to some kind of understanding and have actual, talk about it. But if you can't say what you want to say, you can never have that conversation. On
this is he's talking about how all of them. Sorry, I just need to stop that right there. This whole I can't say being brave thing. These guys love to paint it like they're out here fighting the good fight or something, or fighting some sort of war. I say things on this channel all the time. That you guys disagree with. You don't agree with some of my takes, and it's cool. We keep it cordial. These guys make out like they're out here brandishing a flag, and if they speak their mind, they're going to be shut down on everything. Maybe you're just being banned on everything because you're an os. Maybe you do. I would like to know what Dalton was banned for. I'd like to know what that... Each one of them in that whole dissident FGC, I think I've got an idea of what Arturo was, but I'm not going to get into that now. I'm going to speak to him at a later date. But all this, cancelled me, I'm brave. You're playing fucking fighting games, guys. Like, relax. Okay? We're playing fighting games here. No one's making a lot of money from this. This is all for fun. You guys are acting like you're out here fighting the good fight. It's ridiculous. These girls, he's making out there's a lot of OnlyFans girls or fans of these girls in the FGC, which is not true.
No, it absolutely is true. There's a lot of OnlyFans chicks. Prime example. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I was trying to avoid saying it. I wanted to keep this as clean as possible, but I don't care. Angel 20Z.
Okay, before he says it, how many times has he said Angel 20Z? How many times has he used this, whoever this girl is, as a reference? He said her name 3 or 4 times now. The argument is that there's not a widespread issue. Yeah? I know the transitions are killing me as well, but it's not a widespread issue. He's mentioned Angels 20Z. Is Angels 20Z Arturo? I don't know who the fuck that is. It doesn't matter. He keeps on mentioning the same person. If you have to keep on referencing the same person over and over again, you're kind of defeating your own point. You should be able to give out multiple names. He said he's been in the FGC for a long time. Where are these names? I want to see at least 100. Give me 100 names. Verified. These are OnlyFans models. And then we can talk. Because like I said, I've got a Discord with almost 800 people, and then I have another Discord with loads of people in there, and I've been in the FGC. So I've seen loads and loads of different girls. You know what? We'll lower it. 50. Even 50, I guarantee you that's not going to happen. Even if I was being generous, I could even lower it to 40. And then we put that number against all the other girls that are just minding their business, playing their games. Huddlecore doesn't have an OnlyFans. I don't even know why her name was brought up into this.
I had the displeasure of looking at her Twitter and watching her vigorously blow cocks and getting semen on her face. Yeah, that was awesome to see as I'm scrolling down while she was talking crap to me and a couple of other of my friends that are on Twitter that prominently is in the quote-unquote FGC that are trying to get people falsely accused for sexual assault. Yeah, no, these things actually do happen. Like I just said before, they know what they're doing. You're using what you have to your advantage. You know these dudes in the FGC do not get laid. You're using that and you're going to promote your OnlyFans or whatever because you know that these dudes are down on their luck. It just is what it is. Sorry.
Again, no one said these things don't happen. No one's saying there's not OnlyFans girls in there. This is what I said to him on Twitter. He was not listening. The key word here is majority. You are talking about an isolated incident. Now, even if there were 10 of those incidents, those are still not the majority of girls in the FGC. It just isn't. This is a terrible argument. And he made a comment about using the English language correctly earlier on. Can you explain, do we understand what majority means here? Do we understand what majority means there? I'm not doubting that this Angel 20Z person did this, okay? He's very fixated on this, so I'm sure it happened. But to make out like the Angels 20Z scenario is the scenario of girls in the FGC is insane. This is an insanely disconnected red pill take. Let's be honest. This is a very, very like super red pill take to make out like all girls are doing this or majority. I'm sure he doesn't believe all girls are because that would be absolutely batshit crazy. But even majority, even generally, is not true. And I've been in the FGC since 2007. Even down here in the UK, yes, there are OnlyFans girls. In Europe, yes, there are. I'm aware of some of them, but this is BS. There are some, but there's not a lot. And my thing is, you know what I've always been like? I've always looked at the grassroots problem. I think the grassroots problem is men, and I think that the reason that they're the problem is because
You're going to be surprised by what I say about this, but Mike Hollow, right? Mike Hollow is actually 110% right when he said that statement right there. There's a lot of things he's going to say throughout this video that I disagree with, but this one, he's right. Although we can sit here and point the finger at women all day, at the end of the day, it's the men's fault for going for it in the first place. I actively preach on this and I will die on this hill. If dudes today said, you know what, we're not going for the OnlyFans content, we're not going for bitches shaking their ass 24/7, we're not gonna go into these club environments, we're not gonna go where we not want to, we're gonna do our thing over here, we gonna level up or do whatever, and that's gonna be that, shit ceases. Same thing with the FGC. Men want these women in the FGC thinking that it's gonna be an easy lick and they finna get laid. Nah. You was lame then, and I hate to say it, you're probably lame now, and you probably just have to be okay with and accept that. It's not going to change. Women want who they want, men want who they want. Nobody wants a fat chick, no woman wants a broke dude. As ugly as it sounds, it's just the truth. You can't get around it. It just is what it is. Sorry.
because how do we only find? I mean, you know what? Let's just continue watching. Trans girls make money through men, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
They come through
Facts.
us. Now, I understand there's a lot of lonely men that get preyed on. Now, if we just take his example and run with it, even though it's bullshit, we'll run with it for a second. The way I look at this is that if I've got a bunch of men around me, or if I've got some level of influence, I will try to influence those men to do things to better themselves and eventually walk away from giving OnlyFans girls money.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I think it's pointless to make a post like this because the women in the FGC are not going anywhere.
Absolutely.
No self.
Influence can only work so far. I've tried it myself. People are going to do what they want to do. You can be the most positive influence in the world. If they are addicted to the video games, they have to break that cycle themselves. If they're not taking care of themselves and they're run down, they're not dressed proper, they don't, take care of themselves, whatever have you, that's on them. They have to want to fix that. Now, you can be the guiding light or the so-called influencer, but it has to start here. It has to start with you. It can't start with anybody else.
Yeah, everyone understands that. That's stating the obvious. You have to want to change. But some people can give you a kick up the arse to help you along the way. That is stating the obvious. That is with all things in life. When sometimes people want to change and they don't have the drive to do it, someone that does have the drive to do it can give them a kick up the arse and push them in the right direction. So yeah, influence does only go so far. But there's varying degrees of influence. Now, I don't know what his influence is in his personal life, but I know that within at least YouTube and Twitter, and within, I can't speak to the American FGC, but in the UK, I have a decent amount of influence. I can talk to people, and people do message me. I'm sorry if I haven't replied to any DMs recently, bro. I'm trying to get around to them. But I have a decent amount of influence. I try to use it for good, and I tell guys, you know, let's stay in the gym. I made a fitness page on my Discord, even though I'm not active in there myself. But you can use your power and your influence to do good things. It will only go so far, but it's much better than posting bullshit like this. I want you guys to read, what does that say at the bottom? Get women out of gaming. What is get women out of gaming? What is that? That's a call to action. Does anyone actually think that's going to happen? Does anyone here in their right mind actually think that's going to happen? You may want it to happen. You may want it to happen. But it's not going to happen. That is a call to action. Get women out of gaming is a call to action. It's not going to happen. So the problem with Dalton's tweet and the problem with Chilled Scrub is that I am dealing with the reality of the situation. The reality of the situation is whether you like women in the FGC or not, whether you think it's a male-dominated space or not, whether you think they should be there or not, does not matter because they are there. So to deal with it in a realistic sense, if you think guys around you are giving their paychecks to OnlyFans models or trying to bed the e-girl and wasting all of their time, the only realistic thing to do is to use your influence and try to push some of your goodwill on them to get them out of that situation. For anyone that is watching that doesn't want women in gaming, that's your opinion. You have the right to that opinion. I don't care to try and change your mind. But what I am saying is that that call to action is not going to happen. Therefore, Dalton's post is a waste of time. A better use of time. And this is not me ordering. This is not me ordering men to do this. This is just me suggesting, which is something we're going to touch on later because he messed up on there as well. A better use of time, I'm suggesting, is to just help the guys around you that you think are losers and help pull them out of the dark. So they're not giving money to OnlyFans models if you think that's happening widespread. Get women out of gaming is a call to action, and no one is going to do that. Certainly not in the FGC. Any guys that have any influence in this scene, myself included, is not going to push for that. Will actively push back against it. And I hate to break it to anyone that's watching now wants to get women out of gaming, you will lose that fight. That's not a fight you can win. I'm not saying that from a big-headed standpoint. I'm just looking at it like realistically. You're not going to win that fight. So why don't you use your time more constructively? And that is why I called this post rage bait. It serves no purpose other than to enrage people, farm engagement, which it successfully did, and then that's it. We're here having this conversation now to further prove that it's a stupid talking point and it's not going to happen. It doesn't matter how much you want it to happen. It's not going to, objectively speaking. Effective man is going to push girls out collectively of the FGC, so it's kind of a waste of time to post that up.
I'm sorry, I would definitely, with the social climate the way it is now, I would definitely push that shit out too. And the reason I say that, let me go full screen so I can be a bit more personal about it. The reason why I would push this shit out is because I know where women's headspace is at the time. Most of these women are not being classy. Most of these women are not being respectful. Most of these women come in here entitled and think they run shit. No, I would not want that in the sphere of gaming, in a competitive nature, in a competitive mode, or a place where it's super competitive. Why would you want to have that there? Nah, they can stay over there. Like, I firmly believe there are certain...
Let's just stop for a second. I wanted to let him finish his point, but he made a whole comment about they're not being classy or whatever. Do you think majority of male gamers are being classy as well? Have you not been to some of these tournaments? You said that you've been to FGC tournaments. You think majority of male gamers are classy? What are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. When I go to one of the biggest complaints that you get at tournaments is the place stinks. Right? Now, what I would like to go to a tournament that doesn't stink. I, unlike some of these guys, take a shower every day. Should we push men out of the FGC because they don't shower, apparently? I mean, they are male-dominated spaces, right? You go to a tournament, 90% men. Yeah, shout out to Smash. They stink, right? You wouldn't say a stinky person's classy. we wouldn't say they at least hold themselves with any level of respect. Bear in mind, these guys are walking around with arcade sticks with a full set of clothes on and can go and buy food. Therefore, they have the means to go and shower. You can own an arcade stick, you must have access to a shower. Otherwise, your life priorities are all the way fucked up. And yet, some of them take their shoes and socks off. I've been to tournaments, and my man's been sitting on the stage with me and taking his shoes and socks off. And I'm sitting there looking at him like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? This whole majority of these women are not being classy. Maybe. Let's say they're not. Neither a majority of the guys. I would like for them to shower. I think we could all agree on that. Showering would be good. And it would be nice if you could talk to your friends. And listen, if I had guys in the scene that were behaving like this, thank God I don't. That sort of girl walk into a tournament. I mean, we had Mimi on here. We had Mrs. Play Stuff on here. And we had Jinmei on here. All very pretty women. But when Jinmei said herself, she goes to a tournament, yeah, sometimes guys will flock around her and they'll try to rizz her up. She's just trying to do Devil Jin combos. Would you say that's classy to be surrounded by a bunch of guys? Now, when I went to Versus fighting, there were some pretty girls there in cosplay. And they were being surrounded. And I saw one of them looking around like, and me and my friend were just there like, what? No, like, come on, man. The thirst is, do you think that's classy? No, obviously not. Okay? So, if you want to push women out of the FGC for not being classy, we're not going to have a fine game community because the majority of these guys that go to these tournaments, they don't particularly behave in the classiest way, or at least a decent number of them. We've seen pictures of guys standing up at tournaments and there's piss on the fucking chair. Okay, so don't talk about class. This guy's been in the FGC for a long time as well. He should know better.
Certain spots for men, there are certain spots for women. We don't need to blend everything. We don't. It don't have to happen. If women today said, you know what, we want this spot where men are not allowed, I am all for it. Do your thing over there. I don't want to be there anyway. Have at it. Great. I don't see men on often or at all as saying, man, yeah, I just have to be in this women's space. Besides these weird dudes in the head that think they're women when they're not. But besides that, normal heterosexual men are not pushing to invade women's spaces. Throughout history, it's always been women invading men's spaces. It always has been, and it probably always will be. Where the men are at, the women will follow. Plain and simple.
Wait, let me just get this transition off the screen. I would look at gaming is not a space exclusively for men. Gaming is for everyone to enter. As long as you're a decent, upstanding member of society and you're not out here doing crazy shit, shout outs to Guilty Gear, then you are welcome in the scene. It doesn't matter if you're a man. It's a male-dominated space, yes. But it is not for men exclusively. It's for everybody. And again, no self-respecting man is going to push women out of the gaming space. I remember being at Trocadero Arcade with Cobra Commander and all those guys from way back in the day on the Tekken scene, wanting girls to show up. And when they would, we would welcome them in and be like, come play. We don't bite. It's all good. And then when they got used to being with us there, then we'd like introduce them to our banter and we start ripping into them. And it was all bless. Don't know what is going on over in America. I see this coming up more and more often on Twitter. Over here in the UK, girls are good, man. We're good with you. Maybe you American girls come over here. We'll take care of you. But this is ridiculous. It's not a male-only space. Like, if I was going on a camping trip with my boys, or we had like a boy, or like a, I don't know, what do they call them? Gentlemen's clubs or whatever. Those are male-dominated spaces. I don't want any girls with me when I'm going on my boys' holiday. That's my male space. And if you want to enter it, tough shit. This is for me and my boys. But gaming's not that. Gaming is not being with the boys in the woods, you know, talking about whatever stories you have from Thailand. Or wherever it is you might have been. This is a space for everyone. And again, this is a useless talking point. It's a useless talking point because it's not going to happen. I know that there's guys out there that don't want girls in gaming. I know. I hear you. I can hear you. I've seen you on Twitter. I hear this video. I'm just letting you know. It's not going to happen. Now, are there bad girls in the scene? Are there bad girls that have taken over development of certain games where you think men should be developing this game because they'll understand it? Of course. There have been. But that doesn't mean push women out of gaming. That just means that there are going to be specific scenarios where you're going to need more of a male presence when you're developing a game or you're doing something, and you're going to need more of a female presence in other areas of it. Like HR, right? HR is dominated by women. Understandably so. But in these sort of scenarios, we don't gatekeep. There's not even a point trying to gatekeep, because like I said, the guys that have more influence in this scene and the guys that are in charge of things are not going to allow this to happen. Whether you agree with their politics or not, whether you think they're a bad person or not, I'm just letting you know this is a waste of your time. This is a monumental waste of your time. I can say that with my whole chest. It's never going to happen. What could happen is you could decide to run a tournament and it's men only, and that's your tournament. No one can say anything to you. But Evo, Frosty Faustings, whatever it's called, Curly Mustache, or whatever these tournaments are called, they're not going to stop women from coming. They're just not. So use your. I'm suggesting that, I'm not ordering. Use your time better. And my boys and be like, guys, let's. And I know people get on to me about this all the time, but you can speak to this because I did it with you. When your life is not going well and things are not going great, what was the one thing I said to you, Ellie? Just wake up in the morning, let's go for a jog. Just go for a jog, clear your mind, it'll make your day better. Let's go lift some weights. Yeah. We did it for what, like a year? And it made things better. And I always tell people to start with the gym or start with a martial art. It will clear your mind, it will teach you discipline. And I guarantee you the guys on here that are giving their money to OnlyFans girls or funneling their funds away to e-girls or whatever, if you like
are also not funneling it into a gym membership.
Yeah, like, use it for something that's constructive and teach them to do it. If this guy has any level of influence, rather than putting up a pointless post like this, which is untrue anyway.
It's not pointless, and it's just an opinion. This is an opinion. He can say what he wants. Freedom of speech. Let's not try to...
That's not an opinion. He's saying that women in the FGC are the ugly girls and that they are the majority. You're making out that they're the majority OnlyFans. That's either fact or fiction. That's fact or fiction. Are majority of girls in the FGC OnlyFans and Fansly models? Yes or no? That's not an opinion. It says women in the FGC are either e-girls or trans. That's not an opinion, okay? We have to be very clear here. That's a statement. You're putting that as matter of fact. Again, I do find it funny that the way I was almost policed on how to use the English language here when we can't even iron out what an opinion is. Either women in the FGC are e-girls or trans, or they're not. That's fact or fiction.
You know, you can blurring the line here. You know, freedom of speech. People can say what they want until you don't like it.
Why not look at the guys where you're like, oh, you know, for lack of a better word, he finds pathetic, and be like, let me pull you out of the dark. Let's build a little community here together. Let's try to do something. Instead, he's just dragging women through the mud.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think...
He's not dragging them through the mud. He's saying things that they actually do, and he just said, I just don't want that in the community.
I'm angry because it's always like the women's fault, and like the onus is always on get women out of this.
If more women took accountability for other women, if more women took accountability for the shit that women do and held each other accountable, most men wouldn't have a reason to make these kind of posts. When men...
Yeah, if more men held other men accountable, there wouldn't be a myriad of smash videos on my channel with people knowing that they were messing with children and not saying anything. If more men held other men accountable, there wouldn't be so many videos on other people's channels, like maybe technicals or whatever, where people know they're doing no good behind the scenes and no one's saying anything. Right? Now, are there women doing bad things that are not holding other people accountable? Sure. But this is a male-dominated space, and most of the scandals that we hear coming out of this are from men, obviously, if they're going to take up most of the space. But if we are the majority, then why is the majority not holding, let's say, the minority that are doing the bad things accountable? How many times do we hear that so-and-so was doing something in a Discord with a minor? So-and-so was in a hotel room with a minor, and there's other people present. No one says anything for months, and then we hear... oh, you know, this come out now, but I didn't want to say anything because I was worried about my career. This is nonsense. Men hold each other accountable in this scene. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, this is mad.
men do shit, other men hold them accountable at all times. I'm pretty sure there's somebody right now that's gonna have their picket fence saying he's a misogynist and he's a bigot somewhere after I make this video. I guarantee it. There is no shortage of men holding other men accountable. But with women, women do not hold each other accountable. Men don't hold them accountable, and this is why they.
This is he 100% watches Fresh and Fit or like Red Pill content or something. These are Red Pill talking points. These are 100% Red Pill talking points. This whole hold men accountable thing, even if you look at it in like real life, did you guys hear that there was a Telegram group of 70,000 men posting their wives and their daughters and their sisters or family members and talking about ways that they were going to grape them, and then send the post out to people. If you don't believe me, type it in on Google. The articles are everywhere. 70,000 members were in this group, and they looked through the group. It was exclusively men, and people knew about this group on Telegram, and no one said anything. And if you look at the majority of violence in the UK, or you look at the majority of violence in America, who's it caused by? Men. This whole idea that we hold each other accountable is bullshit. We don't. There's not enough people holding each other accountable. Do women hold each other accountable either? Probably not. But saying that there's no shortage of men holding each other accountable, even in these tournaments. Even in these tournaments when things are going on, people go hush about it. Guys, I'll be real with you, okay? I'm not going to say anything because I swore I wouldn't. But I know things that have happened behind the scenes. Nothing like predatory or whatever, but where people have been treated unjustly, or like they've not been paid, or they've been picked on or something. And no one, like, people have not said anything, and then the person that I've spoken to where I know it's happened to them, they're like, we've settled it now, just don't bring it up. These things happen, and this is happening between men, and I'm saying to them, why don't you say something? This is your like livelihood or whatever. Don't want to say anything because of these whole like groups or whatever that we have in the FGC. Oh, this whole like, oh, we hold each other accountable, BS. Humans have an accountability problem in general. Yeah, it was 70,000 on Telegram. It's fucking diabolical. Imagine that. And that's just 70,000 they found in the group at the time. I don't think they know how long that group has existed or how many iterations of the group have existed. But no, there is a serious shortage of men holding other men accountable. Which is kind of why you end up getting people that like either blow up or they have a certain level of influence, because people will flock to them and then they use their influence either for good or bad. But most people just put their head in the sand and they're like, I didn't see anything. It's not my problem.
Get entitled and they say the shit that she's saying right now. He has a right to an opinion. You can disagree with it as you do right now. I can agree with it as I do right now. It's not really hurting anybody. It's just that simple.
Space where it's like outside, your whole life is not this space.
Yeah.
Yeah? Like, you have to coexist with women everywhere else in your life. You don't own gaming. It's wild to think that you could use your opinion and then just be like, I'm gonna
he never said he owned gaming.
Advocate for women to completely be out of gaming.
Yeah.
And to actually die on that hill is mad to me.
Well,
because I just think this is such a...
He doesn't have to say word for word he owns gaming. If you're... Earlier on, he said that gaming is a male-dominated space, so he made that assertion, right? Because he said that women and men don't need to mix. We can do our thing over here, and they can do their thing over there. Meaning, he's saying the thing over here is gaming. Therefore, Dalton and Chilled Scrub is implying that gaming it should be owned by men. So if you're saying get women out of gaming, you're asserting that this is a space that we dominate, that we own, and we should get them out of here. Because we own it. Why do I need to explain this? This is like kindergarten level thinking. Like, this is ridiculous. If you are advocating for them to get out of gaming and it's a male dominated space and you believe that space belongs to us, and by Chilled Scrub's own volition, he said that they should be over there and we should be over there, and he's cool with that. See you later, man. You take care. Then you think that you own it. You think that you own it. You both think that you own it.
stupid thing to say.
Even this accusation here, around 2016, you'd be surprised how many of these egos would sleep around with top players for free flights to events. Where are the receipts? You can't just say something like that without posting some receipts. Otherwise, you've just thrown a statement out there. We could just say you're lying and you can't prove it.
Let's say that was happening. Let's say that was happening. Are the top players complaining about it?
Yeah, maybe.
Do the top players have a fucking problem with it?
Well, of course they wouldn't. They're beneficiaries of whatever's happening. Why would they say anything? But let's go a little deeper into this, right? Of course, the dudes at the bottom of the FGC are going to complain because it's reminiscent, it's essentially PTSD of what they went through middle school, high school, college. They weren't getting any girls in middle school, they weren't getting any girls in high school, they're not getting any girls in college, and they finally found a place where they do, and the same shit happens where there's this social hierarchy because women have joined, right? I can see where he's coming from with this. Remedy the situation, get women out. Now, my caveat with this is, if women do join the FGC, right, they should not garner attention just solely based off of looks, which shouldn't have happened. It's just biology, can't beat it. It should be a meritocracy. When it's just mostly men in the FGC, you're based off your merit. If you're good, you're good. If you're bad, you're bad. And it just is what it is. That's what motivates people to get good in the game at the first place.
Wait, what the hell's going on in the chat? You guys having an argument that I've missed out on? I'm baffled. What the hell is going on? I'll just get back to the video.
Place. Because most people ain't gonna listen to you if you're fucking garbage. But when it comes to women, we give women voices and they say things, and they have some of them, not all of them, have absolutely no idea what they're talking about. Now there are some women that are godlike at games, but for the most part, a lot of them are rubbish. It just is what it, because that's not their realm. They don't do this. It just is what it is. It's not me being mean. It's just the truth. They don't do it. So they finally find a space where, again, men find a space where, hey, I'm competitive. I love this space. I found some comrades, some people I really enjoy playing the game with. And now I got to be reminded of middle school, high school, and college all over again.
That's tough shit. That's, if you're there to play the game, why are you worrying about who the top players are having sex with? If your whole thing is to compete, you just brought up competing, right? When I go to tournaments, I'm not talking to e-girls. I'm not talking to OnlyFans models if they're there. I'm trying to get that prize money. Right? Competition. Why are you worrying what the top players are doing? Strive to be the best, become a top player, and then when the girl comes and says, hey, I'll give you some bucks for a free flight to wherever you're going, you can say no and put her in her place, right? Now, what the fuck is this? I have to be reminded that I was rejected in school. Get your game up then. What do you want? I don't understand what you want. So you want these girls to not be there. Or sorry, you don't want the top players to sleep with them, but the top players are not complaining. They're paying out of pocket for these girls. How does that affect you? Oh, because I have to be reminded that I ain't shit. Get your game up then. Why are you playing games? Go get a job and go to the fucking gym. No, that's where you start. Get a job, get some money in your pocket, and go to the gym. Yeah, get your game up. Like, imagine sitting there and seeing another guy catching W's and girls want to like throw themselves at him, and you're like, it's year 10 all over again. What the fuck? You got bigger problems if that's what you're worrying about. You got bigger problems, but I'm sorry. I'm not saying that he has that problem. He's talking on behalf of these people that have this problem. I'm sorry. That's not the OnlyFans girl's problem. That's not the top player's problem. If the OnlyFans model is putting chloroform over the guy's face to get him to buy her a plane ticket, and she's wrapping him up and she's putting herself on the plane, she's putting herself on the private jet, and they're shooting off to Evo, then we got a problem. But if she walks up to the player and she says, hey, I really want to go to Evo and I've got a banging set of tits. Do you want to work something out here? And the top player says yes. That ain't none of your business. That ain't none of your business. What you can do is you can get together with your boys, all become sick players at the game, and then when the girl with the nice pair of tits comes up to you and says, hey, I'm willing to exchange flights for the Mile High Club or whatever. You can say no, problem solved. Instead, what's happening here is that you're talking on behalf of people that can't finish Iron Man, Spider-Man combos correctly, and they also don't have a job. What are we arguing for here? PTSD. Jesus Christ. Imagine being a soldier back from war and hearing PTSD over something like that. I got PTSD because I used to walk into the basketball court with my boys, but the girls used to poke my belly. And now I'm getting flashbacks. Go to the gym. Start playing basketball then. What are you doing on the court and not throwing hoops? Get your game up. That's it. That's the way it goes. Get your game up. Be responsible. Take some accountability, right? He's just talking about accountability. Just talking about accountability. And now you're... How does this even make any sense? If you're looking at e-girls taking opportunities, they're not even taking your opportunities because the guy's not going to pay for your flight, right? You ain't got no box to offer him. So if you're looking over at somebody else and then you're looking at yourself, you're like, right, I'm fat and I'm shit at combos and I'm not getting anything. Take some accountability. Go home, get your Iron Man combos up, go to the gym, lose your gut, and become the top player. That's how you solve the problem.
Fucking awesome. Great.
Are they really angry that they're getting all this? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, they're not angry about it. So why are you angry on their behalf? Because you're a fucking salty bitch.
Yeah,
I mean, he could be salty. That is true. He could be salty, but you're also salty too.
Sorry.
probably, yeah. Yes, Ellie is salty. She wears her heart on her sleeve. This is how she is with absolutely everything. She is the most stereotypical Latina you could meet in your life. The most stereotypical. Actually no, I know one that's worse, but anything you say to her, you could walk downstairs to her and say, I prefer my Caesar salad this way, and she'll tell you why you're wrong in 10 different languages, and she'll make it feel like you're about to get stabbed. That's how she is with everything. But with this situation in particular, it hits a little closer to home because Ellie, as you guys know, is a gamer as well. She's also a gamer. I've watched her deal with things from other guys that were completely uncalled for. I've gotten involved in situations before where I know the guy's not going to do that to me, but he's done it to her because she's a girl. I'm not going to speak on her personal business, but I've seen it firsthand because she was a part of a different scene, not the FGC. She's just come with me to some tournaments. Honestly, this is mind-numbing.
Or maybe, this is just me throwing this out there. You see a lot of yourself in this post. I'm just saying. I don't know you personally, but you probably see a lot of yourself in this post.
Yeah, you don't know her personally, mate. You don't know her personally, and you're completely wrong. I know that's an easy jab to try and make, but you don't know her, and you're completely wrong. Ellie keeps herself to herself. She's very, very family orientated. She's here, making food, drawing her pictures, going to work, and sitting with the dogs. She's not out here doing e-thottery, or whatever you said it was. She's not projecting at all. And like I said, I know what people are like, oh, we're going to go start looking for a social. You ain't going to find shit. You're not going to find shit. There is nothing to look for. But please, waste your time and go ahead. Find the projection. I beg you. I mean, these guys are already grade A time wasters anyway, so you might as well fucking do it.
And maybe I'm being harsh, but it just reeks of that.
No, you're allowed to be harsh because what he said is harsh. It just is what it is. Speak your mind.
It's like, you'd be surprised how many of these egos would sleep around with the top players. Like, are you a top player?
Evidently not.
Evidently not, because they're not fucking you.
Is he even if this... I mean, I think he's banned from Smash
I just
everywhere.
think it's crazy to die on this hill and to be like, all women in the FGC are the ugly girls from high school. Okay, I'm reading it as all women because
It's a generalized statement. No, it's not an absolute. See, that's what you're doing. Stop doing that. I hate when people do that in general. It's a generalized statement. Generalized does not mean all. I'm going to say this one more time. I'm going to say it nice and clearly. Just because you generalize something doesn't mean it's all. General means majority, or more often than not. All means absolute. Generalized statement, not an absolute. Nowhere in that statement did he say all. He just said a general statement, man. Gotta stop doing that. We have to use the English language as intended. Stop trying to misinterpret shit on purpose to create a false narrative of what this person said. Take the post for what it actually is.
it's just women.
All right. So he condescendingly tried to make out like Ellie doesn't know how to use the English language. Let's have a read over the key points in this tweet. And let's just replace it with Muslim. Should we do that? Muslims in the FGC are the whatever you want to insert there, right? Now, if a Muslim person read that, they're not going to think it's a general statement, because nowhere in there did you specify that you're talking generally. You said women. Women is a blanket statement. Now, how do you think black people or Muslims would react if it said blacks in the FGC or Muslims? How do you think they would react? How can you sit there and talk about use the English language correctly to Ellie when she did use it correctly? It says get women out of gaming. If that said get blacks out of gaming, you can't turn around to somebody and say they're saying generally. They're saying generally. Get Muslims out of gaming would not be a general statement. That would be an absolute statement. Women, if I say women, if one of you walk up to me and say men ain't shit, that's different from saying some men ain't shit. Are we being for fucking real here? How can you sit there and tell Ellie to use the English language correctly and say you don't like it when people do this? There's nowhere in there that talks generally. It says women in the FGC are the ugly girls from high school. That is a matter of fact that he's trying to make there. He's trying to make an absolute point. It doesn't say women in the FGC are generally not as attractive as other girls in society. It's not my fault that I specify what I'm saying. If I'm speaking generally, I make that known. I don't say women in the FGC are the ugly girls from high school. That is an absolute statement. If you don't mean it to be absolute, then state otherwise. I would suggest, I'm not even going to put this on Dalton because I do believe Dalton was talking absolutely. Chilled Scrub would have to reevaluate how he uses generally and absolute. That's not how it's applied. You remove get women out of gaming and replace women with anything else, and I would guarantee you that entire group of people would be like, hey, what are you talking about? If it said get LGBT out of gaming, how do you think the LGBT community is going to react? Do you think they're going to go, he probably just means some of us, right? Are we being for fucking real here? Are we being for real here? Yes, I agree. Use the English language correctly and don't point fingers at people when you don't know how to do it yourself. That is an absolute statement. Women in the FGC are either e-girls or trans. It doesn't say women in the FGC could sometimes be e-girls and there are some transgender people in the FGC. That would be making a general statement, or you'd be pointing to the fact that there are some but not all. I don't even need to beat. I'm beating a dead horse now. This is like, yeah, I agree. Use the English language correctly. Yeah, just
Maybe, yeah.
It's a
but
blanket.
It's, yeah, like this is, and to start it there, for me, is just crazy. Like, I don't know what your main point is.
It's just rage bait.
Do you see what I'm saying? So, and
It's not rage bait. His main point is stated clearly throughout here. He thinks that a lot of the ugly women in high school and in middle school or in college, they didn't get the play they wanted from the dudes they wanted. You know, those top tier dudes that are probably basketball players, lawyers, whoever, pretty much high earning men or whatever have you. They didn't get those. They come to another section where they can get all the attention and validation they want from a lot of low dudes that are down on their luck. And there you have it. And it perpetuates the same hierarchy that you see in normal life outside of the FGC. It just is what it is.
and it got me good.
Yeah, it's excellent rage bait. I said it. Let me. The reason that it's rage bait, George Scrub, is that his whole talking point culminated in get women out of gaming. Gets women out of gaming is a call to action. That is a call to action. If Tommy Robinson posted this up, right? Let's just use Tommy Robinson or Donald Trump or Joe Biden or anyone else, and it said get so-and-so out of a particular thing, it would be a call to action. If I posted this up and I said, you guys saw me writing up on Twitter and saying, get white people out of gaming, you're not going to sit there and think, oh, yeah, it's just his opinion, blah, blah, blah. That is a call to action. Like, come on, man. Be for real. Jesus Christ. read to your post.
Learn, baby.
Let me read to you a post from one of his friends and what he said to me, because he's deleted that now. He took it down for obvious reasons.
I'm so sorry.
Quote unavailable. Someone took my quote. Hey, this is his friend, Tope. He goes to me, why is it that every time that anyone has anything to say about women, you are always in the comments saying, what about the man though? So first of all, I talk about loads of things. He's trying to frame it like I'm white knighting for women.
Just like you tried to frame it earlier as this dude is essentially a misogynist and that he's down on his luck, and how can you speak when you look like that? Very elitist, by the way, but you know what?
I'm not trying to frame it anyway. That is what I'm saying. Okay, let me be very clear. If a man turns around and says, gets women out of gaming, I'm going to look at you like you have a problem with women. That doesn't mean that there's not problematic women in gaming, both in development and competing. But get women out of gaming is an absolute statement. So yeah, I'm not trying to frame anything anyway. I'm being very, very clear. Yes, I do think those things of him. Me speaking on behalf of girls in the FGC that I'm close with, or my family, girls that also play games in other scenes, is not white knighting. That's being a good older brother. That's being a good older cousin. That's being a good friend. If there were women that were going around dragging men in the fashion that Dalton is doing it, but if on the flip side, I would say something to them as well. And you guys come to this channel all the time, so you see the range of people that I get into arguments with. But because these guys don't have anything to pull at, they'll say, oh, he's white knighting. He's white knighting. Because, of course, that's the easy talking point to go with.
Whatever, we could just say whatever we want, but play victim the moment somebody says something to you. I mean, it's a simple critique. Like, it seems like you're white knighting.
At the end of the day, I've got loads of...
Even though I do agree with your statement when you said that men do tend to be the problem some of the times when it comes down to a lot of these situations. Please, dudes, keep your balls in your dick, in your pants. If they don't want you, don't try to force it. It's okay.
Girls in the scene that I get on with, I've got you, I've got Chelsea, I've got other... Also, I was not acting like a victim. It's either fact or fiction. If Chilled Scrub thinks I'm a white knight, I don't really care. But if I'm making the argument against why I'm not, my argument is sound. Dalton's making stupid points. I'm pushing back against them. It's that simple. That's not white knighting. That's calling a spade a spade. You have a bad point. You happen to be talking about women. That's why we're having this conversation. That's not white knighting. This whole post is bullshit. All of it. There's no receipts from 2016 with these e-girls. It says you'd be surprised. He was very specific as well. Very, very specific. 2016, you'd be surprised how many. Very specific. Can we get some receipts? I want to see how many and how prevalent it was. But even then, the top players are accepting it. But why are you paying attention to it? It's not white knighting to point out when you're talking shit. It's just not. And it's not, on the flip side, whatever a woman would call me would not be that if I'm pointing out that they're talking bad on men. It is what it is. That is a buzzword that people use when they don't have anything constructive to say. As we have seen, 24 minutes of this video so far, not a single constructive point has been put forward. Girls in my life, if I see a bunch of loser dudes online saying shit about girls that they can't post receipts for or quantify, I'm gonna call them out.
But he never called out any girl that you knew specifically. He called out girls in general. Again, going back to that thing I said before, a general statement. So more often than not, you will probably see something like this, especially if you're heavy into the FGC. He never said anything about your personal friends, so you felt the need to defend some women that he never talked about. White knighting.
Absolute statements have been made here. These are not general statements. So much like any other group, Chilled Scrub, if you're watching, if you make an absolute statement, which is what these are, if you need me to show you what making generalizing statements is, I'm happy to do that. But these are absolutes. So yes, because I'm close with girls in the FGC, because my mods are girls in the FGC, because my cousins and family members and whatever are girls that play games and whatever, because I've got friends in my personal life, when I saw this statement, I felt to say something. That's not white knighting. Again, that is being a decent older sibling, that is being a decent older cousin, that's being a decent friend. When someone is online talking shit about people and it relates to them and they're talking in absolutes, which again this is, it's not generalizing, grab a dictionary, then that is why you would do that. And if it comes across like I'm being condescending, I am being condescending. I also want to make that perfectly clear. It is hilarious to me that a video would be made of this nature, pointing the finger at Ellie and myself for not using the English language correctly, when the tweet is right there and we all finished school, so we know what absolutes and generalizations are. Get women out of gaming is not a generalization. Okay?
That's white knighting.
Oh, guys, how many times do I call guys up?
Yeah, 100%.
My whole
That would be like me trying to defend my girlfriend over this statement. Oh, he's talking about women. You know, he said this thing that women shouldn't be in the FGC. If I told my girl this right now, that babe, you know what? You shouldn't be in the FGC and you shouldn't touch fighting games at all. She's going to look at me like, so I don't care, because she's normal and she doesn't care about the FGC in the first place. Ooh. It would sound retarded. Like, there's no reason for me to actually say, well, go to defend some girl that it has nothing to do with her. I wouldn't care. Again, he made a general statement. I'm not going to be like,
it's great that your girlfriend doesn't care about shit on the internet, but some girls do. Okay, so if you and your girl are able to disconnect and it doesn't bother her, fine, great. Your reality and your girl's reality is not the reality of everybody else. So how they see things, their perception, sorry, I should say. Your perception and your girl's perception on the FGC and what they're saying about women, she doesn't care. Fantastic. That's your girl though. That's one girl. I'm not interested in the opinions of every single person. I entered that Twitter space, which you're unaware of before you made this video, and I had interactions with these guys on more than one occasion because I didn't like the things that they were saying. If you don't care and your girl don't care, that's fantastic. I don't care. But if I do care about something and I want to speak on it and I have a voice in the scene and I feel like saying something, then I will. That's simple. If you listen, if they cuss out women until they're blue in the face and your girlfriend shrugs her shoulders, fantastic. That's great. I'm happy for her. But not everyone's like that.
oh, my girl wasn't the popular girl. My girl didn't get all the quote unquote guys or whatever the fuck. She doesn't care. She found a dude. She's happy with me. We've been together for 9 years. We're good. We're straight. You're white knighting. You're proving his point right now. You're white knighting. Oh boy, I know I'm gonna be the bad guy in this video. Jesus
90%
Christ.
of my channel is dedicated to calling guys up. Who have I got the most beef with? Fate.
Yeah.
Right? You could argue if he's a man or not. We won't get into that. You know, I gotta get my Fate shots in. I gotta get my Fate. I'm sorry, Fate. But I argue with dudes all the time. So when I argue on the behalf of women, which some women don't like, as I've shown you, some girls really don't like it. I don't give a fuck about those girls. I'm talking for the girls that I care about.
Yeah.
These guys get really bent out of shape about it. Telling men to go to the gym isn't really doing much of anything but putting a band-aid on the problem.
Can
No,
I
it's not.
just, because this has really annoyed me as well. Like this idea that the only thing that's doing is putting a band-aid on the problem, and tell me what the fuck blaming women is doing.
Yeah.
Because it's also the only thing you can't control.
Blaming women in situations where women are causing the problem is highlighting the problem, not throwing a band-aid on it. The problem is, when you say this, it shows the power of women because you can't say anything about them without getting immediately shamed. Now, there's a saying back in the old days is, you know who has the power about who you cannot criticize. Women have the power. You cannot criticize them at all.
That's a load of shit. We criticize women on here all the time. I've criticized women in the workplace. You can criticize women. It's just some of you don't know how to speak properly. And then you get fired. You can 100% criticize women. I've made videos on this channel criticizing women. I criticized a girl in the FGC that had a decent following. And there will probably come a time where I criticize more. It's how you go about it. You can criticize anyone. You can criticize the LGBT community. You can criticize right-leaning people, left-leaning people, women, black people. It depends on how you say it. Now, obviously, you're going to get cancelled if you're throwing around slurs, which some people do, and they're like, oh my god, my channel got taken away. Well, no shit. You can criticize people without sounding like a child. Yeah, I've criticized women in the workplace. But I've seen dudes doing it as well, and they're talking like they're at home, and then they wonder why they get fired. You have to understand your environments, and then you understand how you can go about making the criticisms. It's like if you walk into a neighborhood that is predominantly Latino, right? And then you start making criticisms of Latinos. But probably not the best idea. But I'm sure there's a way to go about talking to them and saying, hey, you know, this isn't cool, blah, blah, blah. Maybe shit won't go down. I'm sure if you walked into a black neighborhood and you started criticizing black people, if you're not careful how you speak, shit might go down. If you go online and you start criticizing women, but your criticisms consist of using slurs or fresh and fit talking points or red pill talking points, and yeah, people are going to go, shut the fuck up, I don't want to hear this. This is terminally online behavior. This is not real world behavior. You navigate different spaces in different ways. Of course you can criticize women. Of course you can. What a load of nonsense.
This goes to show it. He made a statement and he deleted his own statement because he was scared of the backlash he was going to get from not only dudes like Mike Hollow, but from other women like his girlfriend.
I love how dudes just make the assumption that because, you know, I read this in some other comment section. They go, oh, look, there goes Mike simping for his girl again. Honestly. It's very, very annoying. Very, very annoying.
Need I say more?
Oh, the only thing you can control is your own actions and what you do. And if you should like literally.
Yeah. Also, I want to point out that no accountability. He's not affording accountability to Dalton. He's basically trying to make out like people like myself bullied him into deleting it. I want to make something very clear. I made this video last. Do you know how many people made videos on this guy and I didn't say anything? The only reason this video was made is that me and Ellie made that video about Goonagate, right? People being shamed for gooning over the first Descendant and Stellar Blade and all that. And I had this tweet open and I said to Ellie, what do you think about that? What do you think about what he said? And the camera was still rolling. I said, hey, this is a good discussion. Maybe we should put it up. That's why this video was put up. But I saw about 6 or 7 other content creators make videos on this, and I saw a bunch of people talking about it on Twitter before I said anything. So I don't think he was thinking, oh, Mike's gonna get me. Which is, I love the way they like to frame this. Always the victim mentality. If you say some dumb shit on the internet, it doesn't matter if it's on Twitter or YouTube. Expect a response. There's no bullying going on here. He made a comment, I didn't like his comment. Maybe he's not going to like this video and he'll enter his Twitter space and they'll have a little bitching session about me. That's the way it goes. That's the lay of the land. The idea that he deleted it because it's an astronomically stupid post. I don't think he has any receipts for this that he's claiming here. Even if he did, I would say to him, okay, but on these receipts, the top players are clearly accepting the box. So what is your problem exactly? Do you want the box? Is that what you're saying? If so, get your game up. And then here, get women out of gaming is a call to action. That's a call to action, Chilled Scrub. That's why he deleted it.
Spending all of your time spewing vitriol on the internet about women. You need a better use of your.
Bro, that's one post that probably took a couple of minutes. He probably was ranting on some things that he had in his head. He said, hey, I'm just going to post it. Whatever happens, and went about his day. I'm pretty sure that he has a job or whatever. We don't know this man's personal life. You don't know. I don't know his personal life. You don't either. So that's a bold assumption, by the way.
Fucking time, my friend.
And this is, which we're going to touch on this a bit. Hey, what's going on, Oram? How you doing, bro? We're going to touch on this a little bit. This was not my first interaction with this group. So no, I don't know what he does in his personal life. But it was not my first interaction. And we're going to see this talking point get expanded on as the video goes on because he didn't bother to look into why this was said in the first place or why certain comments were made in the video. He didn't do his due diligence. Instead, he saw a video he didn't like and he reacted to it. What he could have done to avoid this is reach out to me and say, I'm kind of pissed off by some of the things you and Ellie said in your video. can you clarify on live stream? We could have done it that way. But instead he wanted to make a reaction video. Now, like I said, after this, because I'm responding in kind, I'm happy to talk to him. And we can go over all of this if he wants to. But he didn't do that. He jumped the gun and he didn't get the backstory. He didn't know that I had a whole altercation with this group. He didn't know that I went into a Twitter space with this group whilst Dalton was in there regarding women. And it went on to other things. And I asked them questions, and it was me versus the rest of them. Now, they weren't being horrible to me. I don't want to make it out like they were being horrible. They were very polite. But it was their talking points, and there was about 300 people in there. Well, there was 300 people watching. There was about maybe 7 to 10 speakers. And then there was me and my talking points. There was no pushback on any of the points they were making, only from me. So it was me versus them, but not in a combative way. We're just having a conversation. He wasn't aware of that. He wasn't aware of the conversations that followed after, and he clearly isn't aware of the other YouTube video that was made regarding one of his mates and someone that is in their spaces a lot as well. He didn't have any of the backstory. He then said to me, can you provide me with these links? No, I can't provide you with the links. That's up to you to go and look for that. That is up to you to go and look for that information because you didn't bother reaching out in the first time. If you reach out in the first time, I'm happy to work with you. If you make a video like this without doing your due diligence first and then expect me to provide receipts, no. Now, the receipts can be found on my Twitter, but that's up to you to go looking for them.
And
yep.
I'm sorry.
This is coming from the people who's making a whole video on this, by the way. Hold on. So what we're going to say is that this is a pathetic waste of your time. That you're spewing, that you do nothing but spew hatred about women on your post, but you're making a 26-minute video on it. Right. Probably 5 minutes max post, 26-minute video. Right. He's the problem. He's butthurt. He don't get no bitches. Right.
I don't know what the gets no bitches has to do with it, but generally, Chilled Scrub, the way discussions work is that you unpack talking points, and if you've got somebody else that you can bounce ideas off, the discussions tend to go on. I mean, I do find it funny that my video is 24, 27 minutes long, and your one is an hour and 15. Therefore, you understand that when you're unpacking things, it takes longer to get through so you can make your point. That's generally how discussions work. You can take a sentence and you can turn it into a 1-hour discussion if there are things to talk about. That's generally how discussions work. I mean, you proved it in your own video. You're unpacking my video and you're talking about my talking points, and your one's taken an hour and 15 minutes. So what are we saying here? You are self-cooking, bro. No, I am going to talk to Chilled Scrub when I'm finished doing this. If he's not patient enough, and if his people are not patient enough to wait until I'm finished reacting to this in its entirety, that's not my problem. Okay? I'm not going to be peer pressured. I will talk to him. We could talk to him today. As soon as this finishes, I'll bring him on Discord, cool? And we can talk. And I'll put Tekken in the background for you guys to watch. But because he didn't reach out to me first and made a bunch of assumptions and made terrible talking points like this, I'm going to finish this video. And when this video is finished is when I will talk to him. I don't care if he's right there. I've just told you guys, I don't care. I will talk to him when I finish the video. Okay? It goes both ways. He knows that I'm not hard to find on the internet. You just got to send me a DM and I'll talk to you. He decided not to do that.
Right. Sure. Makes sense.
Sorry.
You're not helping anyone.
At
And Theo, it's not about supporters. I want to make it very clear. I'm not angry at you guys, even though it might sound like that. I'm being loud. Sorry, I apologize. I'm not angry at you guys. I'm not aggravated or whatever. But I'm just making it clear, okay? This whole always ducking thing, I've just told you. Once this video finishes, I will sit here and I'll talk to him on live stream with all of you here. If you're not patient enough to wait, that's your own problem. That's up to you. Okay? His video has got, what, another half an hour left, about 45 minutes. Okay, but I don't want anyone to get twisted. If I say I'm going to do something, that's exactly how I'm going to do it. If you don't want to wait until then, if you don't want to wait until this video is finished, and these guys know that I'll sit here and we'll have this conversation for as long as it needs to be, then you can wait. We're going to do this on my time now because he decided to not reach out to me and just have the conversation. You can hold me to that. I'll sit here. I've spent hours talking to people that I dislike. And I don't dislike Chilled Scrub. I just dislike his talking points. So if you think that I can't talk to Chilled Scrub, but I can sit on live call with Fate for 4 hours, then you obviously don't know me very well. Okay, now I'm going to get through the video. If Chilled Scrub is here at the end of it, then you have my word to all 200 people watching. I will sit here and I will talk to him about this. If you don't want to wait, that's up to you.
Cool. You're bringing everyone down with you in this spiral of hatred.
I can speak to this because I've actually done it. Look at Anajan, right? When we started gym, I started taking him gym at 4 or 5 in the morning. Things got much better for him. We started going gym together.
Things got much better for me. Like,
gym does help. So for all the men out there that are telling these guys, oh, gym's a band-aid. No, gym is the foundation.
Let's say it is. Let's say it's a band-aid for some people. Because I'm not consistent. I can't lie and say, oh, I'm such a consistent person when I go to the... I'm not. When I was on a downward, trajectory, that really, really helped me. That routine. Do you know what I mean? That stability. Exactly. The stability and the knowing that I was strong and I was getting stronger.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It made me feel powerful in other areas of my life. Like I could do more in other areas of my life. And sometimes that's just the fucking kick you need to actually fulfill, your goals in other areas of your life. And there is nothing wrong with advocating for other men to do the same, or other women to do the same. This isn't necessarily advice that only men can take, because as you can see it.
All right, she's yapping. Let me go ahead and just be true.
She's making very good points, okay? She's not just yapping for the sake of it. She's making very, very good points.
Truthful and forthcoming about this. I know for a fact this is going to hurt your feelings. It just is what it is. But please, this is a cautionary tale. I go to the gym a lot. If you follow my channel, if you been with me for the last 3 or 4 years, you would know I go to the gym routinely. It's my thing. I don't have to say that I do it. You would know I do it. I have the muscle to show for it. I'm around 6 to 10% body fat. I'm shredded. I'm good. Now, the problem is that most people will go to the gym for the wrong reasons. You think that fixing your appearance is going to make people like you. A lot of people suffer from that.
I'm going to let him finish, but that's not what Ellie was saying. Going to the gym is a commitment. The hardest thing about the gym for a lot of people is literally getting there. Just getting there is difficult for some people. The mentality to get out of bed early, and they recommend going to the gym early. Like my cousins are in the military, for example. They wake their ass up at god-awful hours. Because it's a commitment. You commit your body. And you commit your mentality to going to the gym. It's not about making other people happy. It's about making yourself happy. And it's about doing something that is difficult. And in doing something that is difficult, you teach yourself discipline. Now, I don't need to tell Chilled Scrub this because I've seen his pictures and that. I know he goes to the gym. But if you're trying to make the assertion that what I'm saying is untrue, as a matter of fact, I'm going to let him finish because I know what he's going to say, and then I'll get to that.
That is not the truth. If people don't like you, they don't like you. And what happens is where most people fall off, they finally start seeing the results that they want and they don't get the reaction from people they think they're going to get. And I tell people what happens when that actually happens, when you don't get the reaction that you want, or what happens when it gets too monotonous and it starts to get boring. The reason why I go, rather I want to or not, like today, I didn't want to go. It's a commitment first. Just like anything else in life, marriage, relationships, commitment first. Regardless of how I personally feel, I'm going to do it because that's what I said I'm going to do. Most people...
Yeah, the problem is, Chilled Scrub, is that you said she's yapping, but you're making the same point she did. She's talking about grounding yourself and committing yourself to something that most people find difficult to stay consistent in. But you didn't listen. You just said she's yapping. She's not yapping, she was telling the truth. And you know that because you're a gym guy. I know that because I go to the gym. You're making the point she made. You didn't listen to what she was saying. No one cares here about, oh, you think I look good naked, or this girl thinks I look good naked. That's not why we go to the gym. Maybe some younger guys do that because they want to get the attention of girls. Obviously, when guys are going through puberty, they do crazy shit to get attention, right? First thing you do is buy a car and start lifting weights. But He's a grown man. I'm a grown man. We both know we go to the gym because we know it's good for our mentality. We know that it grounds us. Now, does gym fix all of your problems? Absolutely not. But if you're trying to assert that not going to the gym is going to be on the same level as going to the gym, that's bullshit. And that's the point I'm trying to make here. If you do something that is difficult and you stay committed to it, you'll be a little bit better than what you were the day before. And he knows that because he just said he's 6 to 10% body fat. That is not easy to obtain. That is ridiculously hard to obtain. So he understands that. So I don't even know why he's arguing Ellie's point. She was making the same point as him, but he didn't listen. He just said, oh, she's yapping. Responding for responding's sake. That is the problem here.
Do not have that amount of self-control. It requires a lot of mental energy, not physical energy, mental energy to do that. The dark truth about that is most people sell people the ideology that the gym fixes everything. Most people need therapy and help and friends. The gym can help, but most people need therapy, some self-reflection, and some fucking friends. That's what people do. And that's actually what the FGC is for a lot of these people that you're downing, that are downing out. This is a place for them to find people that they have common interests with, that they can build a long-lasting relationship, whether it be male or female. It doesn't have to be romantic. Sometimes it could be solely platonic. Just build some fucking friendships.
That is the point Ellie made in the beginning. Jesus Christ. Ellie literally spoke about building spaces and sharing spaces together. Some of them will turn into relationships, is the point that she made. Even though, yeah, I could argue that's rare, but you build friendships within this space. He's making the point that she made at the beginning of the video. You guys all heard it here. This is what I mean. People just want to upload things for the sake of uploading. Yeah, he got his views. Congratulations. That's what she said at the beginning of the video, bro. And all I'm saying on top of that is that you have the friends, you have the community, and you also have the gym. It's like the Triforce, right? If you listen to... This is what I said to you on Twitter, bro. You didn't listen. And this is why I'm not even particularly mad. I'm not angry. Because Ellie made these points and she made them concisely. And because you didn't want to listen and you just said she's yapping, you've repeated her point. You've made her point for her. Now, for any of Chilled Scrub's friends that are watching that think I'm capping, you're more than welcome to rewind and check for yourself. I mean, the chat saw it. This is what happens when you don't listen to people talking and you just want to respond. Not listen and respond.
That's what people need. The gym is secondary, in my opinion. And this is coming from a gym head itself. You look at my profile, I'm fucking shredded. That's not going to fix your fucking issues. I'm actually tired of people saying that rhetoric over and over and over again. It's not going to fix your issues. Take it from me as a cautionary tale. I started the gym before COVID. I've been going ever since COVID ended. I saw the results I wanted to in 2023. Didn't change shit.
That's a lie, bro. I don't believe you. You started going to the gym. It didn't change shit for you. You got so disciplined that you got to 6 to 10% body fat. It didn't change shit for you. It didn't change nothing. Not a single thing. Now, bear in mind, again, this is a paying attention problem. What did I say? I named one of my friends, right? I said Anajan. He's a good friend of mine. But he's a friend. So it's a given that you have friends first. You have a sense of community. And then you help your community. He didn't listen. That is the problem with this response video. And this is why you guys kept sending this video over to me saying respond. Do you know how many times I've seen videos like this? And I've just ignored it. Because they're not listening. They're just responding. I'm honestly flabbergasted. I'm almost lost for words. How can you say that it didn't change shit for you, yet you remained consistent? Why were you going then? What was the purpose? How can you say it didn't change shit for you, yet you kept on 6%? If you are actually 6%, that is insanely impressive. I've never been down to 6%. I've never been down to 6%. I don't want to. That sounds like torture. But kudos to you if you did that. But you're trying to tell me that it didn't change shit for you in your life to become so disciplined that it didn't change nothing for you. That's a lie.
think I just look better. What actually changed was my mindset as I got older and started doing more self-reflection, being more self-aware of myself, understanding why I feel the way I feel, and actually trying to fix it and doing the work on the inside. Outside doesn't fucking matter. Inside. There are plenty of people that look great that have shit personalities. There are people that look atrocious outside but have a heart full of gold. This whole gym fix that shit does not fucking work. It does not I'ma say it again. It does not fucking work for everyone. It might be a good jump start for certain people, but most people are going to fall off. It's hard. It's very hard. It's very strenuous on your brain and your mind. It's tiresome if you are not committed to it for the right reasons.
And again, you would understand that we were saying it for the right reasons if you bothered listening. This is why when you guys sent it over to me, I said, there's no point, because he's not listening. He's just responding. Of course, you do it for the right reason. People go to the gym for the wrong reasons all the time, of course. But no one made out like, go to the gym and fuck your friends. Go to the gym and don't think about building communities. Go to the gym and think about nothing else. No one made that assertion. No one made that assertion. And yes, the very reason I tell people to go to the gym is because it's hard. Because it's hard. Doing things that are hard is good for you because when you overcome, you have a sense of accomplishment. Now, him saying that, all right, Katari Ninja, no worries, bro. Take care. So, I mean, this will be on the channel anyway. You can watch it later. Him saying it didn't change anything for him. He doesn't understand what building blocks are, or he's not aware of them. When you go to the gym and you work to the degree that this guy has worked to get 6% body fat, you are building the blocks for the next stage in your life. In order for you to sit there and do some self-reflecting, you don't just wake up one day and go, I need to self-reflect. You go through a series of trials and tribulations, or you go through hardships, or you do things to get your mind into the mindset where you will wake up and be like, I need to reflect on a couple things because this is going right for me. This is going right for me, but this isn't really going right for me. Yeah, it's called battle scars. Like to make out like nothing changed at 6% body fat. Do you guys understand how fucking hard that is? That's Bruce Lee levels. That is Bruce Lee shit. If he got to 6% body fat, I have all the respect in the world for him in that regard. But don't say things like it didn't change anything. That is ridiculous.
I'll go back to the video. I went on a tangent. I'm yapping.
It worked for me.
Yeah.
I just feel like he's picking at straws here. This idea of telling men to go to the gym isn't really doing anything, but telling men to complain at women is doing far less than that. That's what I'm saying.
Spoken like a man that's never picked up a dumbbell.
Honestly.
Mike Hollow, I'm gonna be real with you, brother. I'm probably stronger than you. Coming from an actual gym head, that's the only reason I responded to this video in the first place. Because I'm tired of people talking down because you lift a couple of weights every once in a while. No, I am an actual gym dude. I actually do this shit. Day in.
What? Oh. You know what? The transition's blinding me. Let him finish because yeah, that was something.
In, day out, I do this shit. I will not let you belittle people and say, spoken like a person who never picked up a fucking dumbbell. So the fuck what? What does that have to do with his fucking point in the first place? It has little to nothing to do with his point in the first place.
It has everything to do with his point, because if I'm saying that going to the gym helps people mentally, and then I say to you, spoken like somebody hasn't picked up a fucking dumbbell, what I'm saying to you is that you have no idea what you're talking about. And I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about the tweet I'm referring to. Now, me making that remark has nothing to do with strength. Again, first he went on the appearance tangent, which Ellie made no allusions to, and now he's talking about strength. Ellie is obviously not stronger than me, but she was committed in the gym for a year, and that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about commitment. We're not talking about strength. Like, oh my lord, bro. Come on, man. What? Oh, okay, maybe you're stronger than me. Maybe you're stronger. I've seen your physique. Maybe you are stronger than me. Great. Fantastic. What has that got to do with my point? What has that got to do with my point? When I say spoken like somebody that's never picked up a dumbbell, I could have said spoken like somebody who has never run on a treadmill. I could have said spoken like somebody that has never held a kettlebell. And what I'm saying is it's spoken like somebody that has never been in the gym or understands what it does for you mentally. What does strength have to do with it? Again, this is responding for the sake of responding. I never spoke about the man's strength levels. If you didn't understand what I meant, then I'm explaining it to you now. So when we speak and a little bit later on, you'll understand what is going on. This is insane.
You sound like those Twitter dudes that when I make a point like what he's saying, they go straight to the, oh, you think because you have abs, that means everything. That means nothing. That just...
At no point have I spoken about physical appearance. Chill, like if you're going to do reaction videos to me, you need to listen. I've not spoken about physical appearance. I've spoken about mentality and what it does for community.
I'm just proud of my image. And the only reason why I post myself so much is so I have a reflection. Look, bro, you don't work so hard to get here. Do not let that go to waste. Keep it up, maintaining. That's the hardest part about the gym. When you finally get where you want to go, and you have to maintain it. You have the motivation in the first place to get there, but once you finally have it, what's the motivation now? But no, the shit.
So you just proved yourself wrong. You said that nothing changed. Clearly something did change because you worked something out. You got to the promised land, and then you realized there's other things that I need to do. That requires a shift in mentality. So things changed. And that definitely had knock-on effects in your real life, in your day-to-day life, whether it's work. You understand discipline on a different level. And that is also why I brought up martial arts. Because staying committed to doing a martial art is extremely difficult. The amount of injuries you sustain and then having to work through them and continue, it will breed a new mentality in you. That is undeniable. So you, again, not only did you prove Ellie right by repeating her point, you've just proven me right and contradicted yourself.
Shit you just did, that's some fucked up asshole shit that you should be called out for. No, I'm stronger than you. I'll be a dickhead. I'm stronger than you. A lot stronger.
Your strength levels don't mean shit to me. We're talking about commitment to the gym. I don't give a fuck how strong you are. I don't care if you're stronger than Brock Lesnar. That makes no difference to this. None whatsoever. You could be stronger than me, faster than me, better looking than me. It doesn't change my point whatsoever. Now you're arguing like a child. When someone says spoken like somebody that's never picked up a dumbbell, it's not that you're calling them a weakling. It's saying that you ain't been in the gym to understand the kind of mindset that it takes to be consistent and continuously go. You understand that mindset. So how the hell did you miss that? You're strong. Okay, you're stronger than me. I know guys much stronger than you that don't go to the gym as much as you. Does that disprove anything? I know fucking builders that are stronger than both of us. Those guys ain't been in the gym in their life. Strength ain't got nothing to do with this.
Stronger. What the fuck does that have to do with what he's talking about?
It has nothing to do with it. I guarantee you, you wake up at 5 a.m, go to the gym. Yeah, if you have to wake up at 5 a.m, just go to the fucking gym and stabilize yourself. I guarantee you, a lot of these guys, let's face it, a lot of gamers don't go to the gym. They're known for sitting in their rooms, practicing their combos all day and stinking out the place. If you structure their lives so that there's not these big voids, and one of
Isn't that the same generalizations that you was making about other people earlier that, oh, you just sit in their room all day? A lot of these people, I know personally, they have full-time jobs, they have kids, they are married, they have girlfriends, they are living their lives. The game is just a single part of that. The same thing that you don't want happening to you, you're doing this about other people.
the same thing that I don't want happening to me, I'm doing it to other people. Are we all going to sit here and deny that that is a talking point that has been levied against gamers for a long, long time? And when you go to tournaments, what do you see? What do you see when you go to tournaments? You see a lot of people that have not taken care of themselves. What is something you hear from tournaments all the time? The tournaments stink. That is something you hear from everyone. So it's fair for me to make that generalization. Where do you think that meme from, what's that show called? South Park. The guy sitting in front of his computer, bent out of shape playing World of Warcraft. Those didn't come out of nowhere. That has been an issue with gamers for a long time. You're in the FGC, Chilled Scrub. You know that. You know guys aren't built like you. You know they don't look like you. You know that. You know that when you go to tournaments, most guys are not taking care of themselves. Unfortunately. Are we pretending? You can see it. Now, the difference between that and the e-girls thing is that you can't see that, okay? You're making an assumption when you walk into these tournaments, when you see these girls there. You're making that assumption. Do you know how I know that I can see it? Well, better yet, I can smell it. I can smell it. So no. Might remember he's stronger than you. He's stronger than me, but he can't argue his point correctly. This is nonsense. Another reason I'm glad I'm banned from FGC right now, because I ain't gonna lie, if my oven smells like hot pickle. Bro, it's unfortunately the facts of the matter. You just go online and you look at this, like gaming tournaments, whatever it might be. I was at the Final Fantasy 14 meetup at the Excel Centre in London, and there was thousands of people there. Could I point to someone that was in shape? It was pretty fucking hard. They were usually the people that I was with. That generalization is fine to make. And if me and Chilled Scrubbed walked into a venue, take care, Black Adam. If me and Chilled Scrubbed walked into a venue, I guarantee you, I could stand there and go, this is generally what I'm talking about. And he would not be able to refute my point. It might not be nice to say, but it is what it is. Look, I was a fat gamer at one point as well. There was a time where I didn't go gym. I was eating all the cookies in the cookie jar, spending too much time trying to finish levels on Crash Bandicoot. And a lot of my friends were like that as well. But we put our big boy pants on and we decided to take care of ourselves. Unfortunately, that's not the case for a lot of people.
And you want people to take you seriously. This is my problem with with all of this shit. Stop fucking doing that. If you want to make overarching general statements like that, fine, cool. I can't stop you. But in one hand, you can't have this exalted spot where, oh yeah, man, just pick up the dumbbells, bro, and the reason why your life is a structure. I'm like, you don't know these fucking people, man. But then when somebody say something back, you want to get hostile about it. That's fucking stupid.
Hey, first of all, I'm not being hostile. I've never been hostile to anyone on the internet, including Fate. That might be a lie. Maybe Fate. But I'm not being hostile. Me and Ellie are talking very monotone, lowbrow. We're not being hostile. We're picking apart his points. Secondly, not all generalizations are created the same. Thirdly, his tweet is not a generalization. That is an absolute. You think that me and Ellie are being hostile, Falcon? Do you think this is us being hostile, sitting in our room talking about his tweet? I don't think we're being hostile. And I'm not being hostile towards Chilled Scrub either. I'm just talking about his points. If you want to see me being hostile, I'll admit I'm somewhat hostile towards Fate. You can go watch those live streams. That's me being hostile. This is not hostile. These are just bad talking points. But yes, not all talking points are made the same. So yeah, if you make a talking point, I say that's a bad generalization, or don't talk in absolutes, and then I make a generalization, it doesn't mean just because I made a generalization we're on equal footing. They're not the same thing. Not all generalizations or absolutes are created the same. So yes, I can talk about something and not be and not be in the same boat as Dalton or Chilled Scrub. Not all talking points are made the same. If do you guys think I'm lying about the gamer thing? Do you think that's a lie? We all know it's not a lie. Okay, go to any gaming bar, go to any tournament, right in your face, and if you can't see it, you can smell it.
That doesn't make any sense. I'm just saying.
One of those things that is holding them down is gym. It's not going to save everyone, but it will save more people than whatever bullshit Dalton's doing.
100%. 100% agree with that.
He then said the people who are
No, it won't. A lot of gym people, the hardcore people that go there, they'll tell you, and I'll tell you firsthand, no matter how great I fucking look physically wise, I still have body dysmorphia. It's so bad to the point where I'm probably like 170 right now. If I drop anywhere below 168 or 160, if I'm 168, I feel like I'm anorexic.
Like, he's not lying there. A lot of dudes have body dysmorphia. Even I've got it. Like, everyone that goes to the gym, everyone that is like going to the gym, you'll ask someone that you'll think that you look a certain way, even though you look great. So he's not lying there. What he's missing there is that I said it won't save everyone, but it will definitely save someone, and it will help people. The flip side of that is don't go to the gym. What do we think is better? Going to the gym and becoming healthier and striving for better, but having body dysmorphia, or not going to the gym and eating Doritos all day, or not going to the gym and not taking care of your body? Which one do you think is going to do more harm to your mentality? I think there's a reason why you continue going to the gym, bro. I think there's a reason why you continued. And I think the gym guys in my chat right now, I think there's a reason why they continue to go to the gym. Yeah, none of us are perfect. Now, I saw your body because you put it all over the thumbnail. I don't know why you did that. Thumbnail. I think I told you guys earlier. My friend said, why are you being guarded by Black Galactus? But you understand that you would not have the same mentality if you went from being Thor in the first Avengers film to Thor in the second Avengers film. Or are you trying to make out like chilled scrub without the gym is going to be the same as chilled scrub with the gym? Come on, let's be real now.
If I get to 173 or 174, I feel like I'm obese. I'm perfectly healthy. That's how bad it gets. When you go too deep into it, that's how bad it can actually get. I diet to a T. I track every single calorie and macro I fucking eat on a day-to-day basis. This is the dark side of it that you motherfuckers don't fucking say. This is the actual truth. If you're really into it, like these quote-unquote dickheads keep saying from the FGC, you would know this is nothing to brag about. Going to the gym is nothing to brag about. Or if you're trying to get yourself together, that's great. If you want to be healthy, that's awesome. Kudos to you. But understand that there's bad sides and good sides to this too, just like everything else in life. But this nigga right here is not saying that.
Because that is the obvious. There is good and bad in all things. But the reason I'm not saying it is because there are more pros than cons. That's why you continue doing it. That's why you continue doing it. Because there are more pros than cons. Do I need to explain that to people? Why do I need to explain it to somebody that has 6% body fat? If what you believed was true, and you're almost as certain that it's like a 50-50 thing, otherwise why would I even need to say it? It's obvious. There are more pros going to the gym than there are cons. Can we all agree on that? And yes, you decided to get real deep into it. You decided you're much more deep into it than I am. And kudos to you. That is 6% body fat is incredible. But yeah, I ain't out here trying to do that. I enjoy my Nando's. If I can see a couple of my abs, I'm good. I'm good. As long as I get my 120 minutes cardio in a week, go to the gym about 4 to 5 times a week, make sure I hit everything. Hopefully soon, when more time opens up, go back to doing jiu-jitsu. Haven't had any time. I'm not going super hardcore. I'm just keeping myself fit and I'm keeping myself grounded. You're going hardcore. You might as well start competing. But your talking points are nonsensical and you are living proof of it. You are literally living proof of the very pushback that I'm giving.
Think for a second that it fucking matters. Like I said before, friendships, people who actually care about you, that matters. How the fuck you look at the end of the day, it does not matter. I would trade with anyone to have a better relationship with my family than this body. Keep the body.
Okay, I don't know anything about his family. I'm not going to make any assertions there. We're not going to talk about family. But if I went to the better relationship with my family, under the assumption I have access to them, I would go and have a better relationship with them. Like I would go and try to sort things out. Go and try to talk to them. You know? Like, or you can do both. You don't have to trade one for the other. I don't know, because he's going hard in the gym. 6% body fat is crazy. I don't ever want to get down to that. But you can do both. I mean, if you understand gym and you understand macros and that, you can go up to 10%, you can go up to 12%. You're still going to look good. Your body's still going to look better than most people on the planet. You decide to push yourself like that. You have decided to push yourself like that. No one else has pushed you into it. And you don't have a mental disorder, as far as I'm aware, that is making you wake up like some sort of parasite that's controlling your body to get up every single day and go absolutely ham and make sure you've counted all your macros. You're doing that. Yeah, it sounds like you're fighting demons, bro. And if you are, that sucks, and I'm sorry. I'm definitely not making light of that. But you can have both. It sounds to me like you have an unhealthy relationship with the gym, and that is why you're talking like this. I have a healthy relationship with the gym. I go to the gym 4 to 5 times, sometimes 6 times a week. I have my my bench press here. There's a bit of mess, but I have my bench press here in the room when I don't want to go to the gym, but I feel like, you know, I need to lift something. I need to make myself feel a little bit better. I have that here, right? I've got my weights here on the floor if I feel like I need to make myself feel a little bit better, because I understand not being in the gym or not doing some sort of activity can get to you. I get that. But you clearly have an unhealthy obsession with it. If you're saying that I need to choose between, that's not good, bro. And maybe that's why, even though you're clearly more seasoned in the gym than a lot of people, maybe you're not the best person to give advice. Because if you couldn't make the connection between building blocks in the gym and your physique and your mentality, then you're not. You can be stronger than the rest of us. You can be in the gym for longer than the rest of us. It doesn't mean that you have a healthy obsession, a healthy relationship with the gym. It sounds to me like you have an obsession with the gym. For what reason? For what reason are you 6% body fat? Are you competing? Because if you're competing, fair enough. Are you just 6% body fat because you want to be? Because that sounds fucking tiring, dude. So no wonder you have this mentality.
I'd rather be fat and obese and have a great relationship with my family than this shit that I have now. It's unfortunate that it have to happen to me like that, but it happens. And my situation is not the only one. It happens to a lot of people. Stop it. Not everybody has a dirty room and everything like that. Most people are hardworking people, and they gaming is just their only way to escape.
Hey, listen, bro. My room's not dirty, okay? My room's not dirty. Sometimes you might see a bit of clothes on the bed. It is what it is. It's not dirty. Sometimes I don't want to hang them. My clothes are over it. Sometimes I don't want to hang them. My room's not dirty. My room's clean. Okay? Don't go spreading propaganda about my room. That I don't appreciate. People who are making the porn are far more culpable than the people who consume it. Yeah, but the people that are making it, they're out of your pay grade,
That's
mate.
absolutely not true. That is absolutely not, like, unequivocally fucking false. Like, there is a need. But what I'm saying is that shit didn't come from nowhere. They weren't just like, you know what I think people might like to see? My wife fucking...
I don't think he means that. At the end of the day, he set his goals and accomplished them. That's a good feeling. That is a good feeling. But he's talking about trading all that he's accomplished for family. He was saying that not everyone you are making fun of in gaming world has a dirty room. No, I didn't say it, but I never said all gamers. I said generally speaking, we have that sentiment levied against us. And that's true. We do have that sentiment levied against us. We're not going to sit here and pretend that male gamers do not have that sentiment levied against them. We're not going to sit here and pretend like we don't go to tournaments when we can't smell them. We're not going to sit here and pretend like a lot of them are out of shape. There is an issue. There's a big issue. Yeah, I'm not having a go at you, Negation. I'm just saying, sorry.
That guy. Like, no, there was clearly fucking niches that people wanted to see.
Yeah.
This shit sells.
Yeah.
And I think that he's angry at the wrong fucking people. Or that there isn't even anyone to be angry at. This is just so stupid.
Yet you're
it's
angry.
Just grown adult people making decisions.
Yeah.
We should be angry at the stuff that is being...
Then why did you respond to this like I'm responding to this? because it triggered something. The only reason why you're responding to this video in its entirety, now that I'm calming down, is because that it made you mad. The same way how what you're saying triggered me, it made me mad and made me want to respond to it. Stop it.
Made.
Actually, the reason is I basically force Ellie to do videos. She doesn't want to do them. I told her today I was going to be on live stream talking about it. She was like, have fun. She has no interest. The reason I got Ellie on here is that a lot of people that are subscribed to me like seeing her. They like hearing from her. She's very, very different to me. She has a different take on things. So, yeah, no, don't get me wrong. She's very upset by this post. Well, no, I wouldn't say upset. She's annoyed in the moment. Yeah, I put a gun to her. I said, you're getting on there. The people want you. You're getting on the live stream or on the video. But Ellie has no interest whatsoever. Bear in mind, the YouTube channel that me and her have together on my other channel, we've got 3,000 subscribers. There was something there. We could have built something there because people like hearing from her and they like seeing us talk because we're opposites. Most of the time. Even we're agreeing here, but most of the time we're opposites. She has no interest whatsoever. I could say to her, Ellie, I could talk the whole monetization game to her. I could say, Ellie, we could make this amount of money, blah, blah, blah. She's not interested. She just wants to sit in her room, do her doodles and go to work and play with her dogs.
Without people's consent.
Yeah.
You know, that's the stuff like this is just fucking nothing. This
Yeah.
is nothing, Burger.
And again, we're talking to men here. I'm not talking about when you go onto the Twitch homepage and there's just a bunch of egos that are doing weird shit because there's kids on the site. That's another argument.
Yeah.
And there isn't kids in the FGC. That mostly kids play fighting games or games in general. It's a kid thing.
No, actually, and George Scrub knows this, majority of the time, fighting game tournaments are populated by adults. You get teenagers in there, but you don't really get kids in there without parental supervision. I rarely see children in there playing at fighting game tournaments. They'll be at other tournaments, but they're not at fighting game tournaments. That's not true. You can look at any picture from a fighting game tournament, try to spot the kid, it's like looking for Waldo. Unless it's Smash Bros. Obviously. Anyway, we're not going to get into Smash right now. But majority of fighting game tournaments do not have children in them. They have teenagers to adults, 18 and up. That's why when we see these kids competing, and then we're like, oh shit, there's a kid there. Because you don't really see kids there. Yeah, Ninja Killer's first Evo appearance, his whole family was there. You don't really see that. So that's untrue. Which calls into question how often he goes to FGC tournaments to say something like that. Unless he's a Smash player. I don't know. I don't actually know what he plays. I think he plays Tekken. Yeah, he plays Tekken. I saw Tekken on his channel. But I don't know what he plays historically. But no, they are populated by adults. Kids at Smash, yes. Maybe Multiverses, I don't know if they do tournaments for that. But Guilty Gear, yeah, Street Fighter, Tekken, Mortal Kombat, Soul Calibur, especially old people. Okay, pensioners. People with problems with their backs.
What are you talking about, buddy?
Agreed.
We're talking about grown men in the FGC that you can actually sit and talk to.
Yeah.
You can't stop the woman and whoever she's making the corn with to do what they're doing, but you can tell one of your boys, don't look at that shit.
You actually can talk to these women and stop them from doing that by telling them the long-term effects of what can happen by doing this. By doing porn, you're actively destroying your relationship life with other people. That's number one.
And how has that worked out for you exactly? Have any of these girls that you've spoken to about doing this sort of work and putting their bodies online, have any of them that you've spoken to stopped doing it? Because earlier on when you were talking about OnlyFans girls and the arguments you were having with them, it didn't sound like you had very good relations with them. It didn't sound like you had very good relations with them. Which is fine. But no, they're not going to listen to you. Do you want to know why? Because if they are making money from guys in the FGC, why the hell are they going to listen to you? Are you giving them money? Are you helping them with their bills? No, you're not. Maybe you'll convert one and she'll start going to church. Maybe. But you are more likely to help the men around you. The men that you have some level of influence over, or they respect you. So yeah, that is called using your time constructively.
Number two, why the hell would you want your public business out there like that? Just saying. Number three, it's just not a good look on you in its entirety. What if you have children or whatever? What would they think in the future? You have to think more long term than short term. Yes, you can. This is where you're proving his point with the whole white knighting thing. You're actually proving his point right now. You're white.
How is that white knighting? You have not. Okay, maybe he has, but majority of people are not speaking to these girls and they're listening. They're not. That's a lie. That is an absolute lie. And you know what? Because he asked me to provide receipts of the girls that I've spoken to in private. So clearly, if he's asking for that, he must be okay doing it. So if he has first-hand experience, block out the names, or if he doesn't care about showing names, show it. And let's see, what girls have you converted from being on OnlyFans?
Knighting.
Yeah, let's go do something else.
Exactly.
That's the facts of the matter. You can scream into the camera for as long as you want about girls in the FGC.
Yeah.
First of all, they're not going anywhere because the people that have power in the scene are not going to kick them out.
It's like telling the alcoholic to pray that alcohol is just one day doesn't exist.
It's
Like
just
that's
water.
just not gonna happen at all. It will always be around.
These people I don't even want to say idealistic because this doesn't make any sense. But they're looking at this like utopia of the FGC that they'll never achieve. It's unrealistic. First of all, we want girls in the gaming space. We're not overrun by e-girls and OnlyFans. There's some, and if you guys are, and do you know what the worst thing is? It's usually the ones that are screaming about them, that are paying them. How many times does that come out?
I guess I'm thinking about the addicts. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm thinking about the guys that have gone completely off the fucking deep end. Because, like, surely on average, you know, more men consume corn than don't.
Yeah, probably.
You know,
I imagine
but how
so.
many of those men have a problem?
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? I think it's not.
I think there's a problem.
Yeah.
I don't know how.
Yeah,
I can't speak
I
to how
agree.
widespread
Exactly, but I don't know how widespread that is. It probably is quite widespread, but I'm not of the belief that video games make that addiction worse.
Or the girls in the video game space.
Girls in video.
On Wednesday, February 5th, Atlanta,
fuck,
Georgia
bro?
is where the best wrestle as All Elite Wrestling.
Video games being depicted.
Fam. We don't do free advertisements out here. You gotta pay for YouTube Premium. Yeah. What was that? Was that AEW? Put AEW on my fucking stream. AEW. I'm sorry, I don't mean to go off on a tangent now. I'm not going to. But some people have called me a Mortal Kombat hater. That's not true. I am, however, an AEW hater. I am an AEW hater. And if there's any AEW fans in the chat, we can get into it after I've had my discussion with Chilled Scrub. Now I'm pissed. Chilled, if you're in the chat, now you've annoyed me. AEW on my screen. I bet he's an AEW fan. That's how we're gonna start getting into an argument.
That way from our earlier topic, but also women in the space making that addiction worse, or I don't know what. Do you see what I mean? Like bringing their attractiveness into it just really threw me off.
Yeah, Dalton.
He literally said they're ugly. Essentially what he's saying is, if they were rejected by most people and they come to a niche community like fighting games, they would be the apple of everybody's eye. With that being said, that means they're going to get a lot more attention than they normally would. I don't know how he could summarize this any better. When they get this attention, it goes to their fucking head. It would to anybody who's never had it before. I am a perfect example. When I finally got my body right and I started getting attention that I never got before, it got to my head. I had to realize this ain't it. Doing it for the wrong reasons. It can happen to anybody. It's just that simple. And then you're preying on these people with this OnlyFans content or porn content or whatever you want to say on people that you.
Guys, I'm trying to listen to Chilled Scrub, okay? You're trying to bait me in with this AEW talk. You're going to set me off in a minute. You're going to set me off. Let me have this discussion with you guys after this, okay? Because I know you guys want to get to the debate portion when I bring him on. But please, don't bait me, because this is a good way to bait me. Wrestling talk's a very good way to bait me.
Know we're not getting laid. You know they're going to buy the stuff in the first place.
I'm not following his train of thought at all. Like,
You're not trying to.
Is he saying women out of the FGC because they're gold diggers or they're like, I don't understand.
I think what he's saying is that by society standards, they're too ugly to push their OnlyFans, but by FGC standards, because these guys are,
Exactly.
he's framing it
I
as
see.
like losers,
Okay, so
they can get away
they're
with it.
farming these men.
Yeah, because
for...
they're
Exactly.
lower on the tier.
It
list, I
wasn't that
guess.
hard to understand.
That's the premise. The gamers are like
the girls that were
ugly.
and would sleep around with the top players with free flights to events.
Yeah, because top
We're
players,
on a lower tier list.
all of them are. But because the girls know these guys are lower down, we can't really go into like
It's the same social hierarchy that you have in day-to-day life. It's just in a niche community in a more smaller bubble. That's all it is.
banks and do this to banks. So if it happens in day-to-day society and it's just a part of our everyday lives, what would be the solution to everyday society? It'd be the same solution that I gave earlier, right? To focus on yourself, to help people out that have lost their way, to give them something grounded to do, because you're not going to get them out. You're not going to get them out. Okay, so I'm a solutions person. I'm not interested in being idealistic. Would I like OF to not exist? Of course. I think it is a negative for society. I don't think it's good. Some people argue they should have the right to do it. It's their bodies. That's a debate for another time. I'm just telling you, like, from my perspective, I think OF is a net negative for society. So idealistically, yes, I would love for them to not exist. Not the human beings, but OnlyFans. I'd love for it to not exist. But it does, okay? And we're just fighting game players, okay? We're not changing the world. So the only thing I can do is help the people around me and try to help them to not walk down that path. And look, there's some guys that have their money up. They have their game up. They've got a career and they still indulge. Some people just like doing it. Couldn't tell you why. You can't even touch the girls. Because we can do it to gamers because they ain't shit. That's his point. I'm sure some girls have done it.
I'm just like, what fucking point are you trying to make here, buddy?
No, his point.
You can't see past your own anger to recognize his point. Mike Hollow just said it for you.
It falls flat because he can't do it. Anyway, he's an idiot. This
Wow.
guy.
Yeah.
And he goes on to say both are bad, but one is far worse. Why is that wow? Was it not clear that I thought that in the beginning? Thing is that I'm not beating around the bush. I'm being extremely clear. Like there's no way to misinterpret what I'm saying here, my feelings towards these talking points and the people that make them. We would say this for drugs or anything else, but for corn, your brain just falls out of your head. It's also easy to get rid of the women making corn because there are far less of them than the people consuming it. So it doesn't even make sense on that front. Okay, well let's just unpack that for a second. How do you plan on getting rid of these
That's
women
why
exactly?
we were talking about the addict. Yes.
Again, going back to Mike Hollow's point, the way you get rid of it is by changing men's perspectives. He was right about that. Can't disagree if I wanted to. Men have to want to change first. That's it. Self-control. It's hard, but they have to have it. But it stems more than that. When you have a healthy family and healthy friends and you have decent relationships with people, you don't tend to go towards that stuff as much. Most people look at corn and OnlyFans content, they're filling voids. That's all they're essentially doing. That's it. You fix the internal problems and the other problem will go away because they won't seek it as much anymore.
This is exactly what.
Yeah, again, I assume that I'm not talking to people that have only been on Earth for 2 minutes. It's self-explanatory to have friends and build community. Like Ellie said, and like he reiterated, even though he didn't listen, these guys enter the community looking for a sense of community, looking to share something with people. But that's not enough. There are things that you need to do. Now, earlier on, I said building blocks. He doesn't understand what building blocks are, but he has indirectly done it himself. He built the blocks necessary to... I think he said at some point that he's been in a 9-year relationship. Do you think a man that is unstable, that has not built himself up, that has not learned some sort of discipline, can maintain a 9-year relationship? I'm going to assume he's been faithful to his girl. I'm going to assume that he understands how to navigate the world with his girlfriend. I'm going to assume he understands that she's got different tendencies. Those things all come from understanding and learning and going through trials and tribulations. You don't just understand women overnight. It's all building blocks. Everything you do is connected. So I don't even know why I need to explain this to him. He has lived it. If we believe what he's saying, that he's in a 9-year relationship, I've seen his picture on the thumbnail. He made it very, very, very sure to make sure I could see it. You can see he's got 6% body fat. So he's already done these things. Why do I need to explain the glaringly obvious thing? And if you listen to my explanations, I was explaining it without saying it. When I brought up my friend's name, that implies that I have friends around me and I can help them, therefore community.
I'm talking about. You deal with the addict. You don't suddenly be like, oh, alcohol's not going to exist for you, you know, or corn is not going to exist suddenly.
Yeah.
Those places are always going
See, she made a good point. It took her a minute, but she made a good point.
to exist. It's about creating, you know, a type of maybe boundaries within that person, you know, and it's between them and whatever trained professional they, you know, choose to deal with that problem with.
Yeah.
It's absolutely not to be. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, this is just nonsense. And he goes, I said to Dalton that you're farming engagement. And I said to him, to be fair, you're doing a good job of it because you know you don't actually care about this. And then he said, so are you?
How can you tell a person if they care or not? Who are you to say that?
Because this is how you. I said that, and again, I said this to him earlier, that he didn't bother to check why certain things were being said. He didn't bother to check and understand my interactions with this group and what I heard in that Twitter space, which I still have on my computer. Unfortunately, I can't put up on YouTube because there's just too many slurs in the discussion. But it's on Twitter as well. It's on the Twitter spaces because Twitter is completely unfiltered. I don't know Dalton in his personal life. I don't know him in his personal life. But, you know, when people tweet out certain things and you're going through their page and you're seeing who they're retweeting, you get a sense for what they're thinking. I mean, anyone that understands how to read will understand that. I'm not making fun of Chilled Scrub when I say that. He didn't bother to do any background checks, so he didn't bother to do his research before putting this together. So he doesn't understand why I've taken this stance about towards Dalton and his camp, and why I saw it as farming engagement. Again, if we go back to Dalton's post, it says get women out of gaming. That is a call to action, an action that is never going to come to be. Therefore, it's pointless. Now, you can tweet out pointless stuff if you want. It's your Twitter, your X profile. I'm just saying, it's not going to happen. That's it. And you know it's not going to happen. Make your money. I don't make any money on Twitter. So you can't shit on Dalton for allegedly doing that while doing the exact same shit. Clearly don't care either because your solution is putting a dumbbell in your brother's hand. Give me a break. Now he can't say that I don't care because I've actually got proof. I've got people around me. I've got my community that can talk to it. That people have messaged me privately. I've given them full plans, full breakdowns on what to do in the gym. When we're on live stream, I tell
same,
guys.
to be fair.
Yeah.
You gave me a great plan and that really helped. Man.
Even people that I've met at work that I barely know, they'll be like, oh, what's your gym routine? I'll tell them. I'll say, I stick to it. I guarantee it'll make you feel better. There's so many problems in people's lives. I'm not saying gym is going to fix everything.
Yeah, no, like I think that's the problem. I think people hear that and they're like, he's trying to say that fucking gym is going to...
Because that's what you've been saying throughout the entire video. That's
No, it's not. No, it's not, mate. You didn't listen. I said it multiple times. It's not going to fix every issue. I said it multiple times. We're sitting here live. It's not like I can lie about it. I said multiple times it's not going to fix everything and it's not going to save anyone. Mike split his hair, tattoos, neck, and calves.
literally what you've been saying. And then when you make comments by, this is the type of brother that has never picked up a dumbbell in his life, or these type of dudes that have never picked up a dumbbell in their life, what do you mean by that statement?
I've already explained what I mean by that. Obviously, I'm talking to past George Scrub, so obviously I know he's watching. He knows what I mean by that now. It's like I don't even need to use an analogy. It's a very, very, very obvious thing to understand.
Even if you're not exactly saying it, you're definitely hinting towards it.
Fix my depression.
I'm being so direct. You didn't listen. That's the problem.
And it's like, no, dude, but you know what? It can make you hate yourself just a tiny little bit less. And
Yeah.
that little bit can make all the fucking difference on
Yeah.
a day where you feel like shit.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, don't shit on it before you try it.
Or sometimes for most people, playing the game doesn't make them feel like shit. They just have a good time. For me, music is life. Music stopped me from self-deletion. If it was not for music, I wouldn't be here right now. Not a fucking dumbbell. It's different things for different people.
Because clearly this
Look, okay, if he was going down the self-deletion route, that's horrible. And if you're watching, no matter how many differences we have, I'd never wish that on a man. That sucks. I'm glad you didn't. But again, you're 6% body fat, mate. Stop making out like that didn't do something to your mentality, and it definitely helped you. Now, yeah, we're gamers, so obviously I agree. Playing a game is a nice way to detach and have some fun, and it'll make you feel a little bit better. But it doesn't really have long-term effects, does it? It doesn't have long-term effects. Most of us are not punk. We're not men or RD. We're here having a good time, that's true. I enjoy sitting with my community. I enjoy sitting with these guys and talking. I enjoy going to events and seeing them. But gym is actively bettering yourself. You are prolonging your lifespan in a lot of cases, as long as you're doing it within moderation. You're not going crazy. So, no, you're wrong again. You're 100% wrong. How can a man that is 6% body fat be saying this? The only way he could be saying this is if he has an unhealthy obsession with the gym, which is what it's starting to sound like. We got to get Ozzy back. You know what? I'm going to see Ozzy very soon. I'll bring him on here, I promise.
is not helping you because you're still a salty bitch.
Aside from...
And you're not. And you're not being a literal salty bitch right now.
this whole...
Okay.
Again, if he was listening, Ellie, literally out of her own mouth, said that she's triggered and she's salty. She said it. It's on video. She's not pretending. She never pretends about these things. You can see it all over her face. She gets very, very upset when she sees things like this because there's certain things that have happened. She's not lied. Do you think she's lied? Who's Ozzy? Ozzy is an old school Tekken player. Ozzy's an old school Tekken player. He dominated the UK for some time, and like he's like my big bro. You know, like if I ever need guidance, I'll call Ozzy. So I'll bring him on here. He's like an old sage now. But yeah, no. Again, the problem here with Chilled Scrub is that he's not listening. Ellie, every time she's come on the channel, she's done about what 7 or 8 videos with me now. She outright says that what we are talking about is getting under her skin. She tells me. If I go out there and tell, if she knew this video existed, God forbid she ever sees it, I'm not going to hear the end of it. It's going to get under her skin. That's how she is, but she's not a liar about it. She is salty, 100%. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. She's fucking pissed. If she had the strength levels of a man, God help us all. There would be no control whatsoever. So, why would she not be salty about somebody wanting her out of a community that she finds herself comfortable with? Like, we are humans, not machines. We have emotions. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Well, God forbid a woman shows emotion. You know what? A lot of men forget that anger is an emotion as well. And we tend to exhibit that a lot. They always go, oh, women are so emotional. You watch any of those FGC salty videos? Try find a woman on there. You know that video when they were playing Marvel? And I think, who was it? I'm not going to name any names because I don't want to like throw anyone under the bus, but someone got up and threw their arcade stick and went in for a punch. When you watch those Super Smash Bros. Salty videos, who do you see? Men. But because they're not crying or they're not putting their heads down like you can see Ellie doing there, or they're not upset, or they're not, you know, like pointing the finger saying don't talk about women like that, they're not emotional. It's anger. They're exhibiting anger, but no one attributes that to emotion. Anger is an emotion as well. When these things happen at tournaments, and they're predominantly men, that's also guys showing emotion and not being able to control it. Okay? So earlier on where he said, see that right there? That's why they want women out of the FGC. We all exhibit emotions. Yeah, and I don't have to pretend about who I am. Getting a rise out of me online is difficult. You won't be able to get a rise out of me online in most cases. In person, of course you can. Of course, there's plenty of ways to get a rise out of me. But Ellie, you can get a rise out of her online. I could literally do something right now. It takes me 2 seconds. She'll flip her lid. That's just how she is. Like, pick the men up sort of thing. This narrative they're building around girls is bullshit, because when I go to events, girls are working the cameras, they're there helping the stream setup, they're there helping the organizing.
It's almost like they're fucking.
My thing is, you know exactly what type of women he's talking about. There are good, upstanding women everywhere, right? And what I was saying earlier, these type of women that are doing the right thing need to hold other women accountable, just like other women want us men to hold other men accountable. The only thing is, men will hold other men accountable whether they ask them to or not. Women will never hold other women accountable, and it shows it every single day.
People.
Yeah, yeah. The problem is, mate, it says women in the FGC are the ugly girls. Gets women out of gaming. That is a generalization. If he said that there are some ugly women in the FGC who couldn't make it in life and now they're preying on people, the word some would change this framing entirely. But unfortunately, yourself and Dalton are not using the English language correctly and then being condescending towards people that are. And then he writes, get women out of gaming, which is an absolute statement. That is not, we need to remove the bad apples from women in gaming or something along those lines. Okay, no problem. I can get on board with that. There's bad women in the FGC preying on men. Get them out of here. I don't know how we're going to get them out of here, but at least you're not generalizing. If you can't understand why every single woman, or maybe not every single, some people are just going to go, look at this bullshit post and keep scrolling. But if you can't understand why women would see this, some women and see this and go and get upset by it, I don't know what to tell you. I honestly don't know what to tell you. This is not a generalization. There's no statistics here. Apart from this random 90% one, 90% of the egos in the FGC want to funnel their OnlyFans. So what are you saying? That the other 10% of the OnlyFans models and the egos don't want to funnel their OnlyFans? Isn't that what OnlyFans models do? They promote it everywhere. Why is it 90% of the egos in the FGC want to funnel their OnlyFans? What are the other 10% doing? Are they made? Are they made? Are they all amaranth or something? They all got popping OnlyFans that they're not trying to funnel it? This number has been thrown out randomly. Completely randomly. There's no data to support this. None whatsoever. And this doesn't even make any sense. If an OnlyFans girl is in a scene, she's going to try and push her OnlyFans if she's doing sex work. But she wants to make money.
I don't know.
Even like I had Mimi, Mrs. Playstuff, and Jinmei on here, and we were just sitting here talking, and I've had loads of guys on here talking about their experiences in the FGC. And do you know what the girls got as comments back from the guys? This looks like you're hosting a therapy session, Mike. Even though it was the same stuff that the guys were talking about.
I feel like I have a certain I came into this with a certain level of anger, right? Because I'm just like, I have a problem with these type of blanket statements, you know, that don't help anyone. They really do speak.
I mean, who are you to say it helps no one? It doesn't help you, of course. But who are you to say it doesn't help anyone? Maybe somebody feels that way and they just won't say it. Like I said earlier in the video, maybe somebody really feels this way, and for somebody to say it, they feel like it's not just me that feels this way. Who are you to?
And how does that help them? She didn't say you can't say it. She said, how does it help them? Who did this help? And in what way? I'm going to ask him that when he comes on here. How? Can I get an example? How would this help anyone? This call to action, which is not going to happen. All it would do, actually, to be fair, let me walk that back. All it would do was drum up vitriol, and the men that want women out of gaming will start to feel empowered. They're like, oh, someone else is saying it. Maybe we should say it. Maybe we should start a whole movement. So, you know, maybe to be fair, it would help them feel like they have a place. But make no mistake, it's still a waste of time because it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I'm not just speaking like I'm going to be the fucking brick shithouse that's standing in front of you guys, stopping you from getting women out of gaming. I'm just telling you objectively, it's not going to happen, and you know that. So yeah, it's a waste of time. As a matter of fact, is it helping these guys? I don't know. I don't know if wasting your time is a good way to go about things.
Say that.
For themselves. Like, I wanted to be
It's that high horse talking that I don't really care for. Like, please get off of it.
like, you know, maybe I was
What?
wrong. Maybe I was like, you know, put the cart before the horse type of thing, you know. But no, I can't have the patience to be like, no, let's have a real conversation.
Yeah.
Then why are you talking then? You're a part of the problem. If you can't
She's talking to me. She's saying she doesn't want to talk to these people. She's talking to me. She's saying that I have the patience to go out and speak to people that I disagree with. She doesn't have that patience. She's talking to me because we're family, right? She can talk to me about anything, even if it's uncomfortable. She doesn't want to talk. That's part of the reason why she's not here. She has no interest in talking to Chilled Scrub. None whatsoever. She doesn't care if he goes on to agree with her later or if he disagrees with her until the end of days. She doesn't care to speak to them. She's talking to me. We had the conversation on camera and I put it up because I found her talking points interesting, as do a lot of people that watch my videos. That's why the conversation is happening. Now, I'm not going to get onto him too much for that because he doesn't know Ellie. He doesn't know my relationship with her. He thought she was my girl. But that's the context. Now you know.
if he can't make a statement and say what he wants to say, flagrant or not, and you say what you want to say, flagrant or not, and y'all can both say, you know what, we disagree with each other, but let's try to understand each other's points of view. If you cannot do that, then what the fuck are we here for?
Sometimes people make bad points. I understand what he's saying, and I'm saying it's stupid. I'm understanding what he's saying, and I'm saying it's stupid. In order for me to critique this, I have to understand it. I have to understand the perception. I have to understand why they are making these points. That is why I entered their space on Twitter. So I understand full well what he's saying, and I'm saying, through my understanding, it is stupid and it is pointless. She doesn't want to talk to these people. She wants nothing to do with them. She's there talking to me.
You're part of the problem. Point blank, period.
Because they don't want to have a real conversation.
Who are you to tell them that they don't want to have a real conversation? But you just said you don't have the patience. And you're putting in their head, you're speaking for them by saying, oh, well, I just can't have a conversation with these people because they don't want to have a real conversation. No, it's supposed to be two people with different points of view. And sometimes it's not going to get resolved, but as long as you can understand each other, y'all both leave with something. You don't have to like each other. Y'all don't.
No, Eddie's completely right. I'm sorry. That is a call to action. He's made his mind up. He hasn't said, I think we need to talk about women in the FGC. We need to talk about some of the spaces that they're in. I think there's some problems. Then it opens grounds for conversation. He has said women in the FGC are ugly girls from high school. And then he's gone on to say, get women out of gaming. He's made his mind up. Conversations have already been had. Do you think no conversations have been had before we got to that point? He doesn't want to have a conversation. That's why he put the tweet up. He's saying what he now wants to happen. Okay, now I've seen what Dalton has retweeted. Been on his Twitter page. He's not interested in a conversation to maybe sway his mindset. Again, Chilled Scrub didn't do his background checks. And that's fine, you know, it's difficult, I get it. There's a lot of shit on Twitter. I'm not going to go scrolling through my feed to find tweets from people or whatever. That's long. But now you have a bit of context. Not all people want to have conversations. Sometimes people just want to double down on it. Now, I've said that I'm going to talk to Chilled Scrub. And whatever part he feels like I'm misrepresenting, we can go over now live on stream. But once this finishes, it's got 25 minutes left. Try to get through it as quickly as possible.
Don't have to be friends after this. But as long as y'all have that conversation and have an understanding and a respectful understanding of each other, then there's something to gain for both parties. But by you making statements saying, well, I can't have a real conversation with these people. No, you're not going to be able to bulldoze them with your opinions. That's what you can't do.
They've made their mind up. Actually, in this instance, although we can't bulldoze him with our opinions, we can just let him know it's not going to happen. That's the facts of the matter. We can talk about it. We can 100% talk about it. And like I said, I'm happy to talk to Chilled Scrub when this is finished. But it's not going to happen. They need to understand that. They need to be realistic about this. That is the bottom line. Because Stone Cold said so.
Absolutely. This is literally just placating and hoping that people that already believe this go on to share the message the way that they've brought it to their attention.
The same way you're posting this video and hoping that people believe you and repost and share the video and give comments. Two people doing the exact same things that just happen to have opposing views. That's typically how it goes. I mean, if you guys were so gracious, why didn't y'all just invite him to have a conversation in Discord? I'll do the same thing with Mike Hollow. If Mike Hollow sees this video, I will gladly talk to you and we can both, you know, have a civil discourse about this. You know, we both can.
And there it is. Didn't bother to check to see if I'd actually spoken to Dalton or not. Didn't bother to check if I'd had interactions with him and his friends. Nothing. You need to do your checks before you do these things. Now, I'm not going to get onto I don't know how new Chilled Scrub is to the content creation scene, and I don't even mean that in a condescending way, but you do need to do your checks beforehand. But I don't really understand what conversation there would be to be had. He wants women out of gaming. He thinks they're a net negative. It doesn't even matter if I tell him or if I agree with him. The unfortunate reality for Dalton and Chilled Scrub is it's not going to happen. So it begs the question, why are we even talking? He can have his opinion. I don't have to respect it. This idea that you have to respect everyone's opinions is bullshit. I think I respect like a terrorist sympathizer's opinions or something. I don't have to respect everybody's opinions and walk away from it like I've gained something. Sometimes people are just talking shit and you can let them know. And this is one of those moments where Dalton wrote a bullshit post. I have no respect for this post whatsoever. None. Zero. It's in the negative.
I'm all for it.
Yeah.
You know, like, wow, what a beautifully thought out point. Like, what a gotcha. Yeah.
It might be a beautifully thought out point to someone else, just not you. It's just not your cup of tea.
The women in the FGC are the ugly girls from high school. Yeah, they do.
It's very ironic to
He's not 100% right, but he isn't 100% wrong either.
say that the ugly girls from high school. That's something that needs to say to the boys that I was with. Like, oh, you gamers, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Fucking
That's why
ugly.
I was like, it always made me laugh because I'm just like, well, good thing that there were girls looking your way then, because obviously I'm not yours specifically, but
Yeah.
people in the FGC around the time when we were growing up.
Yeah.
Because that's how we built those first connections, you know, those first crushes.
I built my first connection outside of the FGC. I built my first connection, well, not my first connection, but the girl I'm with now for 9 years, I built that.
Nobody was asking about yours though. She's talking generally. That's what a generalization is. You're talking specifically. You're talking subjectively. She's talking generally. No one. Okay, you met your girl outside the FGC. That's probably for the best, right? Good for you. Well, no one was asking you about what you did in your personal life, and it has no bearing on this conversation whatever. You're making it about yourself. She's talking generally. Again, you're not listening to what she's saying. You don't need to hear the whole Naruto backstory. You in a 9-year relationship, that's fantastic, dude. That is great. For 9 years, that's awesome. But I mean this respectfully, it has nothing to do with the point whatsoever. None. Zilch.
College. It's just she just happened to meet me at the time where I was transitioning to becoming a actual FGC member. Before then, I was part of the FGC back when it wasn't what it is now.
And first loves, because there was, thank God, actually people with the opposite sex or same sex that were into the same things.
Yeah. Now, these guys are like trying to change the world kind of guys, which, you know,
Who said he's trying to change the world? He just made a statement.
again, should have done your research. Now, if you want to get all the context, Chilled Scrub, there's a Twitter space. You're going to have to search for it because we did it like maybe a month or two ago now, where I entered the space and I had this conversation, which is why I have this perception of Dalton and his group. And this is not a new talking point. I made this comment before in another video. Now, fair enough, you don't watch my videos, that's fine, no problem. But I'm letting you know. That is the reason why I said that. These are the change the world kinds of people. The reason that I said that is because of the conversations that I had in that space. Sean Image, thank you for the $5, bro. I think Chill should prioritize his mental health over starting an argument over this gender war nonsense in the FGC. I like respect. Like I said, his accomplishments in the gym are nothing to scoff at. That's genuinely incredible. But it sounds like he has an unhealthy obsession with the gym, and he's projecting. I don't have a physique like him, and I also don't want one like him. Not because he doesn't look good. He's worked hard. Like, it's all over the thumbnail, right? You could take a look at it. As uncomfortable as that thumbnail was for me to look at. Even my boys are like, what's going on there, Mike? He's worked hard for his physique. But I don't want to get down to 6% body fat. That sounds miserable. But it sounds to me like you're projecting.
See, this is something that is very, very diabolical in a way. And I'm not using that word as everybody, oh, it's diabolical, bro. No, it's actually diabolical because you're creating narratives of something that this person didn't say. He made a blanket statement and you're using your interpretation as if it's true. All he simply said is, I'm gonna read it myself. Women in FGC are the ugly girls from high school that never got any attention. They desperately wanted. Their crushes didn't want them. The hot chicks talked shit about them. Invisible. Now that they're older, they got a bit more attractive, still ugly compared to normal society, and they use the FGC to seek attention from awkward dorks in a niche community to fill that empty void from high school. Around 2016, you'll be surprised how many of these e-girls would sleep around with top players for free flights to events. I wouldn't be surprised if this was still happening, not to mention now 90% of the e-girls in the FGC want to funnel their OnlyFans slash fansly, I don't know what that is, to these desperate FGC losers. Women in the FGC are either e-girls or trans, not women. Generalized statement.
That's not generalizing. If you say they're either trans or e-girls, you're not generalizing. You're speaking in absolute. They're either trans or e-girls. And again, you didn't bother to do your research, which is why you think this is coming off the back of one post. This should be a lesson to people. Like, if you're getting into content creation and you want to do call out videos, or you want to like push back on people's points, make sure you try to get a proper understanding of why certain things might be being said. Because if I had listened to myself saying that, I would have picked up immediately that this is not his first interaction with these people. I would have picked up on that immediately. But I tend to listen when I'm doing a reaction, which is why a lot of the time when I do reactions, and I don't mean this in a big-headed way, I don't get that much clapback. Because I make sure before I put my videos up that I've gone over it thoroughly, that I've done some checks. And, you know, sometimes, like when I did the Sonic Fox thing, there were a couple points I made in there where I was wrong. And I shouldn't have said certain things. And I said, do you know what? That was, I spoke out of tune there. Fine. But that's called accountability. Let's be honest.
Not him trying to change the world. He just stated how he actually felt at the moment. Right or wrong, he just stated how he felt. That's not a change the world statement. He didn't say, hey, let's rally the troops and boot these bitches out. He's just saying he wants women out of gaming.
As you play fighting games, you're not changing the world. But what you can do is you can help people around you. And I don't
No. With the shit y'all just said earlier, y'all don't get to keep swapping the narrative and making yourself seem like y'all are good people. I'm tired of people doing that. I am so tired of people doing that. No, you can't shit on people and then try to make yourself look good. Stop that. That whole holier than thou shit has to fucking stop at some point with the FGC. And that's one of my main gripes with the people that's in this shit. Stop it. Me personally, with a lot of the shit that I go through, I try to use myself as a cautionary tale. I'm not trying to make myself look better than anybody. I'm the cautionary tale of what not to do. You can avoid a lot of these problems from people. I'm 30, so a lot of people that's like in their early 20s, I'm like, look at what I did and don't do that. Don't do it at all.
I think you are. I don't think. Am I losing my fucking mind or something? Am I losing my mind? There's no way. There's no way. In the interest of getting to the debate portion, we're gonna let that one go. We're gonna let that one go. I'm not. I think am I hearing things right now? Jeez. That helps anyone. You might have gotten some clicks from this. I'm sure you got some follows from it. That's great, but ultimately you didn't really do anything there. I think that a better use of your time is to help people like that are close to you.
Who are you to tell this person how to spend their fucking time? You surmised all of this shit off of watching not even watching, just reading probably a tweet that took, what, 2 to 5 minutes? And you surmised this.
Should have done your research, bro. No, actually what's happened is you've surmised based off my video without doing your research. Isn't it ironic? I'm making a suggestion. I'm not making an order. I'm not giving Dalton an order. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. I'm merely making a suggestion for video purposes for the people watching. At no point have I given anyone orders. You will not find videos of me giving people orders. Why do you guys keep saying BBC in the chat? Yeah, the BBC's a network over here in the UK. Get your mind out of the guys. What are you even talking about?
All of his characteristics and personality off of this and what he should and should not be doing. Interesting.
To you, and then they're going to be close to other people and they can help them. If in your mind the OnlyFans girls thing is a major problem, then that is the
It is. It's a major problem.
Solution to help people around you. He can even run with that delusion, and if it's helping other people with his delusion, I'll be whatever. He's not hurting them, and he's helping.
Can
these
I
people.
ask, like, what is? This is my problem. That it's not about helping these men. This is what is annoying me. That like you're going on like, oh, this is really going to help men, when it's actually just an attack on women.
Well,
there it goes, and there we have it, and there we fucking have it. It's just an attack on women.
This is an attack on women. What the hell are you talking about? Get women out of gaming. That is directly calling for action that will remove girls from a space they want to be in. Therefore, it's an attack on women. What do you mean there it is? What? I'm going to lose my mind in a minute. Like, this is brain rot. This is literally an attack on women. What are we talking about here? Are we reading the same Twitter post? Get women out of gaming is a call to action. How many times do I have to repeat? I'm going to call this video call to action. If you change that to get blacks out of gaming, that's an attack on black people. If you change that to get people with tattoos out of gaming, that's an attack on people with tattoos, man. Come on. Jesus Christ.
There we have it. Need I say more?
Post. No, actually, no, I'm going to ask him to say more when he jumps on live stream. I would love to hear what he has to say there.
Not just his post, but the very idea of like getting women out of gaming and
As I said before, and I'm going to stick to my stance, there are certain places where men dominate and they should have their space and do their thing, and there are certain places where women should dominate and have their space and do their thing. Everything doesn't need to be intertwined and mingled. There's time for men to be men and do their thing over here, and there's a time for women to be women. I advocate that on both sides. It's not just men should do their thing over here. No, women should have their spaces where men should not come over there and fuck with them, and they do their thing. I am totally for that. But the problem is, anytime throughout history, not just gaming, throughout history, men will build a space, women will invade it, shit goes to hell. It's like when it comes down to certain friendships. I'm not saying this for everybody because I don't want nobody to misconstrue what I'm saying and saying, oh, it's happening all the time. But it's a generalized thing where two men can be the best of friends. A woman comes into play, all of a sudden fights happen. Now it's not her.
Yes, that does happen, but it takes two to tango. Now, yes, there are male and female spaces. Correct. Gaming's not one of them. Gaming is not one of them. That's not up for debate either. That's just a fact. That is a fact. Gaming is not one of them. It's never going to be one of them. Is it male dominated? Yes, we make up most of the gaming space. But it's not just for us, for everyone. You know, like, this really doesn't help. If Anita Sarkeesian saw this video, she'd be like, I fucking knew it, I was right. Because he's making the arguments for her. He's literally making the arguments that we spent so long arguing against with Gamergate. Of course men want women in this space. What the fuck are we talking about here? This is not a man's only space. Your COD lobby with your boys, that's your own space. But Call of Duty, is not just for men. Now, you can design games with mind. For example, the Yakuza series is designed by men for men, but can be enjoyed by women as well. There's nothing on the box that says women can't play this because we design it with men in mind. That's what gaming is. There are some games that women are going to take a liking to. For example, I think that Korean game Inzoi. I know that's going to be populated by 90% women. They can't turn around and be like, hey, we dominate this space. Stay the fuck over there on your Street Fighter. That's not how gaming works.
Fault for showing up. It's their fault for not having the self-control. But look, sometimes things just don't mix. Just that simple. Men and women don't have to mix in everything. Me and my girl are a perfect example. I do my thing over here. She does her thing over there. And then we come in the middle when there's things that we want to do together.
So what, are you saying that you and your girl don't game together at all? I'm going to assume she's a gamer, or that she plays games. You're not playing Street Fighter with your girl? Tekken, Mortal Kombat? A little bit of It Takes Two? It's in the name. But we're not gaming with girls now. What the fuck are we talking about here? I grew up playing Smash Brothers with Ellie and some other girls. It was great having them there. At no point did I think, hey, what are you doing? Put down that fucking GameCube. Oh, so I got my GameCube controller down here. Got my special. I'll show you guys. Oh, can't grab it. Never mind. Got a nice special edition Pikachu controller. Honestly, this is some nonsense. This is some bullshit.
Healthy relationship. Is it perfect? No, but it's healthy. And as we get older, we're starting to understand each other more and like, hey, I understand that he wants to be alone. I want to be alone. And I understand that a lot of times she wants to be alone. She don't feel like being bothered. Got it.
Yeah, when I was with my ex, sometimes I wanted to sit and play a game on my own with the boys. Like I'd want to play Uncharted. And sometimes I wanted to sit with my girl and play a game. Or watch her play Resident Evil and laugh when she gets scared. There are times where you can do things with just your boys. Like I've got my boys group chat. No girls are allowed in there. And then we got another group chat that's mixed. You probably saw my Twitter page the other day. I went to celebrate Chinese New Year with Argon and Pepe, his girlfriend. And, she made loads of nice Chinese food and that. And the boys were all there. But we wanted the girls there. We wanted them there. Now, there's going to be a time where I go out with Argon and I go out with all those boys. And the girls won't be there because we just want a boy space. But you can cross over. There's nothing wrong with allowing girls. It's not even allowing. Like we're giving them permission to play games. They're going to come to our tournaments and you're going to like it or lump it. But it's going to happen. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely absurd. This is not one of those spaces, guys. Viz with the 1000 ARS. What is ARS? What currency is that, bro? 1000. That's a hefty ass number. Thank you, bro. I know this isn't right speak, but I'm starting to doubt his 9-year perfect relationship, his family issues, his self deletion attempt, and his body dysmorphia. A lot of personal extreme examples to make points he can't otherwise hold. Call me insensitive. Thank you for the donation. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to talk on. I'll ask him. It's better to ask him. When he's sitting here over personal things like that, rather than sitting here speculating, because, we are gamers at the end of the day. I don't want to turn it into an attack thing. But yeah, from what he said, I'm not doubting his relationship. I've got no reason to do that anymore right now. But everything else he said, yeah, like there's definitely like some disconnect here with some of the things that we associate with being healthy.
I'm even trying to remember can we just quickly get up his other tweet? Is that the same guy?
No, it's his friend.
His friend. Sorry, I'm getting them confused. I'm viewing them as one people.
They basically are.
No, I think that's why. Because
They basically are. That the condescending shit, bro. It's really the condescending attitude that fucking bothers me.
Well, that's tough, mate. Because I've interacted with these guys and yeah, I was speaking a condescending tone to them. Sometimes when I don't like people, I can be condescending by mistake, but that was on purpose. I'm 100% being condescending on purpose. I am responding to them like that because they're talking about getting women out of gaming. So I'm talking to them like children. And yeah, the reason I said it's basically one person is that that space is almost like a hive mind. It's almost a hive mind. I don't want anyone to make any mistakes. I'm not someone that beats around the bush or doesn't tell you how I feel about you. I'm 100% being condescending there. But I was not being as harsh as I would have been if Ellie wasn't sitting there.
That's what's getting on my fucking nerves. The I'm trying to help you, bro, but at the same time, the condescending attitude, that is what's fucking bothering.
Trying to help me. That is rich. I respectfully, chilled scrub, I don't need your help. And I'm certainly not offering you my help either. We clearly have a different way of thinking. Even when I do speak to you, I don't want it to get twisted. I'm not offering help. We're going to have a conversation. I'm going to hear what you have to say, but I don't need your help. I don't mean that in any way that to be disrespectful. But I didn't ask for your help. And I definitely, based on the remarks in this video where you didn't even listen to most of the things Ellie said or myself, I do not need it.
Me. Stop it. You're one of those fucking bullies. You could have simply tweeted you disagreed and...
Dude, your community is also a hive mind. My community is not a hive mind. These guys call me out on shit all the time. And the reason that we have good conversations on here is because I put people on live stream to talk all the time that have disagreements with me. It's all over my page, bro. You can just go and look for yourself. It's not like I hide these things. It's not a hive mind over here. I got cooked the other day for what I said about Ninja Gaiden. These guys cooked me to death. And some of them unsubscribed. I lost 30 subscribers because of what I said. They said, holy shit, they really didn't like that. It's not a hive mind over here, bro. They disagree with me all the time. I put up a Sonic Fox video not too long ago. My own mod told me, Mike, you're talking shit. I don't know where you're getting that from. Maybe your community is a hive mind. By hive mind, I mean that you agree on the base things, not that you agree on everything. I wouldn't call that a hive mind. I would say that there's a shared consensus. But when people use hive mind, that's usually like they're literally, basically the condescending tone in which I spoke about your tweet and Dalton's is because of what was going on in that Twitter space. It was hive mind mentality. There's no hive mind around here. And I definitely don't promote it.
Kept it moving, but you didn't. You decided to make this nigga like an ass in front of everybody. You're a fucking bully.
I'm not a bully, I'm a YouTuber, mate. People make reaction videos and I was the last one to do it. I was the last one to do it. Do you know how many YouTubers made reaction videos to this? Are they all bullies? He made a comment on the internet. People reacted to it. That's how it goes. They're well within their right to react to me. I'm not going to call them fucking bullies over it. That's not what bullying is. You make comments on the internet. What do you think? This is bullying? Making a reaction to it? I'm the last one out of that group of people that were quote retweeting him. And I don't even know half of them. I know Mrs. Playstuff spoke about it. I know that Tootin spoke about it. I know that Lou Street spoke about it. Even some other guys, I can't remember their names. But you're trying to make out like I'm leading the hate train against Dalton. I'm not. Dalton and people in his space make outlandish remarks all the time and people talk about it. It is what it is. Why did I feel the need to do it? It's something that I wanted to talk about. And I did have something different to say. If you go and listen to the other videos, they don't make the same talking points that I do. Not a single one of them spoke about Jim or any of the accountability that I was speaking about in this video. None of them. Go and watch their videos. Go and watch Mrs. Playstuff's one to start with. Then go and watch Tootin's. Then go watch Lou Street's. There's 3 for you. None of them made those points. I made this video with Ellie. One, because she happened to be sitting here. And I was like, hey, what do you think about that? And I just left the thing recording. And B, we had different points to make than all the other people. So I challenge you to go and watch their videos and tell me that I'm making the same points. But there's no bullying being done here. There's no harassment or anything. He made a point, and you made a point, and I didn't like them, and I made a video about it. That's how it's always going to be with YouTubers. That's what we do. We talk about things on the internet, and we share it with our communities, and they say to us, you're talking shit or you're not. Why did he feel the need to make a post about get women out of gaming when he knows he's not going to be able to? When he knows that call to action is never going to come to be. You also made the assumption that I had nothing different to say. when you haven't even watched the other reaction videos? And I'm assuming you probably haven't even watched my one. You're just catching it now. If you did, then you would know that I had something different to say.
That's what this looks like.
Responded to you, right, off of the back of this, or?
Yeah, so I responded to him and then his friend responded to me.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Twitter can get confusing sometimes.
Yeah, I fucking hate Twitter. Sorry.
It's a bit of a mess.
Yeah.
Threads and threads and threads.
But yeah, you're not doing this because it really helps men. Like getting, let's say for a fucking example, right? I'm really sorry because this stuff makes me mad and I have no patience for it whatsoever.
Yeah.
You take the
You have enough patience to make a 26 to 27 minute video on this. You don't have patience. Sure.
Yeah, again, she's talking to me. She doesn't want to talk to you guys. That's why she's not sitting here right now. She was sitting in my room, we were having a conversation, the camera was still rolling. I thought it was a good enough conversation to put up. Apparently other people did. You did. That's why you reacted to it. And that's why we're here. She doesn't want to talk to Tope. She doesn't want to talk to you. She doesn't want to talk to anyone in those spaces. I don't understand why that's hard to understand and why you couldn't infer that. She's sitting there talking to somebody that she's known all her life. It's not the same as sitting there talking to someone she's never met. She doesn't care on that level. And that is why I can't get her to do YouTube consistently, despite the fact that her videos always get high viewership. She has no interest in it. No, I watched yours and others, and the chick in the video showed that she can't have any intelligent conversations. Really? That's funny because he repeated what she said. He started off the video by saying that what she's saying is nonsensical, and then halfway through the video went on to repeat what she said because he didn't bother listening. So if you're taking that stance, then you're taking that stance against him. We all sat here and we all witnessed it. He literally repeated what she said. So if she can't have intelligent conversations, apparently neither can chilled scrub.
gentle approach, and I appreciate that because obviously I think men do need that. They need somebody else that actually has the patience to have that conversation, but I don't have that. This to me, if we say that you get what you want and women no longer have OnlyFans, right? Let's say OnlyFans is gone.
Yeah.
There's a whole corn industry that predates OnlyFans that was built upon the needs of these men.
True,
right?
that
To
is
the
facts.
point that it was so successful that they didn't even need you to pay for the corn. They could give it to you for free. And now the reality is they're not angry. People like this are not angry that OnlyFans exists and now men are just, you know, giving their money, you know, to corn. They're angry that they're giving their money directly to the women. That is the issue.
Yeah.
They're not lining the pocket.
What? You went totally left field. That had. I'm pretty sure that has nothing to do with what he's actually talking about. I'm pretty sure he can give two fucks about what men do with their money as far as giving it to women. I think his problem is that the FGC that he.
Yeah, Viz, we wouldn't put Ellie on here because Ellie would cook them. But the problem is like I said, Ellie wears her heart on her sleeve. So even though she has a lot of intelligent points, she'll start shouting. That's just how she is. She's passionate about everything, which is why I would not put her in a debate space. Because I can talk to her, and I can get a lot of good out of her. But if she started talking to these guys, she would start shouting, and it would just make her look bad. We are against porn, period. Yeah, okay, no one here is for it. She's just making logical arguments against this. You can be against something, Tope. That's fine. But I am talking about reality and the reality of the situation. And what Chilled Scrub is talking about here is idealistic. You're not going to stop these girls from doing what they're doing. You know that, right? I want to understand that. You're aware that you can't stop them from doing that. As in you and your circle, you don't have the power to do that. You don't have the influence, you don't have even the guys at the top of the FGC, they don't really have the power to do that. No, you can't. You don't have that power in the scene. Even the guys at the top don't have that power. If they want to do OnlyFans, and I'm not for OnlyFans, but if they want to do it, what are you going to do to stop them? Can you tell me exactly what it is you think you're going to do to stop them? Just in a couple words. I'm genuinely curious. What is it that they think they're going to do? That's fine, Dragon Ninja. You don't have to give a fuck, but you will have to wait. You will have to wait. His video's got 14 minutes, and then we'll get to it. We can lobby and use the government to ban porn. It's already being done. If you're gonna lobby to get porn banned in the United States, then go and speak to your government officials. Doing this call to action, get women out of gaming, is not a discussion about porn. This is a discussion about women. This is a discussion about women, bro. It doesn't say get OnlyFans models out of gaming. It also doesn't make out like a majority of women are not doing this, and there's some. It says women in the FGC are either e-girls or trans. That's an absolute statement. Yeah, $1 billion industry and fighting game players are going to go and topple it. Good luck.
He likes in the community, that friends that he's probably gathered through this community, this place, is being overran by what he said in the actual post by OnlyFans thoughts. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna tell nobody how to spend their money. Do I think it's stupid? Yes, but I'm not gonna tell you up front, hey nigga, don't give your money to OnlyFans. In one way or another, whether you're in a relationship or not, man to man, for anybody who's watching, you're giving your money to some woman somewhere. It's going to happen. It's just the context of the situation is different. Let's take me, for example, me and my girl. There's a problem with the car, it needs to be fixed. She's looking at me to fix it. It happens. Just is what it is. By helping her, I help myself. So, what of it?
Pockets of the corn industry, and it's not really available. They're angry that women are now monetizing their sex.
Now, the point she could have made while she's yapping, the point she could have made that would make more sense is that he's mad that he's mad, or people like him are mad that the OnlyFans thoughts are not giving him no booty. Now, that would make sense. I can understand that point, which is the whole thing about we was talking about the whole high school they ain't get no ass, college they ain't get no ass, they find FGC, and now the girls, that same girls, they not getting no ass there either. I'm
so sorry. How is doing OnlyFans not a form of expression? We might not like it, and I don't like it, but how is it not a form of expression for them? I don't understand that. Not all forms of expression are good, but or you can perceive it to be bad. But I don't understand how them doing that with their bodies is not a form of expression. You don't have to like it. I'm not saying that. And you don't even have to agree that it's good. But how can you say it's not a form of expression? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I honestly don't know what you guys think that you're going to achieve. Like, it really does feel like you are rage baiting. That's why I said that. Not all forms of expression are legal. Correct. This one happens to be. Are you guys genuinely lobbying to get porn banned? And if you are, do you have receipts of you actually taking this action? Do you have receipts of you guys taking this action to get OnlyFans banned or porn? What exactly have you done? How is it expression when these women do what the men paying her want? If you do something with your body, that's your choice. Now, I don't have to like it or agree with it, but it's your choice, right? If you go outside and you punch someone in the face, that is a form of expression. It's not a good one. What are we talking about here? I think you're getting confused with it being good and it being a form of expression. If I go outside and dropkick somebody right now, that is a form of expression. It's not a good one and I shouldn't be doing it. But that is a form of expression. Okay, Tope, do you have receipts on that? Because I'm genuinely interested to see what... I'm not going to send you DMs or so. Okay, fine, no problem. No need to pursue that further then.
And now they're really pissed off. That I can get. That argument makes a lot of sense, but mad because they're giving their money to women instead of the porn industry. You do realize that OnlyFans takes a cut, right? You don't get to be on the platform for free.
This is another contradiction. Earlier on, he said that when these guys go to fighting game tournaments, they see these OnlyFans girls getting their free flights and getting on these planes and going off to these tournaments, and they feel like they're getting PTSD. So Ellie made the connection that it's not the porn industry that they're annoyed at. They're annoyed at the individual at these tournaments getting this money. They're annoyed that the money is coming directly to the women, or the opportunities are coming directly to the women. Ellie made that connection immediately, and now for some reason that is lost. How did we get here? This was not a difficult train of thought to follow. This is why when so many of you sent this, I was like, there's no need to do this, because he has contradicted himself 100 times in this.
And not to mention, a lot of women on OnlyFans, and nobody wants to talk about this either. I'm gonna go full screen for this. A lot of women are actually ruining their lives on OnlyFans. A lot of these people that you're thinking making millions and millions of dollars on OnlyFans, that is not the case for every woman. That's a 1 in a million chance. And most women are barely cracking a couple of hundred.
Who brought that up?
And some of them are making a couple of thousand. You will be better off getting a regular 9 to 5.
Okay.
Just saying.
Nobody was talking about the level of income they get.
Sexuality is what they've never been able to monetize previously, and that's why this pisses me off.
So you don't think he cares about the corn
He
industry?
doesn't
He cares
give
about the
a
women
fuck,
making
dude.
money.
100%. And you can tell because the whole thing is spewing absolute madnesses.
Oh, also, by the way, I don't think there's enough money in the world that can get your dignity back after doing porn or doing OnlyFans. You have literally watched thousands upon thousands of men that have downloaded your content and sent it to other people and put it on these other sites. You're selling your butthole for $5.99. There's no getting your dignity back after that. I don't think you can put a price on your dignity. Sorry. There are a lot of upstanding girls that are out here working hard and doing what they're supposed to do, and for all those women, kudos to you. But can you do me a solid? Can you do Anthony a solid and just, look at your feather sisters and be like, hey, can you not do that? Can you cut it out? If you want to be a freak for your man, great, that's y'all business, but you don't gotta put it out there. Just saying.
Women in the FGC are the ugly girls from high school. I'm sorry, sir. You sound sad, and you sound as angry as I do at you.
I see your point completely. So my opinion on OnlyFans. I think it's a net negative for society.
Yeah.
But I don't think OnlyFans girls are polluting the FGC.
Yeah, I think the thing is,
They are. Sex sells. No matter what you do, as long as men like women and women like men, sex sells. It's the oldest thing in the book.
yeah, I agree.
No one said sex doesn't sell. I said I don't think they're polluting the FGC. As in, if I put 100 women in a room, 5 of them might have an OnlyFans, maybe 10. But the overwhelming majority are not going to. That is my point. No one said sex doesn't sell. This is like watching Fate almost. You say one thing, comes out of another. Who said sex doesn't sell? Who said that? Did I say that? I don't remember saying that. Unreal.
With you, but I don't blame the girls doing that.
Yeah.
I blame
It's both people's problem. It's not just men, it's not just women. The problem is both. Women understanding men's weaknesses and exploiting it. Men's problem is allowing themselves to be weak and allowing themselves to be exploited. It's a two-sided problem on both ends.
the current state that we just have got ourselves in.
The state of
Social
of porn
state of
is,
affairs.
it's a deep mess, and it's way too far to dive into now. It goes way back.
I think it's
obviously.
just because it's bleeding into our culture, like our social, like the way that we interact with each other. Like it's so freely available everywhere. Like it's so hard to control.
Take care, Jojo. See you in a bit. Yeah.
It's out of control.
It is out of control. It's out of control. I guess the whole corn industry discussion, that's a wider discussion, but
It is.
the way he's framed it with the girls in the scene, I just think it's a load of bullshit.
It's just not fair, like to paint, all the women in the FGC like
You keep using the word all, it's a generalized statement.
this.
Not a generalized statement, Jesus Christ. Women in the FGC is an absolute. If you think this is how generalities are ironed out in text form, I have a bridge to sell you. That's not how you make the distinction between absolutes and generalities. Okay? Women in the FGC are the ugly girls is an absolute statement. That is that's not a general statement. If it was meant to be a general statement, then use the English language correctly in future. That is why this is why I called it rage bait. If it was meant to be general, he framed it in a way where a lot of people were going to engage because there's no indication that it's general.
This is ridiculous, and I found it quite.
No, that is literally generality. Women in the FGC are the ugly girls. Get women out of gaming. You think that's a generality? Hope you being serious right now, bro. No, you don't need to say all. He said get women out of gaming. Like I said to these guys earlier, if you replace women with Muslims, do you think that they're going to take that as a general statement, or do you think they're going to take that as they want us out of this space? If you replace women with blacks, if you replace women with whites, when you're speaking generally, you make it so that people understand that it's generally. This is a blanket statement. This is not a general statement. Why do I need to explain how the English language works? Alright, Goro, no problem. Have fun with basketball. Good luck. This is... I haven't deleted any comments. I am not deleting your comments, okay, before we start that nonsense. Everyone's free to say whatever they want to say, no matter how ridiculous I think it is.
Sad.
It's a pathetic take.
Yeah.
As someone that is always around girls in the FGC, or like when I go to events and see them there, they're just doing their jobs. They're just doing their jobs.
I mean, actually, to be fair, that's one thing that I didn't say. That half the time, the girls in the FGC don't want the fucking attention at all. Leave them the fuck alone.
Then don't show up. If you don't want the attention, don't show up. It's literally that simple.
What do you mean? They want to go to the tournaments and play the games. They don't want you hovering around them like a wasp. What do you mean don't go to the tournaments? Mate, don't be a fucking creep. Leave them alone. What? Jin Mei can't go to the tournament and do some electrics. Mrs. Playstaff can't go there without someone trying to sniff her. Like, when they say leave them alone, they mean can we play the game the same way you guys are? Stop crowding us. And yes, when I went to Versus Fight and I saw girls getting crowded. I saw it with my own two eyes. Are we going to pretend like this doesn't happen? To come out and say something like that is insane. When they say these things, they want to be there to compete. They don't want you up their bum. They don't want you up their bum. That's what they're saying. They don't want you there trying to sneak a foot pick. They don't want you there saying to them, oh, let me teach you how to do electrics. I think they're fine. If they ask you for help. Hey, what's going on, Jamie? We playing something after? Yeah, if you can wait, because I'm gonna get chilled scrub in here in a second.
It's just like the same girls at the club that wear provocative clothing. If you don't want dudes to look at you a certain way, then don't dress and act a certain way.
It's not the same as girls going to the clubs wearing provocative clothing. They're coming there with their arcade sticks like the rest of us. They want to sit down and play games like the rest of us. Are you trying to make out like a girl going to... This is what... Oh my... This is why I was so reluctant to do this. This is an insane talking point. Insane talking point. Imagine, a girl just wants to go there and do her arena combos, and now she's being compared to a girl in the club bearing it all, shaking her ass on the dance floor. That's apparently the same thing. Girls can't just go to the tournaments like the guys and enjoy the tournament game like the rest of us. No. It's because they want to go there to farm attention from these lonely men, which is the equivalent of them going to a club in a boob tube. Are we being for fucking real? Are we being for real? What a way to close up. The video's almost done, but what a way to end this.
And it's not me policing you and telling you how to dress, but you do understand you can do what you want, but understand that everything you say and do, just like with this video, it has a consequence to it.
A consequence. All you've done here is throw men under the bus, because what you've basically said is don't come to these spaces because we are going to sniff your armpits. We are going to hover around you and get a strand of your hair. You're not going to be able to do your electrics in peace because we can't control ourselves. That's essentially what has just happened here. Don't come to these spaces dressed to the T in a hoodie and Tim's and fully covered up, because if we see the arcade stick, we're going to know you play games and we want to sniff your bum. This was an insanely damning take. You're essentially saying that we can't be trusted around them. That's what you're saying. This is a mad take. This is the worst take of the video, and there's been a lot of bad takes. This is crazy. This is I can't even believe he said that. I'm almost at a loss for words.
I'm going to get backlash from this video, and I totally understand and accept that, and it's okay. Same thing with women. They have to understand you're going to a heavily dominated... Let me go full screen. You're going into an area that is heavily dominated by men, and you expect them, and you understand that they are lonely, depressed, they're not getting any sex, they're not getting laid, they have no romantic relationships, and you are the minority, and you expect these dudes to not talk to you. And the problem is, in this situation, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. If you do not...
Didn't he say men hold men accountable? Shouldn't the talking point be here, guys, you might be lonely, but that doesn't give you a right to go up to her and start yapping. Especially if she tells you to go away, right? We spoke about accountability earlier, right? Where's the accountability? Oh, you know, they're lonely and they're sad, so it is what it is. The problem is clearly the guys that are doing it. And I'm not even saying that they are necessarily doing, but that's the assertion that he's making. Expect the unexpected because you're the minority here and these guys have no self-control. Alright, Mizango, take care, bro. This was quite possibly the most damning take in the entire thing. Keep your hands to yourselves and mind your business and the girls will be fine. They just want to go there and play games. This is why fucking FGC events are sausage fest half the time. Because imagine a girl hearing this. And she's like, oh yeah, I want to go to a tournament. And she hears this. Like it's her fault that something might happen to her because the people around her can't control themselves. Instead, what we should be doing, like you suggested earlier, Chilled Scrub, is holding men to account that do this and banning them from the tournaments. It's still male dominated. We still dominate the entire place. Push the men out that are doing these things and keep the good ones in there so women feel welcome. And that's it. Problem solved. But now you're putting the blame on them because they want to go and play games. They want to enjoy the medium that we're all supposed to be able to enjoy. Free from assault. Imagine.
Not associate with these women. They will cry on Twitter and say that you're keeping us out of the community, you don't want anything to do with us, so forth and so forth. If you give these women the time of day, you end up getting accused for sexual assault. You cannot win. It's a lose-lose.
All right. Do you know what? I am associated to a lot of girls in the FGC. I've been in the FGC since 2007. Not a single time have I been accused of assault. Now, I'm not saying guys don't get accused of assault. I'm using myself as an example. I go out of my way to welcome girls in. I've reached out to girls on Twitter that I've seen their posts where people are ripping into them. I've said to them, hey, our community's over here. I know you play Street Fighter, but you're more than welcome to come and chill with us. We're not like that. Some of my mods are girls, right? Some of the girls that I have on my podcast, some of the people I have on my podcast are girls. I associate with women in the FGC. Now, I'm not stupid. I can see red flags. I wasn't born yesterday. There are certain girls that won't go there. There's certain girls that I've received friend requests from that I have not accepted. I'm not stupid. Some guys are stupid. They know the red flag is there and they jump headfirst into it. Now, fair enough. Some people don't know and some girls are manipulative. But to make out like welcoming girls into the FGC and reaching out to them and holding an olive branch out is going to result in sexual assault charges. Well, this is not the majority. That is a minority. That is a minority. Just like when they accuse men of being predators all the time because of things that go on in the Guilty Gear and the Smash Brothers space, that's not the whole scene. I know we clown the Guilty Gear scene, and maybe it's a bit too widespread there. Maybe it's a bit too much. You know, one's too many, but maybe it's... Maybe you have a Guilty Gear tournament and there's 100 people and there's 10 predators. That's too many predators, right? But it's still not all of them. It would still be a minority.
That's what I call power. Now, I'm not saying exactly what he's saying, but this is my gripes about it, and I can somewhat agree to what he's saying. I'm like, no, the reason why I wouldn't want a lot of women in the FGC unless you do it off of merit, like I said before, is that it creates a whole bunch of unnecessary drama, especially with these entitled women that we have today. They're entitled. They don't have to earn anything. And they come to the FGC without earning anything, and they get major platforms that do the women or other women that have been working twice as hard as they have and get absolutely nothing solely based off of looks. I'm not gonna act like looks don't mean anything. They mean a lot. And that's what I try to tell other FGC.
That is an issue with the men that are giving them those opportunities. You're not going to be able to stop the girls from coming in and cozying up if that is happening. You're not going to be able to stop them, because why the fuck are they going to listen to you? But maybe if you're close to some of these guys, maybe they will listen to you. Maybe you'll be like, listen, give that position to this guy. Don't give it to her just because she gave you hanky-panky time. If that's happening. If that's happening. I'm not even asserting that it is. If it was. But I can guarantee you, if you put this guy on a podcast to talk to OnlyFans girls and he started saying this, they're going to look at him sideways. Then they're going to look at the £1,000 they just made whilst he was talking. They're not going to listen to you. If this is happening, it's a waste of time. The focus should be put on your own camp. And your own camp are men. That is why I said that Dalton's post was a waste of time and it was rage bait. Because it's not going to happen. Not. Okay? These OnlyFans girls have been going on podcasts, getting named and shamed for ages, and they start flashing people. I've watched the Whatever podcast. I've seen Fresh and Fit. I've seen other iterations of them. This is only getting worse. Those podcasts were all painted as male self-improvement, and yet the situation has only gotten bigger. So you're not going to stop them. It is a juggernaut. It is a juggernaut of an industry. Alright, XLR, take care, bro. It's a juggernaut of an industry. You're not going to stop them. It's only getting worse. We all heard about how much Sophie Rain made, right, in 1 year. It was more than NBA players. Fighting game players ain't going to stop that. But you can help your boy. My boys, you know, in a sense, they're my world, right? I've grown up with them. Same guys I've been friends with since I was young. You know, some of them I've known for years. Yeah, Jamie was just in the chat. Those guys are my priority, okay? Like, those people, those are the guys I keep close to me. If my boy Jamie was going down that road, and he wouldn't, because he's very similar to me, he would just fuck off, he won't even bother with it. But if he was, I would pull him out of the dock, because I can help that person. You're not going to change the minds of these OnlyFans models. You're not going to, okay? They got too much money, they can't hear you.
Do is if you want people to take you seriously, take care of how you look. Please.
Right? That's like the broad message a lot of the time. I'm sorry, because I'm such a potty mouth.
Do you know what the problem is?
This video.
These guys live on Twitter, so they'll see the girls on Twitter posting themselves up like, oh, look at me, and they'll think, oh, this is all girls, but there's so many girls that are they're radio silent. They'll even tell me, Mike, I'm not coming on camera. Don't want anyone to see my face.
And that's the majority. And I think that's again, this is why this is so not a fair take.
Yeah,
like
it's a disconnect.
Mike Hollow, as much as you challenged him to show evidence of what you're saying, instead of using anecdotal situations, how about you present all the evidence of all these women that are kind-hearted, hard-working women? I do agree there are a lot of hard-working, kind women.
I am not posting receipts of my conversations with girls. I don't care if you believe me or not. I couldn't care less. What did you say, Tope? There are more women who are OF models than teachers. Okay, yeah, maybe. But we're talking about girls in the FGC. I'm not saying that OF is not widespread and porn is not a problem. I'm not making that assertion. We're talking about the FGC here. This is a localized problem. This is what he's asserting. And I would actually like to see that data. I'd love to see that data. But considering OF is accessible to absolutely anyone, and being a teacher you have to study for, and you know only a certain amount of people are going to be a teacher in a school or whatever. I can imagine that being the case, but we're talking about OnlyFans. We're talking about OnlyFans. We're not talking about teachers. Sorry, we're talking about the FGC. We're not talking about teachers. A completely different argument. I'm sure there's more OnlyFans models than doctors. But we're talking about people that populate a space.
They don't want to be in the spotlight, but can you show these women, please? Like, can you show us any examples besides just word of mouth?
No, I will not post conversations with girls online, and even if I did, what would that prove? What, you want me to post their? You want me to post their profiles? You want me to post their profiles? And what does that do for you?
Because I could simply say what you told to that dude earlier in the video and just say that you're just lying, and I don't believe you.
It's a take. It's a take of somebody that exists on Twitter and Twitter alone.
Absolutely agree.
Because if I show you my Discord messages where I've said to girls have said, "Oh, I want to speak on your podcast, but I don't want to show my face."
Yeah.
Loads of them, and I'm like, that's fine, no problem. You ain't got to show your face. But most of them do not want, and they've got like anime profile pictures, or they'll have like their game. It will only be gameplay on their YouTube channel. You'll never see their face. You won't hear their name. That's majority of the girls that I end up speaking to.
Okay, I see what he's going with this, and I'm not going to sit there and act like dudes don't be acting creepy. For all my men out here that's watching this video, if you go to an event and you see some attractive women, bro, there's rules of engagement. Look, you can talk to women all day, just don't be fucking weird. And for women,
but also if you go to the events, girls, it's a male-dominated space, so it is what it is. Like you said one thing not 5 minutes ago, and now you're saying something else. Now you're telling men to be accountable and not be weird. Is it you go to a male-dominated space and it is what it is, or guys don't be weird? Which one is it?
and understand that you're in a venue that is majority dominated by men, so you're going to have to interact with men. Don't be an asshole. Can we come to that compromise? So that way women don't feel weird and men don't feel like you're just trying to trash them 24/7. I think that's a healthy compromise. All right?
When I'm like,
because as much as I'm going in on women, I've definitely heard and seen the stories of women being not women, but dudes being absolutely creepy. I've seen it, and it, like, dude, you're justifying what he's saying by doing things like that. Cut it out.
like, oh, I'm doing this thing. Does anybody want to jump on? They'll message me and say, hey, I want to jump on, but I don't want my face out there. Some girls, and even the girls that I had on, one of them was like, should I have my camera on? I was like, yeah, turn it on, it's fine. But majority of people don't want it.
Yeah.
So this is BS.
Absolutely.
This is someone that lives online.
I agree.
Anyway, he
completely.
deleted it because he probably
Lives online is a crazy statement, man. Do you know this person? Do you know him? You're making these claims and these ad hominem attacks. You don't know this person.
God.
It's fine that you're attacking his argument. I get that. You disagree. Fine. But one, the person, I don't know what she is to you. I said you're a woman earlier. That's my assumption. If I'm wrong, my bad. Whatever relationship you have with this person, she automatically said, I don't want to have a conversation. This person isn't going to be open to dialogue or whatever. That's weird. You could have, instead of like trashing this man, you could have just literally had a conversation with both of these people and had it been done for there, and it would serve both purposes where you can get both perspectives and see where both people are coming from, and it would have done you a better service and you would have got more viewership.
You should have taken your own advice, mate. You should have taken your own advice.
And it would have done him the same thing, since y'all both saying y'all are essentially clout chasing.
Probably realized it was stupid. People calling me an incel. How am I clout chasing? No disrespect to Dalton or Tope, but what would I be clout chasing from them exactly? I'm confused. And same goes for Chilled Scrub. Making this video, I'm not clout chase. You don't have clout for me to grasp at. I don't mean that in a rude way at all, but you don't. That doesn't even make any sense. I don't mean that in any way disrespectful. That's just a fact of the matter. I'm just speaking about it because I want to. You know, sometimes people just want to speak about shit because they want to. Going on Masterpiece. Maybe you don't remember, but you have been. I have no clout to gain from your circle, Tope. None. You guys made awful arguments against me about cancellations and stuff. You don't know anything about me. If I got cancelled from the FGC today, I'm okay, bro. I'm good. Would I miss it? Obviously. I like talking to these guys. You guys were making out like I'm towing the line because I had certain talking points. Oh, you wasn't talking. My apologies, Tope. It's hard to understand who's talking to who. My apologies. 1.6 in his video about you, and that's his highest viewed video. Maybe he just wanted to talk about it. I'm not gonna call him a clout chaser for it. I think he's made horrible arguments, and we're gonna get him on here in a second if he's still here. He's made awful arguments, but this whole clout chasing is silly. Sometimes people just want to talk. You know,
It is very incelly. I'm sorry.
It
It's
is
very,
very
incelly.
The term incel has been used and abused, and I'm tired of hearing that. I am so tired of hearing the word incel. It has been used and abused.
And I don't like throwing that word around, but if that doesn't scream incel, I don't know what does.
Anyway, guys, I'm sorry for my passion, but that one really got under my skin, and it took me a little while to process everything. And usually, and this is actually why I don't like to do like live fucking takes.
You've never been live on the channel before.
Yeah, I know, and I think that's why I have, but it's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, like all of the ones where you're just like, I want to see you, I want to know what you're gonna react to this.
No, I mean, have you ever been on
a
a live stream?
Oh no, I've never been like live. Do you know what I mean?
We should. I'm just gonna go live one day and put you here.
No.
Just leave you there to talk.
No. It would be the most awkward thing.
You'll just be saying like,
Right.
But yeah, in closing, this was an L take. The people that agreed with him, L's disconnected from reality. I'd say go outside, touch grass,
And,
talk to some
apologies
girls.
for my language, please.
Okay, the video's done, and I'm gonna give my final thoughts. Right. We heard what they had to say, and there's some parts I do agree with it, and there are a lot of parts I disagree with it. But you heard the ending of that video. Go touch grass. Go do this. All right. I'm going to say it right now. I agree with probably about 60 to 70% of what he just said.
You clearly agree with that 90%. There was one point I made that you agreed with. The rest of it you agreed with Dalton. So I'd say that's over 90%.
I touch grass. I work a 9 to 5. I have a 9-year-long relationship. I'm a heavy gym goer. I'm a photographer, musician, so forth and so forth. I have an active life. I have healthy friendships with people. I'm good. But when you say condescending shit like that 24/7, and then you close the room for communication, you're a part of the problem. Mike Hollow.
I ain't close. What is this whole close the room for communication thing? Where are people getting that from? I'm one of the only YouTubers in the FGC space that allows randoms onto the live streams. Where's this whole closing off communication thing?
Made some great points. There are good women that are out here doing their thing, you know. But the problem is, let's say he is right, and there's a minority of women doing these things. They have the loudest voices. And that's what, if people keep seeing that over and over and over again, they're going to assume that's the majority. It's the same thing with this whole incel culture and the FGC dudes are musty dudes that never leave their apartment or in their mom's house or whatever, so forth and so forth. They tend to have the loudest voices. The average dude that has a 9 to 5 that's doing their thing, they don't really have time for this crap. I really don't either. I just happen to have a 3-day weekend. But that's all I have to say about this video. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe.
That's cap, bro. I've got 2 jobs. I can make time for this. Right. Chilled Scrub, you still there? We finally got through it. Could someone give him my Discord, please? Because I can't copy on my computer. So Alexis, if you could copy and paste my Discord. Get him in here. Roll it back. I wonder, is Tekken still on? Oh, my PlayStation shut down. My bad, guys. My bad. Chilled Scrub, do you want your camera on? Or do you want to keep it off and just do audio? All right. What I'm gonna do real quick, because I'm gonna sit here and talk to him now. I'm just gonna take a piss real quick, guys. I'll be back in just a moment. Um, Give me 1 second, okay? Back. Let's see. Has he added me yet? No. Oh, they've been streaming for 6 hours. Didn't even realize. Did I see the OF model at the Evo? Yeah, I did see that one. I did see what the Latina. Yeah, I haven't received a friend request for Discord. Just joined. Yeah, just find me in the Discord and add me on there. Oh, okay, I got it. Okay. Right, let's put Discord over here. Where is he? I think I need to disconnect my camera on here.
Straighten something out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Give me 1 second to straighten something out.
Guys, try to not tear each other's heads off in the chat. Okay, let's keep it respectful. Alexis, you make me laugh. Tell you, we're not meant to stick, bro. Don't say that. Just take a shout. It's not that hard.
Give me 1 second, man. I'm just trying to get this camera to show up.
Yeah, no problem. You work construction? Oh, fair enough, Tay, my bad. Yeah, I've done construction like on and off when I was much younger, just helping around. It's horrible. I don't want to say it's horrible, but it's strenuous. I think you're muted.
Yeah, but we can go ahead and get started, man. I'm ready. Let's do this.
All right. So, what part did you want to start on? Did you want to start from the beginning, or were there any particular talking points you wanted to go from?
No, we can go ahead and start from the beginning. I think that's the best way to do it. Interesting stream, by the way. Very interesting. Got a lot of lively people in there, to say the least.
They are a lively community. Yeah, I'll give the floor to you. Anything, because obviously you've been sitting here this whole time hearing me talk, so I'm happy for you to take the reins, and then I'll answer any questions that you have. We can have a back and forth.
All right. First and foremost, first thing I want to get off, like when I read the original comment, I was assuming, again, maybe I was wrong because probably a lot of this video is assuming on both ends, is that one, he was talking about the FGC in general. And when it comes down to the FGC in general, I do think that a lot of women do come in for the wrong intentions. I did mention the fact that women do not hold other women accountable. And I do agree to the fact that men do fuck up a lot. In that instance, they don't hold men accountable either. A lot of raunchy shit does happen. His take is a bit extreme, I will say that. But for the most part, I can somewhat get the sentiment that he is trying to get out. Could be a little bit rage bait. I can see that. But I still do somewhat agree. Like for let's say people like Tanakana that play, all by all means, playing for the right reasons, doing your thing, great. I have no problems with you being here. Awesome. Same thing with dudes. If dudes don't fuck shit too, they got to go as well.
Mm-hmm.
But my whole thing is on both sides. It's not just, oh, I hate women, because I've been seeing a lot. I've been reading the comment section, which I probably shouldn't do because all it did is make me tilted. But no, I'm on both sides. Men need to tighten up, women need to tighten up. But we just happen to be talking about women in this regard because that's what the original post was about.
So do you think that if I got 200 girls from a tournament, that majority of them in the room will be OF or E-girls?
Like say from a 1 to 10?
Yeah, let's say there's 200 girls in the room. Let's focus on OnlyFans.
200. 200, okay.
Yeah, from that number, what would you pull? What would you say the percentage of OnlyFans girls in there?
200.
Randomly
I'll probably
selected.
say about 25%, probably about 50. And I have to correct myself on this one. There are a lot of bullshit that's going on with women in the FGC. But I should have said this in the video. The minority is extremely loud. That's one mistake on my part when I rewatched it when I was watching your stream. I'm like, yeah, the minority is extremely loud, and that's what I meant by women do not hold other women accountable when it comes down to things like that. They don't say anything. They almost promote it in a way. And I kept mentioning people like Angel 20Z, but I can go to other people, and that's why I tried to drop some links in my actual description of these people. But I kind of don't want to do that because it is some graphic stuff, and I don't want kids to like just happen to watch it and see that and click that, and that's a whole mess I'm not trying to get into. But no, if I had to just answer your question directly, I would say probably around like 25%, 50 people, which is still a bit, that's a lot to me anyway.
Okay, so I don't believe that to be the case. Having a Discord community myself and having previous Discord communities, and then also being in the FGC for a long time, majority of the girls, whether they're working there or going there, just want to sit there and play the game. And I don't believe that that these girls have OnlyFans. I think maybe some of them feel maybe ostracized from society, like a lot of different gamers do, whether it's male or female. But I don't necessarily think that that's them pushing their OnlyFans, and I also don't really think there's any data to suggest that. What I think is happening is I think there's some loud voices on Twitter, and that's where people are pulling their examples from. Now that my channel's gotten to where it is, I get the chance to interact with a lot of different girls. And much like Ellie, and much like my other family members, they just want to play the game and be left alone. And this idea, even when Mrs. Playstuff was on my YouTube page with Mimi and with Jinmei, the first comment that they got was, "What's your OnlyFans?" And I think that there is this idea, and it's been drummed into a lot of men's head, that they have completely overrun the FGC, when, as someone that's been in it for a long time and somebody that's got friends over in America as well, when I originally made that video, even they were saying to me, that's not true. That there's some, but it's not overrun.
Well, I wouldn't use the word overrun, definitely not. But it's definitely noticeable. You can definitely see it. That's why I'm still going to stick to 25. But going back to when I agreed with you when I said that men are part of the problem, I blame both sides. One, for the men allowing this to happen and not holding other men accountable. Even though I did say in the video, yes, more often than not, men tend to hold each other accountable. But women still have to hold each other accountable too. I'm not trying to sit here and try to save people. Look, you can do what you want to do. That's your business. But I'm not going to sit here and act like things don't happen either.
But when it
comes down to the actual, hold on. Well, go ahead.
When you're saying that's your own business, you made a point earlier that some of these guys will go to tournaments and they have PTSD and they will see a guy with the OF models giving her free flights.
Let me explain that. I said that pretty jokingly, but I still meant what I said. It's almost like giving them PTSD. So what I mean by that is when you go to middle school, high school, and you're always getting rejected, and like I said before, you find a place or a community where you actually align with what's going on. You finally meet some common like people that do the things you like to do, and you're being reminded of what you couldn't get that you always wanted. Now, I'm not saying that's the woman's fault. That's on him, but I can see where people will be a little bit bitter and a little bit salty, and I can see where people say incel, but at the same time, we have to use that word sparingly, I would say. I wouldn't say just call every dude that's a little disgruntled an incel. Mm-hmm. But that's what I mean by that. Where dudes get this whole PTSD kind of like thing where, oh, yeah, man, I couldn't get no hoes in high school, couldn't get no hoes in middle school, and I ain't getting no hoes now. And when your sister was making a comment about the top level players getting, essentially getting all the pussy, I'm like, well, of course they are. Like, why would they complain? They're winning. It's the dudes at the bottom. They're like, well, shit, I couldn't get none in my normal day-to-day life, and I can't even get none in, let's take by what he said, the ugly chicks. I can't even get none from the ugly chicks. Yeah, you're down bad. Mm-hmm. I could see where he's coming from. That don't mean I absolutely agree with it, but I see where he's coming from. I definitely do.
But how does that differ from any other area in life, whether it's OnlyFans or otherwise? Guys that are always doing better and have more money and have more status always attract more women. So if you're not able to attract those women, isn't the solution to just get your game up?
Absolutely, but I mentioned that in the video. I'm like, yeah, it's a broader problem that's just bubbled down into the FGC. That's why I said the whole PTSD thing, going back to that. It's just a reminder. Now, there's a thing I do want to talk to you about, because you kept saying, mentioning the whole 6% body fat thing and like a unhealthy, I guess, disposition with the gym. Could you elaborate?
Yeah, so I was talking about how it's a good foundation for men, and it's something good to focus your attention on. It grounds you. It's not going to save everyone, but it's certainly going to help more people than you just sitting on your couch and doing nothing. And you had a lot of pushback for that, which I don't really understand. As somebody that's worked hard in the gym, you know that being disciplined to your level is difficult, and through difficulty, you learn discipline. You learn to be strict with yourself, and you learn to focus on things that matter. So when you said it's made no difference other than how I look, I just don't understand how that's even possible.
Okay, so yeah, that's what kind of tilted me a little bit, because in that regard, you're speaking on my experience. My experience isn't everybody else's experience, but let me speak to me, right? Family issues, my family garbage, trash, right? The only thing I got is my dad and my girl. Not trying to get super sappy or personal, but it just is what it is. Been having a lot of issues growing up and so forth, a lot of medical problems. It's not until I started doing the inward work that made the difference. Me going to the gym and lifting weights, that really didn't do shit for me. Yeah, I had a short-term happiness as far as, oh yeah, man, I hit a new milestone. I can bench 270, I can bench 275, I can deadlift 405. Yeah, that's cool, that's awesome, whatnot. But in the grand scheme of things, nobody really care. It's not till I started doing some actual healing on my own and some self-reflection. Like, okay, why do I still feel like this, even though I've hit these milestones? I have a body that most people would want. Not to say it in an arrogant way. I know what I look like, but I'm still not happy with it. As of right now, I'm extremely happy. I'm content with life. I got a girl who cares about me. She'll cook for me. That one won't do anything for me. I still got my dad in my life. I'm good. But at that point in my life, it was extremely dark, dude. There was no amount of lifting weights that was gonna fix that. No amount. But a lot of people, I'm not just saying you, but from what I see, because I go all the time, they push this gym. And I'm like, okay, that's good, but we have to talk about both sides. There's a dangerous side to doing that if you're doing it for the wrong reasons. Yes, body dysmorphia is a real thing. Drug abuse is what I want to mention too. Drug abuse is a heavy thing in gym culture. All these things can happen if you're not doing it for the right reason. If you just want to get regular healthy and you just want to be at a healthy body fat, you want to have a BMI index of like 23 or whatever, fine, that's you can do that. But I'm talking about people that use that to fill the void. Be careful. It's just like gaming, any extreme, like gaming. You see dudes like you was just talking about earlier, musty, never leave the house, room smell like cheese. You got those people. Gym heads, you got people that's over here taking anabolics and steroids that's killing themselves, literally. It's extremes on both sides. But I don't hear a lot of people talking about those extremes. I hear a lot of people saying, yeah, go to the gym, go to the gym, go to the gym. But if you're talking to these people that are down and out, that haven't fixed those internal problems, you're putting one problem with another, if that makes any sense.
The only comment I made was that the gym is a good foundation. At no point during my video with Ellie did I say gym is everything. I just said it's a good foundation, and I think most gym goers would agree it's a good foundation. Obviously, you don't abuse it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you'd agree. Gym is a good foundation.
I agree with
So
that.
I was confused like why you went on that tangent, because at no point did I say gym is everything and gym will fix everything. I actually made the point to say gym won't save everyone, but it's a good starting point. And then Ellie said that it's if you do 1% today, you'll be a little bit better tomorrow. Even if it's temporary, doing something active rather than sitting around doing something, we probably both agree, is good for you. But you made out like I was saying that gym is everything and gym will solve all problems.
I was saying that in relationship to what you were saying with old boy, that the whole dumbbell comment. I got touchy with that one. I always say it because, like, again, I take myself into it. I'm not saying everybody's me, but there are people that I talk to that go to the gym. They like, bro, they are down bad. They look great. They look way better than I do, and they still like they're fucked in the head. And then I see the popular gym culture. I'm like, well, I hear a lot of kids saying this is I'm going to be a personal trainer. Everybody's saying this is the end all be all, or you just got to go to the gym. I'm like, you can do anything. So I should have prefaced this by saying, long as you find something that's productive for you, whether it be gym, as you said, karate, or whatever martial art discipline you want to do, something productive. But it doesn't have to be gym. That's what I should have said on me.
But do you understand that my point that I'm saying it's a good foundation, and that I'm not talking about abusing it? Obviously, we know steroid abuse. We understand that people can go excessively. But me and Ellie are just saying that if you start somewhere, it's better than doing nothing.
Yeah, but at the same time, when people say we have to start somewhere, and I'm guilty of doing this, I'm not going to act like I'm an angel or anything. I say you should start here, but then criticize people by saying shit like, you never picked up a dumbbell, or look like you never picked up a dumbbell, or you fat or whatever. I've done that. I'm not going to sit here and just criticize and chastise you for it, because I've done it too. or being an overly, pretty much a nuisance about it. And this is just a personal net pet peeve of mine. So I'm like, I get it, bro. You go to the gym. I used to be that annoying person too. Oh yeah, I go to the gym all the time. You should do it too. Great. But for most people, especially these down and out people, and I'm trying to be rude to your chat, but some of the people in your chat is probably who I'm talking about. Some of the people in my chat is who I'm talking about. Those people that they don't have a foundation in anything. And like I was saying earlier, if you try to fill the void with just a gym, that's not going to help you.
Well, why did you think that?
It's like oh, hold on. Let me say this. Let me say it in a better way. It's like putting one addiction with another one. That's the best way I could say it.
But why did you think that me saying spoken like a man that's never picked up a dumbbell was somehow an insult?
Well, come on, man.
If I say that you haven't picked up a dumbbell, I'm
hold
basically
on,
saying that you've not been to the gym and that you don't know what. No, I'm talking about that tweet. That if you haven't picked up a dumbbell and you haven't even started, you can't talk to me because I've done it.
That's a slippery slope, in my opinion, because it's the whole thing about the whole positivity. Like, okay, we positivity to what extent? I mean, that's like how when I came at you about the I'm stronger than you. So what?
Yeah, I don't know
You
why
can't
said
lift
that.
what I lift. So what? That's what I'm in that. And why you say I don't know why you said that. I don't know why you said that to old boy. Now, if you again attacking the argument is fine about him saying that extreme statement about keeping women out the FGC. Sure. What the fuck does weightlifting have to do with it?
It's
Nothing.
Saying to someone that is spoken like you've never picked up a dumbbell before is an expression to say you've never been to the gym. It's not to say you're a weakling. It's not to say you're ugly. It's to say that his comment was, give me a break, which basically tells me that he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's not a you're stronger than me or you're weaker than me comment. It's a you've never.
You're talking
done
about
this.
the other guy, right? You're talking about the other guy, not the one dude that made the original statement, right? The other dude that was defending him. Okay, you're talking about the other guy. Okay, cool. He's a prime example of what I'm talking about. The gym isn't for everybody. I agree with what he said on that part. It's not for everybody. It's really not. Yeah. I mean, you can make the statement you like and never pick up a dumbbell, but the tonality of what you said, that is condescending, bro.
Yeah, but it's got nothing to do with strength. It's got nothing to do with looks. It's everything to do with mentality. You took that and you said, I'm stronger than you. And I was like, even if you were, that doesn't change the argument.
What I'm saying is like the dude just said in the chat, taking a jab at somebody, right? You took a jab at him. I took a jab at you. That's what I'm saying. It literally has nothing to do in context. It has nothing to really do with the entire argument of what we originally came in this video for in the first place. That's what I'm saying.
It has everything to do with the second guy. I was direct. It's a jab, but it's direct and it's in context. Your one had made no sense.
So what you're saying is in a situation where
I'll give you an example.
He says that hold on. In a situation where he says that the gym doesn't solve all the problems, right?
Yeah.
And you saying coming from a person that hasn't picked up a dumbbell in his life, right? You said that. And coming from a person who does this every day, damn near, and I say it doesn't really matter if you do it or not, as long as you find something productive. What are we getting at here?
But it does. You know that it does. That's not true. You know that going to the gym and being consistent does do things for you. It might not change everything in your life, but it 100% does things for you, and that's why you're consistent at it. Nobody spends that amount of time and putting that much work into their body to get to 6% body fat to turn around and say it doesn't do much. You know it.
I'll tell you my reasons for going to the gym. It might not be yours, but mine is solely this. You make a commitment, you honor it. Regardless of how I feel, like I said in the video, I went that day. I didn't feel like fucking going. I just went. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. It's not about being this better person or holier than thou. Actually, I have a lot more work to do on myself that has nothing to do with the gym. You saying that it's taking the first step, but the first step could be anything. For some people that's down and out, the first thing could be getting out their fucking bed.
Yeah, but you're saying it does nothing, but you've literally just said that it's a commitment that you want to honor, so you understand what discipline is.
Sure, but you can get disciplined by anything. It doesn't have to be the gym.
I didn't say that it has to be the gym, but because it's something
in
that
the original argument, you said it's the gym. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because it's an easier place to start than some other places because gyms are easily accessible. So if you're not doing anything with your time, I'm just saying give it a try instead of sitting indoors doing nothing. And when he made that comment, he said, "Give me a break." That's why I made that jab at him. My comment is within context. You were talking about strength levels. I never called into question his strength. I didn't call into. You started bringing up appearance as well. Don't even know what the guy looks like, the second guy, and you started talking about appearance, and we were all confused because I was like, no one's even mentioned this in the slightest.
So you can take a jab at him. Rather you're saying just start or not. I take a jab at you. One is in context and the other one isn't, even though we're both talking about the gym. I'm talking about strength levels. You're talking about just getting started in general, but we're still talking about the gym. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I'm talking about mentality. You're talking about strength. Imagine you said to me,
And you're
"I can run
and
faster than you." We would all look at you and be like, "So."
okay. It's just like, okay, that means I would say something like this. I train harder than you. It requires more discipline, more sacrifice, whatsoever. But you, in your context, you're saying he's just getting started. How do you know that? That's the part I forgot to ask in the first place. What is the context with these two individuals? Because apparently, to you and your chat, I'm missing a whole bunch.
The context
What is the
is
context with
that
these people?
originally there was a dispute on Twitter between me and some people in the FGC, and there was a lot of back and forth. And I entered one of their spaces, and they were very polite to me, but we disagreed on basically everything. There was a couple of points where I agreed with them, just in general, but there was mostly like me arguing my point against them, and it was cordial and it was blessed. And then I left the chat, and then we got into more arguments and more disagreements. They see things one way, I see things one way. Some of them blocked me, some of them have now unblocked me, and that was my interaction with them. And in doing that interaction with them, having that interaction with them, in the lead up to that, because that happened in the morning, and it was all the way until in the UK the evening, I had gone on their pages, I'd gone through tweets to gather some information on where they were coming from, to understand Dalton's point and some other guy called Beardson. And then I entered that space and we had our disagreements. So it wasn't my first interaction with them, and also some other people that were in that space I'd also interacted with after. The tweets are on my reply section. I'm sure they're on theirs as well. I don't know how it works when you block somebody, but this was not my first interaction with them.
What I was asking for as far as context, like what was the general topic about? Yeah, I heard you in the stream when you was talking about you had interactions with these people before. What was the conversation that led to these arguments, so I can get more context on whether my argument is wrong or not? Because I don't want to be arguing something that I think was in good faith, but no, he's just being a total dick. So that's what I'm asking. What is the if you can give me a general synopsis of what was the argument about? Like, how did this all start?
There's
What
a
is this?
girl that got sponsored. I'm gonna leave her name out because they've already had their
Perfectly
whole fight.
fine.
But she got sponsored. A comment was made, another all-encompassing comment, which looked like rage bait. And so I called it out and I said, I didn't understand what was going on. So I got more and more replies from people. And it started off as women in the fighting game community. It moved into talks about other things that are unrelated, that I can't, talk about on here without getting the entire video demonetized.
Fine.
The video is on my computer and it's also on Twitter, but I can't put it on YouTube. Maybe one day
You can DM it to me. You can just DM to me. I'll check it out.
It's on Twitter. It's still on Tenryo's page. You just go on his page and scroll down. It's on there. It's 4 hours long.
Okay.
I don't know at what point I came
Jesus
into
Christ.
It's a very, very
Alright.
long conversation. A ton of topics were spoken about in there. I'm not making out like everything they said was like full of vitriol or whatever, but I disagreed with a lot. But the crux of it, my original entering into that space was because I thought they were speaking bad about girls in the fighting game community and that they shouldn't be in there, based off of things that Dalton had retweeted from an individual called Beardson. And so I entered that space to have that argument, but the argument spiraled into other conversations that are completely unrelated to this and not safe for YouTube.
All right.
And so yeah, that was the interview. Again, it was a 4-hour conversation, and then that also spilled into a whole day of arguing on Twitter about various things.
So it sounds like, from what I'm getting, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. And let me answer this question about a teddy bear. That's my girl's teddy bear, and it's just in my stream room because we just don't have a space in the other room. That's the reason why it's there. Let me get this straight. So a girl got sponsored. I'm guessing a fighting FGC thing, probably like Tekken, Street Fighter, something like that. And some dudes didn't approve of it. I'm just gonna say hating to be short. And I wouldn't say that you're a white knight, but you're just trying to give the other perspective of this is what's happening, and so forth and so forth, and it just had a back and forth, and y'all just agree to disagree. Am I wrong or right in this?
Yeah, essentially, I didn't agree with their takes. They didn't agree with mine. And up and during that Twitter conversation, it was just an agree to disagree thing. Afterwards is when it turned into a bit more of a back and forth with them.
Okay, so what points that you had disagreements with them? It seems like the same person that you replied to in the original video has the same takes as they do. Like, is there anything specific that was different from what he said that you have a disagreement with?
Well, what point? Which take are you talking about?
When it first started, like what was the points they were bringing up that got to the point where it trickled down to arguments and eventually this video?
Well, the original point that was made was regarding women in the FGC, so very similar to this. Women's spaces in the FGC. The tweet put up by an individual was the FGC is cooked, and then underneath it was a picture of a girl that had been sponsored. And so I said that post is rage bait because when you say something is cooked, that is not a good thing. So if I put your face on something and I said we're cooked, you're going to look at that and be like, you're taking the piss out of me. So I tried to get as much context on it as possible. It was quite difficult initially, but Arturo Sanchez was hosting a space. I entered it to challenge them on it. I asked them several questions. Again, it's 4 hours long and it spiraled into multiple things. But that was the crux of it. And then obviously Dalton made that tweet. It kind of blew up, I think, from Frosty Fastings. And yeah, I took issue with that tweet, which I made the video on a couple of days ago, because when you say get women out of the FGC, that's not a generalized statement. That's an absolute statement. Just like if I said get black people out of gaming or get Muslims out of gaming, that's not a general statement. That's an absolute.
Okay, so I'll admit I'm off on this one. So I probably can't. So what I just saw that. I'll admit that. I just saw that one tweet. And I'm like, okay, brother going ham on him. And like what I do, I can't speak for everybody else, but when I see most tweets that sound like rubbish that I don't care about, I just move on to the next, right? So on that's on me. But when it came down to it, because you said in your video, why didn't I? You said, well, one thing you said is I watch a lot of your content. Actually, no, you just got to start. You just started getting recommended to me in my algorithm because I just started watching Tekken content again. So people like you, Moonsault Slayer, y'all come up in my feed. So I just clicked the video and I saw it. Saw a few videos. I'm like, oh, that sounds cool. It was one that you had with I think Tom Brady and y'all was talking about MK1. I'm like, yeah, that's pretty dope. And I'm like, all right, cool. So I check out some more videos. I clicked this one. I just happened to disagree, but I didn't get the full context and I didn't know it was that bad before this all started. That's on me, but in my video, I tried to at least I have some links of what I'm talking about because I don't think that you understand what I'm saying. Like, it might not be the majority, but this happens too often where it's not being addressed, where women are actually doing some whole shit in the FGC. Now, dudes are suckers for letting it happen in the first place. I'm not going to exalt them either, but this is happening, and nobody's addressing this. Now, niggas are hating on a girl for getting a sponsorship. That's whack. That's lame. Quite frankly, why you give a fuck? But that's where I was getting at when I first saw the video. But that's on me.
Don't you think that the same argument can be applied to men and with the whole predatory thing? Because most of the predatory stories that we hear come from men in the FGC. So do you think it's fair for a woman to put up a tweet saying get men out of the FGC?
I won't necessarily say that's a good thing, but if they happen to say it and they got the facts to back it up, I'm not going to deny it, and I'm not going to sit there and act like that shit doesn't happen. That's why towards the end of the video, I started getting on the ass. I'm like, look, bro, if you're gonna go to an FGC event, if women already have this thing about you being weird, dorky, lame, whatever, why fit into the stereotype? And I have the same thing about women, right? I don't care what the fuck you want to wear. You want to wear some whole shit, go ahead. But with that being said, understand that you will be perceived as such. That's all I'm saying.
How does that correlate with a girl sitting down playing games?
How does it correlate when you're on TV in front of thousands of people and people can see you, and not only just playing offline when these people are online and they're doing this kind of shit? I'm not just talking about offline. Let me get this situated now. I'm not just talking about offline. I'm talking about all of it because the FGC is not just offline; it's online too. When I see visceral behaviors like I kept mentioning Angel 20C, and I see you're sucking cock online, that's not a good representation for women, is it?
No,
Am I wrong in saying that?
no, but I don't
And
think
you're
that's fair
promoting this?
to use as a basis for your argument, because we don't see girls sucking dick every day from the FGC on our timelines.
Maybe not that extreme, but there's another one too. What was her name? It was, I think it's one of them transgender women, Muriel, that actually is promoting her OnlyFans. I can send you the link to that myself.
Who?
This shit happening. Muriel something Phantom something crazy. Promoting her OnlyFans, supposed to be some kind of transgender. I don't know what the fuck to call this shit these days, but you know what I mean. When I keep seeing example after example after example of this, and I can actually prove it, that's when I'm saying, okay, women got to hold each other accountable. Women got to hold themselves accountable. Men got to cut it out with the crazy shit. That's what I'm saying.
But in Dalton's post, he says get women out of the FGC, and he also makes an absolute statement, and he says girls in the FGC, women in the FGC are either e-girls or transgender. That when you say either, when you say transgender or e-girls, you're not leaving room for anything else. You're saying it's this or that. And
I get what you're saying.
you in the video, you kind of asserted that you agree with that, and I was confused because I was like, that's obviously not the case. I have no doubt that there's girls online doing crazy shit, but the majority of girls, I'm sure there's an OnlyFans girl in my Discord that I'm not aware of. I'm sure there's probably a few, but majority of them, they just want to play Tekken with us.
And that's awesome. On my part, I probably should have said, I should have had more nuance to it. And that's probably my fault for giving him more room than I should have. But I can't speak for him unless I speak to him and saying, like, what did you mean by that statement? And I thought you would do something like that, or at least like you're doing with me right now. What did you mean by that statement? Or were you willing to talk to old boy, like you're talking to me right now, about what he said? Or it was just a no-go? Because that's what I got from the video, that it's a no-go, that these people are beyond reproach. I can't talk to these people.
No, I was open to speaking to them. I went into their own space as the only person in there with 300 people to speak to them. I was the only person in there. So it's not like I'm afraid to go and speak to people in their spaces. I went in there and some of them blocked me. So they cut off communication with me talking to them. Dalton didn't block me, but a lot of them...
So it was on them.
Some of
That's
them,
what you're saying.
Yeah, some of them, they had blocked me, so I'm not going to beg to be unblocked by somebody. It is what it is. Like, if they invite me into their space to have a debate, it can be me versus 500. I'm confident in my position. It doesn't bother me. But unfortunately, when you challenge people's ideas on Twitter, they block you. And that goes both ways. I've been blocked by people on both sides of the conversation where they don't like where I'm coming from. I haven't got anybody on my block list. If somebody wants to reach out to me to make a point, they can. And I have people on here all the time that disagree with me. But some of them wants to block me because they didn't like it. It is what it is. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. I'm not going to ask to get unblocked.
No, I feel that. But those two individuals that were talking to you on Twitter, did they block you?
No, they didn't block me. Tope responded to me. I spoke to him.
Okay, so y'all hashed it out or whatever, and he's dead set on what he said.
Yeah, I mean,
regardless of what information came afterwards. Okay.
Yeah, like I haven't got a beef with Tope. I don't have a beef with Dalton. I just disagree with them.
Okay, so my stance on it, I still somewhat agree, but not all. So let's go ahead and clarify that. I do not mean all women at all. I mean for the ones that's on bullshit, no.
Do you mean most of them then?
Yes. Yes, I'm going to stick to what I said on that one. Yes.
So get most women out of the FGC.
When I mean by most, if you're on bullshit and what you're doing is harming the FGC in totality, you need to go. Like when we said with the whole 200, if it's 50 of them, that 50 needs to go. If that's the minority, then the minority needs to go. But from what I've seen, this is talking from a matter of perspective. Your perspective is it's not that many. From what I've seen, it's a lot more than people give it credit for.
Is it a lot more than people give it credit for, or is it just a lot more? Because those are two different things.
I think it's a lot more. But I think nobody wants to really talk about it, though. But at the same time, we can't have dudes out here just hating on a woman for getting a sponsorship. I feel like that's fucking whack.
And so earlier on, yeah, because I don't want to go in circles for too long. You said in the
video, no, it's fine.
You said in the video that men do their things over here and women do their things over here. And obviously, in the context of gaming, because of this discussion, are you saying that FGC events should be a male-only space?
Hell no. I'm just saying, like I said before, with a meritocracy, a lot of people in the FGC, a lot of these lame dudes, I'm just gonna say it, they let certain women slip by, not based off of their merit. Now, if a woman comes in and she's kicking niggas' asses, she earned her spot, do what you do. But like I said before, if you coming in on bullshit, keep that shit over there. I do feel as though men have their spots, women have their spots. The FGC has never been a thing that's primarily dominated by women. I highly doubt that will ever happen. It's just the nature of that scene. It's not for them. I'm not saying they can't join, but it's not for them. It's the same way with probably MMORPGs. That's not something that dudes really care about like that. Will they play it? Sure. But you see more women like my girl. She plays MMORPGs all day. I have no interest.
Hmm.
That's all I'm saying. If a woman is busting niggas' asses, I'm gonna say it out loud so your chat can hear me. If a woman is busting niggas' asses and she's earning her spot and doing her thing, who am I to say anything? I disagree with Cuddlecore. I don't like Cuddlecore, but I can't sit here and take it away from her that she's better than most people that play the damn game in the FGC. Just is what it is.
So you're not saying then that we should be over there and they should be over here with regards to gaming?
No, we have our lanes and they're interchangeable, but there are certain things that are going to be male dominated. There's going to be certain things there's going to be women dominated. I'm not saying that you can't have certain genders go over to each side. No, but more than likely when it comes down to the fighting game community, it's going to be dominated by dudes, point blank period. It's just the nature of the fighting game community in itself. Now with weird dudes saying that trying to kick bitches out, like no, but if they, again, like I said before, I'm not going to go back on this. If they're on weird shit like the shit that I have on my in my video, yeah, by all means they need to go. And I'm not just saying that for men, I'm just saying that for women too. I'm like, why would you want to have this promoting you?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you want to have a woman like Angel 20D sucking dick on the internet and then have dudes like that, or even me, like that's uninformed or misinformed, think that, oh, well, this is the majority of y'all.
Do you think
Same thing with dudes? Well, go ahead.
Do you think it's feasible? Let's use this Angel person. Yeah, she's a porn star, or she's doing.
You say what now? Say that again. I didn't catch that.
Let's use this Angel person that you're using, that you're saying does OnlyFans. Do you think it's feasible? Or do you think it's realistic to say that we're not going to have her pay admission, like, because she'll pay admission to come to tournaments, or she'll, pay for her flights to come in, because she's doing porn, which, we can all have our feelings on. Do you think that bars her from being in the venue? Do you think that will happen?
You're gonna hate me. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, you're gonna hate what I say, but people have got banned for less. People have got banned for less. You got people that's getting banned over words. I hate LTG, but the dude got literally banned from Evo over words.
Yeah, well, I mean, LTG's bans they stem over years of different things, though.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Yeah, you do some vile shit, but there's people like Infiltration that got banned off of things that have nothing to do with the FGC. Now, don't get me wrong. Domestic violence is grotesque, but we don't even know the full situation that happened. We don't. Mm-hmm. We're assuming. We hear the word domestic violence and understand it could be self-defense. We don't know. But because we hear domestic violence, man, barred from tournaments forever.
Yeah.
So people have got banned for less. People have got banned off of word of mouth. And if people can actually visually show that you out here being a hoe, yes, I think you should be barred from tournaments. It's not a good look for the FGC in totality. Not just women, but men too. It's just not a good look.
No, I'm not asking if you think it should happen. I'm asking, do you think it will happen?
Absolutely not. Dudes are too selfish for that. Dudes won't ask too much for that to happen.
So what do you think needs to happen to get women out of gaming? To just go off what Dalton is saying, because he ended with a call to action. What would you say needs to happen? Because it's a call to action, what do you think needs to happen to get women out of gaming, realistically?
To get women out of gaming, probably won't happen. As I said in my video, where men go, women will follow. So it's not going to happen.
Don't you think that makes it rage bait?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying to a certain degree, I do agree with you. After hearing what you have to say about the situation in its entirety, yeah, his take is a bit extreme. But at the same time, like, I'm still sticking to what I said with the women that's out here doing this flagrant shit gotta go. I'm not trying to bar any woman for tournament, but like you just mentioned with the whole banning thing, people have got banned for way less. But you got women out here actively sucking dick and nothing's happening. And I blame these lame dudes for that happening. On both sides, when bad behavior is tolerated, they're just going to keep doing it. And the more it keeps happening, the more people will do it. Mm-hmm. That's all I'm saying.
I think my main problem with Dalton's post and my problem with your video is that I don't have a problem with people having opinions, but Dalton's post was very matter of fact. It was these girls are the ugly girls. They have been rejected by society, and we need to get them out. And when I hear people, because you're saying you agree to a certain extent, I don't understand to what extent, because people can, they can do pornography or whatever, and they can use their bodies however they want to use them, even if I agree with it or not. I don't see how what I'm doing with my body is any of your business or why it's impeding anything that you're doing. Are you saying that these girls are taking opportunities away from people by simply being there?
No, I'm saying what I said earlier. It's the optics of it. It's the politics of it. The way it looks. Is it say we want the FGC to grow because we know the FGC is a dying thing. It's dying. The games are dying. The community is not thriving as it should be. It's not competing with these shooters. It's not competing with none of this type of stuff. Why in the hell we want to continue to have this behavior that we know is going on, even as small as it might be, to continue to keep pushing? Yeah, you can do what you want to do, but you're not absolved of consequences that we've seen about other people. People say flagrant shit all the time, and they get I won't say counseled, but they get ratioed. It happens. But for some odd reason, when it comes down to women, we want to coddle it. Let's call it out for what it is. Just like your chat is quick to attack me when they see some flagrant shit, be ready to attack. Don't say attack, but be ready to address it too.
It's not that I don't have a problem with you addressing it. It's just that, like, I'm very much a solutions orientated person, and this is just like, to me, this is just shouting into the wind. I don't see a solution to the problem. Like, you're saying that you want it to be a certain way, but we both know it's not going to be a certain way. You said earlier it's probably not going to happen. So
if a person wants to get all women out of the FGC, yeah, that's a no-go.
Yeah,
but
even if they want to get porn stars out of the FGC, if they want to get girls that do OnlyFans that are gaming, I don't see how they're going to pull that off, because unless they lobby for OnlyFans to be taken away, which I don't see that happening, whether I like it or not, I don't see how they're going to stop them. They're welcome to pay their admission. I don't think tournament organizers are going to say, if you do this line of work, you're not welcome here.
And that's what I'm saying needs to happen. As crude as it might be, boundaries, it needs to be enforced. And that's where I was saying earlier with men versus women. Even though not all the creeps in the fucking in the FGC are not going men wise, you see a lot more of them going than you see with these women. Even though I understand, yes, we are the majority, but they will enforce it quickly on a man before they will with a woman. When you see these things go on and you do nothing about it, what does that tell you? That's all I'm saying. When you see women like Monty Too Sweet that's done some real flagrant shit, when you see people like Angel 20Z that's done some real flagrant shit, when you see another woman named Phantom Muriel or whatever her name is out here openly promoting her OnlyFans, and I'm getting on the dudes with this too, and you're commenting hard eyes and you do that for me and blah blah blah. I'm like, you're openly promoting it, and then you wonder why the FGC doesn't grow, because it's not really marketable. It's bad optics.
I mean, this happens everywhere. This happens in every gaming scene.
It happens everywhere, but like with the FGC, I'm saying it's already at the bottom.
Do you think that this issue that you guys have with OnlyFans models is the biggest issue plaguing the FGC?
Absolutely not. Far from the biggest problem in the world. But just like any problem, I still feel like it needs to be addressed.
Do you think, because you were talking earlier about accountability, and I brought up the whole, like, we have a lot of predator allegations levied against us because of certain scenes, and people not speaking up about things happening to children, and majority of these people tend to be men. I think I've only seen 2 instances where it's girls. Do you think that's more of a widespread issue than the OnlyFans?
In that regard, yes, I have to agree with you. If we have situations where you're seeing things in the Street Fighter world, the old CEO of Evo, then you have this Guilty Gear Strive, that's news to me, that's happening. Yeah, there's some underlying issues. Are the OnlyFans thoughts a problem? Yeah, but as you just said, that is a bigger issue that needs to be addressed. But from what I've seen in my Twitter and my feeds, people are getting on these niggas' heads left and right.
Yeah, but what you were talking about earlier with accountability, you were saying that men hold each other accountable in droves, but the only way this has been happening for so long is because so many men are covering up for each other and not revealing what's going on behind the scenes for a long period of time. Not until people do investigations on it, like Technicals, for example. So when you said that women, he's a YouTuber that does investigations on people in the FGC. But when you were saying that women don't hold themselves accountable, I could make the argument for men because we're in a male-dominated space, and majority of these allegations that get levied and often get found out are against men, and we've pointed the finger at them when they get found out. But what I don't understand is, I don't understand how people have taken such a massive issue about what people are doing in their personal lives when they're not directly affecting people that are not of age, and you're not focusing on an issue like this where we can actually hold men accountable for behaving like that with children. I don't understand why this is the focus for them.
I think it's hold both sides accountable and talk about both issues. I'm not gonna shy away from that. The shit that's going on with dudes doing crazy shit, and you do have a point. Somebody has to be covering for them, and justice need to be served. But in that same token, it's still being brought out. If dudes were not being held accountable at all, it would have never been brought out in the first place. If nobody was there to point it out and say, "Hey, bro, you fucking up," or "Hey, this dude," or be the whistleblower and say, "Yo, this dude is fucking weird," then you will have a legit claim to no man is holding no other men accountable. No, dudes are being held accountable, but there's a lot of more fuck shit with these dudes that's going on than people are letting on. Same thing with women. It's just that women just happens to be the minority in the FGC.
Yeah, I'm not saying that no men hold
Like
people
one of the
accountable.
people in the chat just said, "Bring back shaming." I would like to say it in a nicer way by saying just have boundaries. Yes, kids getting touched, absolutely deplorable. I hope everybody who's doing that goes to jail. But the same thing, if we want the FGC to grow, we cannot sit here and act like these ethos don't exist and these lame dudes are promoting this crap.
Yeah,
They
but
are.
what I don't, again, I don't want to go in circles here because we've covered a couple of things. Like you said that you don't want all women out of gaming, and you don't want all women out of the FGC. You just want ones that you think are bad actors. So
Yeah, they're here in bad faith, of course. Yes.
okay, and we agree that his post was spoken in absolutes because he didn't specify that it's not just e-girls and transgender people, right?
In this case, yeah, I'll go ahead and say it's absolute because he didn't clarify. It can go either way, but in this case, yeah, I'll say absolutes. After the context that you gave me, yeah, he's talking to absolutes. Is he hating on a girl for getting a sponsorship? Then y'all are arguing, and then it trickles down to Twitter, and he's still saying this. Yeah, he means by all means, it's no mistake. It's an absolute.
Okay.
I was trying to play devil's advocate and give him the benefit of the doubt, but no, in this case, yeah, it's an absolute.
And you called me a white knight a couple of times in the video. Just to clarify, you understand the reasons that I made the comments that I did now, and you understand why Ellie was sitting there and she got passionate about it. Do you still think I'm white knighting for these girls, or do you think I'm just speaking on an issue?
To some degree, yes, I do think you're white knighting, but for the most part, you are talking about both sides. It's just that for me, I'm typically looking at the women's side because I do see men get trampled on 24/7 all the time. Maybe it's just my horrible algorithm, but that's what I see, and that's why I say it's a matter of perspective. And I don't see people holding women accountable. All I see is thirsty dudes over here praying for some ass that they will probably never get. I see that all the time. And in your perspective, from what you seen, from what I gathered, you see women out here that's doing their thing, being sponsored, playing games, staying out the mix. That's cool. And you seeing dudes out here doing shady shit. So at that point, it's just a matter of perspective.
Okay, so could you define to me to what extent I'm white knighting then?
Oh, simply put, it's just like you're not addressing the women strongly enough or not holding them accountable enough. That's what I'm saying on my end, from what I've seen. I can't speak in truth because I don't know. But from what I've seen, you're not holding them as accountable as you would the dudes, but the dudes are doing heinous shit, though. They are.
Don't you think telling guys to not indulge in what they're doing and basically crippling their funds is basically calling out that I don't agree with it, but it's not feasible for me to sit there and tell a girl that's making £1,000 a day or however much she's making, she can make £100 a day, to stop her OnlyFans? She's not going to listen to me. You mentioned earlier that you could speak to girls and get them to walk away from it. Have you spoken to girls in the FGC and had them walk away from doing OnlyFans?
Hold on. At what point did I ever say that I can get women to walk away from it?
I made a comment in the video and I said that you can't talk to these girls and you can't make them walk away from it or change their mind. It's not going to work. And then I said what you can do is talk to your boys, and maybe if one of them is going through something, you can get him to walk away from it because you have a connection. And then you stopped the video and you said, yes, you can. You can explain to them how they put their bodies online and how it's bad for their reputation and their dignity. So I wanted to ask, have you spoken to any girls?
Let me say what I mean by that is, as I said before, I'm not here to tell people what they can and can't do, and I can't. I literally said if a hoe gonna be a hoe, she gonna be a hoe. It just is what it is. and you said, from what I'm gathering, you could talk to your boys. Yeah, you can talk to girls, but it's up to them to listen. Just same thing with dudes. It's up. You can talk to them till you blue in the face. It's up to them if they're gonna listen or not. The same thing I was talking about with the whole gym thing. I could tell you till I'm blue in the face the benefits of the gym. It's either you're gonna do it or not. I could tell you the pros. I can tell you the cons. It's either you're gonna do it or not. And for what I'm seeing with a lot of these FGC dudes, they can give two fucks.
Who do you think is going to give less of a fuck? The guy that's got nothing or the girl that's making money from it?
Who's gonna give less of a fuck?
Yeah, like if I gave you the option between talk to this guy that's down on his luck, he hasn't really got any friends, he's not really working on himself, or talk to this girl that's making £200 a day on OnlyFans, who do you think is more likely to listen to you?
Well, that's the obvious answer. It's gonna be the man, of course.
So that's why I was asking, have you actually spoken to girls in the FGC and had them walk away from, their stances on OnlyFans?
Somebody asked me a question, but I'm gonna address you. But no, I haven't talked to no woman in the FGC because I don't plan to. I'll say on my videos, hey, this is not it, this is not the wave, or whatever. Same thing like I do to dudes. I tell dudes like you was telling me, or telling an old boy, yeah, you should probably pick up some dumbbells. Just the way we phrase it is a bit different. But somebody just asked me a question. They said, if somebody has an OnlyFans and they do not advertise at the FGC events, should they be kicked out? In my opinion, yes. If you have that and you know it's wrong and you shouldn't be having that, and you know the optics of it, and people find it because people are going to look you up and they're going to find this stuff, no.
That's because you don't have you don't respect people that have OnlyFans, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't.
Okay, let me ask you a question, because you were talking about the slippery slope earlier. It's fine for you to have that viewpoint, but you're basically saying bar somebody from coming to an event, even though they're not advertising it, they're not showing it to anyone, and they're not trying to funnel anyone's money at the event. So what would you say then to people that say that about Trump supporters? Because some people think Trump supporters are racist, they're dangerous, they shouldn't be allowed in these events. As we saw online, people were saying bar these people if you know their political leanings. What somebody does in their private life that isn't affecting anybody, why should we ban them? Would you make that argument for the Trump supporters?
I would say the same thing for the Hillary, not the Hillary, but the Carmela voters. Yes. The thing about it is, if you own the event, it's up to you to do what you want. Now, if it grows or not, that's on you. If you set the boundary, you don't want OnlyFans models in here, and you're trying to grow a business and keep it clean, I understand why you wouldn't want that there. It's not that you hate them, you don't want them there. Even if you do hate them there, it's your shit. Do what you want. When it comes down to the FGC members talking about the whole Trump thing, I don't know which way you politically lean, and I'd rather not get into that because that's going to make things more heated than it is, and we're pretty chill right now. But when it comes down to the whole Trump thing, no, I don't really care. I don't.
No, I'm not asking if you can. I'm asking because you have those beliefs about OnlyFans models, and you're like, regardless.
OnlyFans and political beliefs are two totally different things.
No, that's not
those
my
are
point.
that's what I'm saying. They're two totally different things. You're saying that if we bar OnlyFans members, right, people who are actively doing whatever the hell they're doing, knowing that it's an ill look, versus a person who just happens to support Trump that hasn't done anything to you, I'm trying to understand how is those two aligned.
Some people in the FGC think that Trump supporters are racists, are misogynists, are dangerous, are transphobic. They have like a mentality that might cause harm to people in the event. You have the mentality that OnlyFans models are like deplorable, I guess, and that it's a net negative for them to be on that platform, so you don't want them in the venue. And what I'm trying to tell you is that you simply thinking that somebody is a bad person, what they do in their personal life that isn't harming you, is a slippery slope, because they can apply that argument as well. What's to stop them from doing that?
But the thing is, with the whole Trump thing, you're saying that's how you perceive a person. When you look at the OnlyFans, or you find out this person has an OnlyFans, these are things that these people are actually doing. That's the difference. Or one person with an OnlyFans, they're actively putting out pornography or pornographic images or whatever. And we know that porn has a negative effect on people, so forth and so forth. Your political ideologies, that's totally different.
I don't think you're understanding my point. I'm trying to explain that the mentality. Some people look at these people that have voted for Trump as people that are trying to destroy America. Okay, some people have those feelings. It's not whether I agree with them or
That's
not.
what I'm saying. It's a feeling. It's just a feeling. That's what I'm saying. That's a feeling. You doing OnlyFans, that's the actual thing that you're doing.
Yeah, but if someone could be doing OnlyFans for any type of reason, if they're not coming into the space and advertising it to people and they just want to play a game and go home, why should they be? Why would they be treated any differently?
Because people have been fired for having OnlyFans in their personal life because, again, the optics. If you are at a Fortune 500 company and you have an OnlyFans and they fire you, it's not a good look. That's why these companies don't promote this shit. That's why when a lot of people make these tweets and memes saying that by having an OnlyFans, you're successfully ruining your work relationships, because you kind of are.
Yeah, but we're not at work. We're at a tournament.
You're at tournaments that is part of the FGC, that is trying to grow and expand, that have actual tournament organizers that are trying to get more funding because none of these tournaments have a lot of funding. What does investors look like giving giving money to a place that's promoting OnlyFans thoughts?
Yeah,
That's supposed to be about
exactly
fighting
my
game.
point, though. They've done the exact same thing to people with political leanings. We've seen it all over the place. If you lean a certain way, they don't want to be associated. And what I'm saying to you is that if people are doing, we can move away from that and we can use a different example. It could be anything that you're doing in your personal life that is not, you're not coming into the venue and you're not espousing it on people. You're not trying to promote it. You're not trying to convert people. If they're coming in to just play a game and they don't want to promote it to people in there, they just want to go home and do their thing away from it, why are we stopping them from playing the game? If the sponsors want to get involved and if they think that it's hurting their brand, that's a different discussion, but we're just players.
Mm-hmm. Players that, if you're at the highest level, are participating in these tournaments to win money. And as I said before, having these OnlyFans people there, if they were to get famous and you find out that they have an OnlyFans, guess what happens? A whole bunch of drama and a whole bunch of publicity that is unwanted, not good. As you just seen with me, I'm misinformed on this situation, right? I called the shot early. I didn't know the full context. I didn't know that you talked to these dudes forever. I didn't know this dude was hating on a woman for getting a sponsorship, right? Take me in this instance, not stupid, but just ignorant of what happened. You take that on the average person that just happens to watch an FGC tournament, right? And they find out the next week that this woman's an OnlyFans thought. What are the optics? And then you have people that are trying to invest in this to make this bigger. What does that look like? Versus a person that just happens to lean left or right.
It depends, because there's a lot of girls that are very high up in the gaming scene that also have OnlyFans. I mean, there's loads of them. Some of them are high earners. Now, again, I'm not saying that I agree with it or that I particularly want it. I'm just a bit confused if the sponsors of these other gaming...
Hold on, can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Did you just say you know a lot of them?
Yeah, we know a lot of them. They're all over Twitch.
So you know a lot of OnlyFans content creators that are on Twitch in the FGC.
No, I didn't say FGC. I said in gaming.
In gaming, right? Gaming. Okay. Are we talking about gaming in its totality, or are we talking about the FGC? Can you clarify on that?
Well, Dalton put both together. He said get women out of gaming, but he also mentioned the FGC. So I'm putting.
But if you look
together.
at the context of what he's saying, okay, that's what, again, misaligned. When I look at what he's saying, he's majority talking about the FGC.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm taking my stance on in the FGC.
Yeah, in the FGC, there's not a ton of people that are out here doing that. I mean, have you been to a tournament where you've seen girls promoting it yourself?
Monty, Angel 20Z.
Actually, at
These
the
people
tournament,
that are
like walking around, can you talk me through that? Like, what are they doing to promote it?
Of course. Oh no, I haven't seen it like that. But have I seen these people's Twitters and these people's so-called content that they're showing online that most people are retweeting and reposting that I happen to see because I'm in the same community as these people? Absolutely. And all I'm saying is the optics of that, when you're trying to get more money in the FGC that we already know is small, dialing it down to the FGC, it's just bad for business. Versus a person leaning left or right. I don't give a fuck if you lean left or right or not. But when it comes down to making money, nobody wants to see that. OnlyFans has its lane. But if you're doing that and you come over there and they find out, it's going to be bad for business. It's going to be drama. It's going to be publicity all over the place. Mm-hmm. That's it. Versus if you say, oh, well, I found out this person likes Trump. So the fuck what? Or I found out this person likes Kamala Harris and feel like Kamala Harris just got did dirty in the last election. So what?
So if that was the case, why are they not taking action?
You talking about on the OnlyFans models?
Yeah, if what you're saying is true and it's enough for you to clap back at my video, why are these tournament organizers and sponsors and whatever not taking action? If it's as widespread as you're saying, I'm sure if we know about it, they must know.
Because just like I said earlier, a lot of these dudes are lame. I was going to your point. Yes, these dudes need to be held accountable for it, but at the same time, women do too. Now, the thing that we're probably getting misconstrued on is which one plays the bigger role in it. But
The one with the power.
the one with the power.
That's the
And
guys.
you think I'm guessing you think that the men have all the power.
Yeah, because if the girls are going to the men for opportunities, if that's the assertion, then they have the power. So what I don't understand is why is the post not a call out to TOs and sponsors who are doing this?
Men have the money, true enough, but I don't think that men have the power because here's the thing: the women have what the men want.
Right.
A nigga can get a 9 to 5, but these niggas can't get no pussy.
Hmm.
So the one thing that they want, women have it. So who would really have the power?
Okay, so if the sponsors and the people in charge are happy taking it, how do you guys plan on stopping them?
Say how do we plan on stopping it?
Yeah, because if we establish the men have the power, but they want the girls, and they're taking it,
No. I say women have the power. Men have the money and the funds. Women have the power.
simply because they're women.
Absolutely. If every man wants a woman, if these dudes are going back to what we originally said, and we know that these dudes are down and out, we know these dudes cannot get no ass to save their life, right? And they finally come up on some money. This is a common trope with dudes. They finally come up on some money. They're going to spend those resources to get those same women they couldn't get in the first place. Women understand that. I'm not going to play women like they're stupid. They're just using the assets that they have. They have the power. It's a power dynamic. They want ass. They use the power, the money and resources to try to get it. And sometimes it still don't even work out.
So,
But no, women have the power
so where's the accountability on men then?
for being lame and not having enough self-control to stop themselves in the first place.
So if they haven't got enough self-control, but they've got all the money and the power, or they've got all the money and the influence, let's say,
Mm-hmm.
and the women are, you're saying they're smart enough to identify that. What I'm asking you is, how are you going to stop them? What power do you guys have, or influence, or plan do you have to stop this? If they're happy to accept it, and they have the resources to facilitate what these girls are asking for, and these girls have the wherewithal to understand that, what is it that you guys plan on doing other than tweeting?
Who was you guys? I hardly tweet. I just made a video. The only thing I could suggest is, as I said before, men have to get on their shit. But at the same time, we can't act like and not highlight what women are doing. Look, I'm not saying that all women are bad people, but everybody, man or female, has to be accountable for what they're doing. Both sides play a part. Women have the power, as I said before, especially in this social climate. Dudes are not getting ass. They like the lie and say they are, they're not. Because if that was the case, most of the situations that we have going on right now would not be happening. Especially in the FGC. You work hard, you do what you're supposed to do, and you finally get up there and you try to capitalize off what you couldn't get beforehand. And this is why I said what I said in the video. You was a lame then, and more than likely you're still a lame now. More than, if I had to just summarize it in one thing, it's probably more personal development for most of these people.
Mhm.
That's the best way I could summarize it.
I hear
Yeah,
what
going
you're
to the
saying.
gym might help.
I hear what
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
saying,
go ahead.
but what I'm saying is that, like, because we're going in circles here, and what I'm trying to explain is that you're saying that they're lame, and you're saying that the women have the power, and that's it. Like, there's no end game here, which is why I said Dalton's post in its entirety is rage bait, because saying get women out of gaming, which you don't agree with, you said some of them, get some of them out of gaming, is a waste of time. And even here where I'm saying, like, what are we going to do about it? Even this is not something I believe. I'm playing into this. I'm saying, what would we do about it in this reality? you're only saying what
Okay.
you said in the video. There's no actual solution to this other than making
Okay, then
videos or
I just thought
tweets.
about it. Let me give you an actual solution then. Number one, show dudes there's more to life than getting some ass. We all know growing up that most men idolize getting some ass. They put that over everything. It's more to life than that. Number two, and this is gonna sound extremely weird coming from me, women are worth more than their fucking bodies. They are. Matter of fact, some of my favorite characters in video game history are female characters. I'm not sure if you're an MGS fan, but the boss is my favorite character. She exemplifies everything I would like in a woman, but still feminine at the same time. They're more than just their bodies.
Mhm.
We can't on one hand say that women are strong and independent and all this other stuff, and then on the other hand, oh well, they're just finessing dudes. Same things with dudes. I hold them to the same standard. We can't sit here and say all women are hoes, but you out here fucking these bitches and essentially giving them permission to be hoes. Pretty much it's just self-work on both ends, but that's the hard part. Like I was saying, when it comes down to the workout thing, you have to want to do this, but a lot of these dudes and a lot of these women are in such a down state, they're past the point of no return, in my eyes. I can't speak for everybody. From what I see, they're past the point of no return. When you're in your 20, you're 25, you're 26, and you still ain't got your shit together or trying to get your shit together, good luck.
There's always time to turn it around. I know people that are much older than me that have turned it around. But essentially, like, it sounds to me like you're agreeing with me, because what I said to Ellie was help the men, and then the problem goes away. If this is a widespread problem, like you guys are saying, the solution is to not go after women, but is to go at the grassroots problem.
I say go after both. I say recognize that, tell women and have them understand it. And some women do say this: you're more than just your body, and your body is not your only selling point. And then on top of that, I'll also tell dudes that, bro, stop idolizing pussy. The more they idolize it, the less they get of it. Because, like I said in the video, when you idolize pussy, you end up putting these women on an unnatural pedestal that they never even asked to be on in the first place.
Mm-hmm. But obviously, like you've got a girl of 9 years. You said you work
Absolutely.
9 to 5. You do YouTube.
Yeah.
Realistically speaking, you're not going to be able to divvy up enough time to go after both meaningfully. So my whole thing was that, like, this is a very idealistic standpoint. It's like, go after both, but you're not going to have the time to do that. I mean, you're in the gym every single day. You're probably tending to your girl. You're working. How are you going to have if this was something that you're pursuing realistically, how are you going to have the time to lobby for all of these things whilst also maintaining a life with your girl in gym and whatnot? Like, realistically speaking.
Maintaining a healthy lifestyle while trying to change the FGC. That's what I'm getting, right?
Yeah, if what you guys are saying is true and it's a widespread problem, why are you not focusing in on the grassroots problem? But you're saying I'm going to go after both, but it's very difficult to attack two problems if they are widespread.
I mean, the answer to your question was within the question. It's just not enough hours in the day. But for the people, and here's the thing I'm saying, the people who do have the time, right, that solely rely on this content creation thing, I can't speak on it. As you were saying towards the end of the video, I don't have the clout. I take no offense to that. I just don't have the clout. But the people who do have the clout, they don't say shit. And I understand why they don't say shit. By saying shit, you rock the boat. Nobody wants to fuck up their bag. By actively going after either side, you're going to fuck up your money in one way. Let's take a content creator like TM, the main man Sweet, right? From all the years I've been watching him, he stays out of all drama and politics. For the most part, besides that whole Korea thing that was a fucking dumpster fire, he stays out of it. He's not gonna mess up his money. When you have these other people, like Mike Ross back in the day, Gutex, they're not gonna mess up their money.
I think Gutex did.
Especially, well, Gutex did. He did something stupid. But most people are not going to mess up their money in that way. Especially in how hot the climate is when it comes down to gender politics. They're not going to mess up their money by doing that.
But
should they?
Hold
on.
Sorry, go on.
Should they? Well, that's up to you. But most people are not going to mess up their money. They're not going to do that.
Yeah, but it wouldn't make sense for the main man to go after any of these things because he's showcasing gameplay. It would make more sense for somebody like myself, or even maybe you or Tenry or whatever, who do more of like the social commentary side to call out certain things. And I've called out things on this channel before, and I've argued with men. My bag hasn't been affected.
Well, when it comes down to me just making, I'm pretty sure you don't know much about my channel, but most of my channel is me lifting weights and helping people learn how to play the game and stop being ass. I might talk about some topics every once in a while, but other than that, it's just this. It's just this the whole trying to change the world. And that's one of the things I got caught up in when you were saying like it's one of those save the world tweets. What do you mean by that?
Are you asking me now?
Yeah, I'm asking you like
Based
what
on
do you
the
mean?
based on the 4-hour discussion that I had with them, which is what I referenced in my video that I did about 2 weeks ago. They were talking about loads of different things. Obviously, Jewish people came up in the conversation. Like I said, we're fighting game players. We're not changing the world here, guys. Like I don't think you guys are. You're kind of swinging in the dark, in my opinion. So that's why I made that tweet. We're not changing the world here. We can change maybe our communities, and maybe we can change the people that we know to some degree. But just based on what they were saying, you're swinging at nothing. But we're gamers. I'm not under any illusion that I'm changing the world or even changing the community. I'm just here having fun with my community and doing my thing. But they're under the impression that they're going to get certain types of people out or outed. I'm not going to say any names, but if you've been on Twitter, you've probably seen the controversy surrounding some people in the US FGC and where they're from or where they lean or whatever. And so that's why I said that. I said these are change the world kinds of people, and it's just not going to happen. And that's why I kept on repeating the get women out of gaming thing is not going to happen. And no matter how many times he says it, it's not going to happen.
So he said this multiple times outside of the last couple of days.
He said what?
Getting women out of gaming, or he's alluded to that several times throughout before this.
Yeah. So there's been there's that tweet, there was the Twitter space, and there was some reposts from other people also making this assertion.
I mean, I could say the cliche thing, it all starts with you, but you can only do so much as you're alluding to what you was asking me for. What would I do? I would ask you the same question. If you had the power, what would you do?
With regards to changing what?
The scope of the FGC and I wouldn't say where it's at right now, but where it could potentially go.
My whole mission with my channel and what I've been doing is to bridge the gap with conversation. So to have people on that have opposing points of view, or being able to coexist with people and play the games together. I go out of my way to not block anyone. I tell my mods don't ban anyone in the chat unless there's literally someone just throwing slurs around just for the channel's protection. So my whole thing is having conversations with people in the FGC and calling out things wherever I see it. And funnily enough, when I spoke to these guys, they were like, "You're going to get cancelled for the things you're saying, Mike," which is another word that people throw around all the time. Obviously,
Yeah,
I'm not
that
gonna,
word is overused.
yeah, I'm not going to divulge my personal life, but canceling me is I don't think they really understand. But I'm not going to get into that. But they are under the impression that if you don't talk a certain way or behave a certain way, or if you do what I'm doing and you sort of like have arguments with both sides, which is what happened, because after I argued with them, I ended up arguing with the very people that I was talking for, which I'm fine with. I've got no problem with it. But everyone's under this impression that it's cancel this, cancel that, cancel this. And I'm just like, that's a load of nonsense. I've been on this channel for over a year now making videos again, calling out people from both sides. So in theory, I'm getting shit thrown at me from both sides, and I'm not cancelled. So my mission here is a realistic one. Try to bring in players and have them feel okay being in this space, no matter what their political leanings are or how they see themselves or who they sleep with. And we will get on and have a good time, and hopefully that bleeds over into offline events. And then we just explore several topics. I'm not out here trying to or pretending like I'm going to get people out of the scene, because that's what it comes across to me. It doesn't seem like a feasible thing. It doesn't seem realistic, and there's no real plan to do it in the first place.
So to make sure I got everything clear, you're just trying to make an open space with your platform to have people of opposing views, get it off their chest for the most part.
Yeah,
And hopefully we can come to a reasonable understanding.
Yeah, and obviously like you heard when I was doing the reaction to your video, I don't really mince my words with people. If there's certain people I don't like, and like someone pointed out in the chat, if like someone's being openly racist, then I'm not gonna give them a platform to really sit there and talk to me. But most of my live streams is inviting people on to have discussions about things and hopefully bridging the gap. So that's my goal with the channel. I don't know what my goal will be next year or where it's gonna go from there. That seems like a realistic goal to me. I feel like I'm doing that. I just don't feel like these guys are doing it. Maybe I'm missing something. When I mentioned Tope earlier and I said, can you give me receipts? He said he's not going to. I said, no problem. I'm not going to ask again then.
You asked Topi to give you receipts of what?
This plan of action that they have to go forward with getting these women out of gaming.
I mean, that is a lofty thing to say, how you're trying to get rid of a whole gender. My response is I just want a certain subgroup of women out, just like I would want a subset of men out. But even though I've used my platform to try to promote people that live a more healthier lifestyle, or if you're gonna take it seriously, understand the ins and outs of it. I'm not trying to change the world. And I don't think you. I hope you didn't get that interpretation of me. I'm not here trying to change the world. I let people be people.
But what you were saying with regards to the main man, like he's not going to call out anything because that's not the purpose of his channel. PDX is not going to get involved in politics. It's not the purpose of his channel. So sometimes when people say these things about content creators, I'm like, yeah, but their content has nothing to do with that. Main man's content is teaching you how to wave dash a kazoo and playing ranked. It would make no sense for the main man to upload a video and start calling out OnlyFans models. I think everybody would look at him and be like, what the hell are you doing? I don't think it really has, that comes down to protecting your bag. Now you could probably make that claim about me because I talk more about like what's going on in the community. And if I'm seen to be one-sided, then you can make that claim for me, but you can't make it for like Maximilian. You can't make it for PDX or main man. There might be some things here and there that bleed over into what they're doing. But in general, if I heard main man calling out OnlyFans models, I would look sideways.
Okay, let's talk about when I said the main man, right? Yeah, his content is mostly just Tekken content in general, like talking about the latest news, etc., etc. But even when it comes down to that, and I know I'm kind of branching off, I'm gonna get right back to it. He doesn't go out his way to call the faults of the game. Now, people will sit there and say, oh, he called out Tekken 7. I'm like, that's cap, because throughout Tekken 7's life cycle, you was openly praising this game and shitting on Tag 2. And with a platform like that, most people tend to, without thinking, that's why I said hive mind, without thinking, just go with an opinion without doing their research, or like, wait a minute, I didn't even play this game. I wasn't even here for this, but I'm just going to go ahead and repeat this rhetoric and just go with it. Now, when it comes down to the whole political thing, what we're talking about right now, or how do we change the space with gaming or FGC in general, I don't even hear them calling it out like that. This is the first time I've ever seen somebody really lean left or right, or men or women, or who's doing what as far as the FGC is concerned. I see little tweets here and there, but as far as a full-on video about it, it's my first time.
What, in regards to my video?
Like this kind of structured video where people are actively saying, well, this is happening, how do I go about doing this? I don't agree with this take. I made a few videos like that a couple of years ago, but it's not my main focus. Probably won't be doing that. Or if I do, I'll probably keep it to a minimum. But this is the first time I've seen stuff like this. Most of the time, most people, I hate this character for what blah blah reason, or Harada scamming us with the whole Tekken shop thing, or this game sucks and let me tell you why. Stuff like that. That's what I mostly see.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, on my channel, I've tried to differentiate myself. I know it's not for everybody, but there's so many good content creators out there that are good at the game that I don't see any value in me doing the same content as them. And because of things that I've done in my personal life and my lines of work, talking to people is like talking to people on an open platform, or people that I don't know, is natural for me. So that's what I wanted to do in the fighting game space, to differentiate myself, because I just don't see the point in me uploading videos of me playing gameplay. The only time you see gameplay on my channel is when we're streaming with the community. So yeah, you probably won't see these sort of things on a lot of other channels, but I'm not going to hold people for that, because sometimes people just don't want to be involved in controversies, or they don't want to call things out because they're not interested. As far as main man and some content creators, yeah, they definitely might see something with the game and not talk about it because it might hurt their bag in that regard. I can see that being the case, but when it comes to dealing with politics or like social commentary, I don't get onto anyone for not saying something because I can understand why people wouldn't want to. It's a lot of headache. I just happen to enjoy conversations, and because of how I was raised and the things that I've done in my personal life. So yeah, you probably won't see it on other channels.
You got a very. I need to stop looking at your chat. You have a very interesting chat.
I let them say whatever they want. Sometimes they roast me.
I see. I see. Going back to the whole politics thing, I still think most people don't talk about it because it's gonna hurt the bag. Like, let's take me, for example. When I made the video in the first place, I already know I'm going to get a lot of backlash for saying this in the first place. Most people don't want to do that, and especially if you're already up there or you're getting up there, you don't want to risk it. You might have a strong opinion on it, but you don't want to risk it. We have to be honest about that one. You don't want to risk it. I wouldn't want to risk it. If I'm all the way up there, let's say I got 200,000 subscribers, I got a decent CPR, I got brand deals. I'm out here getting sponsorships and stuff like that. I'm not gonna risk it. I'm not gonna act like I'm holier than that. I'm not gonna risk it. I'm gonna be truthful. Keep my mouth shut. Play the game.
Mhm.
But that goes to what I was saying earlier. No, people ain't gonna talk about this stuff like that.
Yeah.
And when you do hear about it, it tends to be either one extreme or the other. I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to build nuance within it, but you either get extreme takes like that, you get your takes, or you get people like me that's just coming into the mix and looking at one side. I'm like, oh, well, damn, now I'm misinformed. Now I have to go backstep and learn all this other stuff that's going on with it. That's what I'm saying. Most people are not finna risk their bag over no Tekken content when they got families to feed and they gotta take care of themselves. They're not finna do that.
Yeah,
And especially seeing as though the FGC doesn't make a lot of money in the first place.
yeah. That's why I don't really make content. Calling people out like that. I leave people to do whatever they want. The only person really that I've done that with is True Underdog, because this one to me is so egregious. But it's not like a malicious thing. It's more just I want to ask him what the point of his content is. But I don't hold people for that. And I'm quite happy being the one that is here having these conversations, because whilst I'm very, very privileged and lucky to have the community that I have, and the fact that they show up to all the videos and live streams and donate and whatever, I also was very, very careful when I was growing up with my money and my work life. So I'm not looking for a handout from anyone in the FGC. I'm not looking for commentary opportunities. I'm not looking to be flown out anywhere. I have my own money, and I've been lucky enough to build my own community. So if you're looking for my honest take on something, you're more than likely going to get it. Obviously, if someone's like, if they threw £1 million in my face and said, don't talk on this, and it's about a character being nerfed, then obviously I'm going to say, okay, cool. But in general, if we're talking in reality, yeah, you're probably going to hear my honest take on that. And some people don't like it. And that's why I've been blocked by Huddlecore and Tenryo and Mech and all them lot. They don't like it. So it is
Same
what it
here,
is.
brother. Block Core. I get it.
I don't have anything against her. I don't actually know what her problem is, but I obviously did something to upset her. But my point is that it doesn't really matter who blocks me. I'm not going to stop saying what I'm saying, and people trying to threaten me with watch what I'm saying or you're going to get cancelled. It's just it's in one ear and out the other. Even if I did get cancelled, as long as my family are here, I'm cool.
No, I get that. And regardless of how this turns out, I have more respect for you now because at least you're sticking to your stance. I've met a lot of people that I've had issues with. They'll switch up the narrative the moment that it gets intense. This is why I have such a strong opinion about what we talk about in the first place. Is when I talk on Twitter or I talk on YouTube, it's one thing, and then we'll be in person, and it's a totally different thing, right? I don't get it. Again, I'm not in the space as heavy as I used to be. I'm just now returning back to it, and I'm seeing where it's going, and for the most part, I don't care for it. But when it comes down to your chat, it's a prime example. Not all of them. Some of them are keeping it cordial and keeping it respectful, whether they agree with me or not, or they agree with you or not. It tends to be a lot of negativity. Like, okay, he's an incel, he's this, he's that, he's this, he's that. I'm like, don't you kind of prove the other person's point by acting like this in the first place? Now, I'm not here to tell people how to act, and I'm not trying to police you, but you see what I'm getting with this?
I understand where you're coming from. I get things thrown at me all the time. And just to be clear, like I don't have a problem with you. I have no issue with you whatsoever. It's just talking points. But it's the internet at the end of the day. Sometimes I say stuff on Twitter and people say all manner of crazy shit to me. I don't really control what these guys are saying. I let them say what they want to say. I think for the most part they're probably joking. I don't see anyone in there being like literally hateful towards you. It's just, if I was on your stream, your stream would probably clown me as well. It is what it is. I don't take it personally.
I tell them to chill out. I tell them to chill out. I don't do that.
It's just a bit of
Unless you're
banter.
certain people, yeah, I get you. But like, no, some people get personal with it. When I was reading the chat, some of the people like, oh, well, yeah, I think his relationship is fake, and I'm like, bro, why are you chill, dude? I get it's the internet, but my whole thing, if you won't say it to somebody's face, don't say it to them. Don't say it out loud.
Mm.
It's
I
kind of
agree.
weird. But going back to the actual topic, do you feel as though women are unnecessarily criticized in the FGC? Because that's one of the points I wanted to bring up.
Unnecessarily criticized.
Or being thrown under the bus, because if you look at the dude's post, he's throwing women under the bus.
Yeah, I think that there's certainly things to hold women accountable for, but I having a lot of friends in the FGC that are female, and growing up around girls, because all my cousins are girls, and obviously you've seen Ellie and you haven't seen Chelsea, but growing up around them, I've seen what they're treated like, and that's why I've taken such a stance against it. Obviously, it's not all guys, because if it was all guys, I wouldn't even let them go to an event, but they are unfairly treated. I did a podcast with Mrs. Playstuff, Mimi, and Jinmei the other day, and immediately people were, and I don't think it was people in my community because it was some people in from Twitter that had found the stream, and they were like, "Oh, where's the OnlyFans link? Are you sure these girls can play? Or they're not really Tekken God rank or whatever?" Some people were like, "This is a therapy session. Mike, stop this!" Like, and I was like, "This is no different from the conversation I have with guys. It's just girls sitting here." When I've gone to events and I've had girls there, I've gone to walk over to them. They are surrounded by guys, and I've had to literally pull them away and say, "We're going to eat." And you just don't see those sort of things happening with other guys. So I understand some guys are very jaded with the content that they consume on the internet. I'd really attribute a lot of the delusion to red pill stuff. But these things happen, and I've seen them, and I've grown up with girls. Like I've got brothers, but I've grown up around women, so I've witnessed it firsthand. And it's also not the same kind of jokes and humor that is levied against men. And if I could even call it jokes and humor, because there's plenty of things that get sent to me that I don't put on YouTube, just out of respect for the person. But if you had seen some of the things that are sent to me from some of the girls in the fighting game community, unprovoked. Even one was sitting next to me once, and I was watching her, and I was like, "This is pretty sad." Now, obviously, it's not all men. It's not even the majority of men, but there's enough of them for girls to feel like a little bit apprehensive about turning their cameras on or going to events.
No, I can see that, because I've seen girls that I know that don't do that either. They won't put on their camera, and I can understand, like, people get weird. I get that. But another thing I want to address too while we're here, so I can stay on topic. You made some comments about me being a fresh and fit viewer.
Yeah, your some of your comments sound very red pill coded.
No, look, let me go ahead and kill that right now. Those dudes they finesse. They're just as worse as the OnlyFan thoughts. Those dudes finesse other dudes that are down and out on their luck. That's what they do. Those fresh and fit dudes, those dudes are lames. You got one dude that's saying that I smashed 1,000 chicks, and you're in the next few videos, you over here having an average white woman in a yacht. You know where I'm going with this. And then you have the other guy who's just a worst offender, talking about how he does this and he does this, but you're buying women on escort sites.
Mm-hmm.
Those people are scam artists. No, I don't. Some of the messages do resonate. They do. But most of that shit is garbage. The whole improving yourself and, trying to work on your mental, going to the gym. Yeah, I can get behind that. All that other shit about, oh, yeah, man, all these hoes is bitches and all that. I can't get with that program, man. Come on now.
Yeah, because one of the things that FNF always say is that most of these girls out here are OnlyFans and gold diggers. And so when I heard that, I was like, this sounds like very FNF talking points almost.
No, fuck that, because that means I'll be talking about my girl to a certain degree and her family, and they done nothing but right by me.
Hmm.
No. Some of the points are just like with your video. Some points I agree with. Some points I'm indifferent, and some I just don't agree with. With that other dude, even as extreme he is, I guess I'm wrong on this. I tried to get the overarching theme, but I didn't. I guess he's just that extreme, and he's just that set in his ways to where it's just either this or that. There's no nuance in it.
Yeah, and that's partly why Ellie did not want to. I mean, first of all, because you were talking about her not being open for conversation, but Ellie was very open in the beginning that she's not open to speaking to these people. She hasn't got an interest in it. The only reason she was on camera is because she was sitting in my room and we filmed a different video and the camera was still rolling and that tweet was on my screen. So that's why she gave her take. But she's not open to having that conversation. Now Ellie's intelligent enough to have a conversation with these guys if she wanted to, and I'm confident that she could beat them in a debate. But she's also very, very emotional, which is something else you said when you said, she's being salty.
No, she admitted it. She admitted
Yeah,
it.
she said herself,
Alright.
she gets salty about these things. She gets very passionate. And so I don't put her on camera for that reason, because even though when I can speak to her and I can say things that will trigger her, but because we're family, she knows that I'm not doing it from a nasty place. But because of her experiences, if she was to talk to some of these guys on camera, yeah, she would lose it. She would lose it completely.
Yeah, they'll just trigger her by saying things that they know will piss her off. To your comment section, I've already admitted that I was misinformed on a lot of these things. Right now, we just, I guess, rolling over the rest of the issues that we had as far as like my response and his response. But no, with the whole fresh and fit thing, yeah, those dudes are weird. Why do you think they have such a platform in the first place? Because a lot of those same fresh and fit guys, they tend to a lot of the FGC dudes tend to gravitate towards that. So why do you think that is?
I think that they have a platform because there is an epidemic of lonely single men, and when you see this guy that is he's very confident and brazen in how he speaks and has a lot of money, you gravitate towards that. He's also got all of these beautiful women coming on his podcast. I don't know how Fresh sources them exactly, but they're seeing that. They're seeing these women get clowned, and so obviously you're going to gravitate towards these guys because these guys are doing what these other guys can't. But the reality of that podcast, or well, I'm not going to say the reality, but from what I understand from what I'm seeing, is a lot of these guys that are watching the show become paying customers of these girls. And it just becomes this endless cycle. I don't think these girls are going on there for free to get clowned by Myron to then be sent home. And I think they know that by showing their face on camera for the sheer amount of lonely men that are watching them, they know that they're gonna walk away with a bag. And I think that's how the ecosystem works. I don't have any proof of that. It's an assumption just based on the model. But I think that's why guys gravitate towards it. It's like watching Jerry Springer in Miami almost. Some of the most popular moments on that show is when they're kicking girls off of the podcast and when they get crazy. So yeah, I don't know how many guys in the FGC are watching Red Pill content still, because it does seem
A
like
staggering amount. A staggering amount.
it seems like it's dying out. But
it is. It definitely is.
if there's a lot of men watching it, then there's a lot of people that are lost. I'm not saying every single thing they say is wrong, but in my opinion, they paint women unfairly. They use Miami as a basis, and my friend who went to Miami said to me it's like a whole different world out there, especially where they are. So the girls down here don't behave like that. There are some. It might be a growing number, but the way they try to paint it is if like you walk down the road and every single door you knock on, the girl's going to be a gold digger and OnlyFans. And I'm just like, no. I know girls that live on my street. My cousin lives down the road from me. They're just out here trying to make a living.
Yeah, watching that stuff long enough will make you jaded. But I want to throw a curveball at you. So you have the inverse, where you have a select few of men that are, well off or doing their thing, and then you have them in a line full of women. You know, that whole pop balloon nonsense thing. I'm pretty sure you heard of it.
The pop
And
balloon.
if you haven't, good for you and bless you, because you don't. It's rubbish. But it's a thing where it's essentially the exact opposite, or where you have a man that's gets subjugated for the way he looks or whatever. The same thing that the fresh and fit guys do. So my thing is, the fresh and fit dudes, they got scrutinized at the end of the day, even though in those pop episodes, although it has comedic effect sometimes, nobody talks about it with vitriol like they do with fresh and fit. It's just like the same thing, like the fucking brainwashing of a lot of these women shows that teaches them how to do stupid shit. Nobody really holds them accountable, and when you do say it, you get a lot of incel. You don't get no hoes, which is ironic. You're just lame. You're goofy, etc., etc. So that's what I meant in my video when I say even when you do try to criticize, not hate and criticism are two totally different things. When you try to criticize something, you're met with nothing but vitriol. Now you get met with that enough, you ain't gonna want to say anything. And this is why I was saying earlier when women have the power.
Are you talking about TV shows like Fresh and Fit, but the women's version?
Essentially.
So like The View.
Thank God. That's a perfect analogy. Yes.
Yeah. So people criticize them all the time. Bill Burr takes the piss out of them. I've taken the piss out of them on camera multiple times. We've got a UK version here as well. I can't remember what it's called. It used to come on in the gym when I was at work. Me and the boys would stand there laughing at it whilst there were girls working out. Like, I don't know where this notion is that you can't criticize women. I criticize women all the time.
I was going somewhere with that. It's not that nobody criticizes them, but the amount of vitriol that Fresh and Fit gets versus a show like The View, we have to be honest and say that it's definitely different. Nobody is criticizing The View like they're in mass, like they're criticizing Fresh and Fit. They're getting hit by women, they're getting hit by men, they're getting hit by people that are LGBTQIA. The only people who really have a bone to pick with The View is mostly dudes and the minority of women that agree with those dudes. Other than that, they chilling. Don't nobody really says anything to these people. Now going back to the FGC, and that's why I was talking about the whole power dynamic.
Wait, just before you go back to the FGC, could I just answer that? The reason that Fresh and Fit get more vitriol than The View is because The View talk about things in like a very or it's almost like they're kind of like casting a wide net, and they're a lot of the time now these days they talk about things in generalities, or they'll cast a wide net over a political leaning or whatever it might be. Fresh and Fit gets a lot of blowback because they're very specific, right? You saw their whole thing with Abba and Preach. You saw their whole thing with We Don't Dabble in the Dark when they were talking about black women. You've seen the whole thing with going after certain musicians. You've seen the whole thing with Myron calling people all sorts of slurs. You've seen the Jewish thing. Like they're very specific, and
I didn't see the Jewish thing. I didn't see that, but the other things I've seen the examples of that.
Yeah, like they're quite specific with their attacks. Like Myron's not a stupid guy. Like for as much as people might not like him, he's not stupid, and he knows what he's doing. And so when you go for people specifically, it's much easier for people to dogpile and be like, "What are you talking about here?" Whereas The View, they're not out here they make really ridiculous remarks, and half the time there doesn't seem to be a brain cell between them, but they're not being as outlandish. And that's why Fresh and Fit blew up. They were so outlandish and brazen with their comments that you had to watch. Even I was watching. I was like, how are they saying this on YouTube? So I think it's more like sensationalism.
Rage bait. Like the dude you just called Rage Bait. He literally got two people to reply to it, me and you, and probably several others, as you said before. But The View done said some nasty shit about men too, some heinous shit. A lot of people meme The View because of they outrageous takes on men.
Yeah.
But going back to what I was saying about the power dynamics, shifting back to the FGC, because I don't want to get too far off. When I was saying that women hold all the power, this is somewhat what I mean. When you can't criticize them, or lack thereof criticism, they can essentially do what they want. Now, men do get criticized. They try to do what they want. They're going to get criticized. Multiple people, mostly men, are getting banned from tournaments, not women.
That's because it's a male-dominated space, so most of the time it's going to be us.
Exactly. But when women are doing, like that whole Cyril Blast situation, right? That transgender woman-man thing with the whole LTG thing. Both are wrong. Only one got permabanned. That's the stuff I be talking about. That's power. For a lot of these dudes, they understand what the whole LGBTQIA, I don't want to rock the boat. That's a touchy subject. Saying and you know it just as much as I do. If you say the wrong thing with these LGBTQIA people, even though it's starting to die down now, you will get canceled.
Can I just ask that example that you've pulled so that I understand it? What was the reason for what was the actual situation between Ciro and LTG? I remember hearing about it, but I can't remember exactly what it was.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. They ran a set. LTG get his ass whooped as usual, right? And you know LTG is going to be salty, so forth and so forth. They exchanged some words. Uh, Cyril Blast said some crazy shit. LTG said, if you were a real transgender person, why don't you get your dick slit? Now, that was crazy, true enough. But nobody addressed what Cyril Blast said. They took Cyril Blast's side immediately. There were very few people that criticized Cyril Blast. Only reason I remember this so well because I commentated on myself. And I called both of them out for it. But I'm like, if you're going to hold one person to a certain standard, you got to hold both of them to a standard, regardless of where they align as far as this LGBTQA man or woman. Hold both of them, but that's not what happens.
What did Cyril Blast say?
It was some racist remark. I have to go back to my video. It's in my. You know what? I'll link it to you. But because I don't want to talk out of bad faith. It's better memory on my actual video itself. But neither one of them were held to the exact same standard. Neither one of them. But LTG gets a permanent ban, even though I don't like him. And Cyril Blast, a slap on the wrist.
It depends on what Cyril Blast said. I'd have to hear to give you my definitive answer on whether it was unfair or not, because I have no idea what Cyril Blast did.
LTG says that he surpassed the FGC. That sure, but no. Let's going back to the whole power
He surpassed
thing.
the FGC. Yeah, he probably has. He probably has.
When one person can't be criticized and the other person has the thing that the other party wants that can't get it, they have all the bargaining power. They just do. There's no amount of red pill or whatever have you that's going to change that dynamic. And this is where I was kind of agreeing with dude, not as extreme as he is, but when you have women out here manipulating dudes, no matter how small it is, to do these things, it's their fault for falling for it, true enough, but nobody wants to call it out. Are there good, upstanding women in the FGC? I'm pretty sure there are. I've met some of them myself. But again, talking about the optics of it and how it looks, it's not a good look for women and in general, especially if the minority is speaking up for the majority. Going by what you're saying, if you're saying that even though it is happening, it's a minority, but they're loud.
But my question to you is that if you're gonna call them out, where do we go from there? Because then we're just shouting at each other.
Yeah, I don't want it to be a screaming match. And that's why I was saying we have to set the boundaries. That's where we was getting into the topic of like, well, what you was talking about, should OnlyFans models be have their privilege remote from the FGC, or should they be kicked out? Yes, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to say yes, and only for the sole fact of it's just not good for business. It's just not. No matter how you slice it, man, a bitch popping her ass on fucking OnlyFans is not a good look. It's a good look for a certain demographic, but there's a reason why OnlyFans is OnlyFans, and they don't promote that shit openly on these major platforms. It was so bad on one point you couldn't do it, and they had, what was it called? Where you can link all your stuff together at one time. It was some site where you have to do it that way. Yeah, like a link tree, because they wouldn't allow you to have it on your actual website.
That's
or your actual social media.
That's fine. I hear where you're coming from. But what my argument is that your initial comment at the beginning of the video, which if I'm not wrong in saying you've walked back from now, is that Dalton said get women out of the FGC under the assertion that it is absolutely full with OnlyFans models, and it's either e-girls or transgender people. And that's the problem with it. It's one thing to make an argument against specific personalities that are causing problems that you might deem to be a problem. It's another thing to group an entire group together and then put out a tweet saying get women out of gaming, which is something that has been corroborated by people he's associated to, which, you know, something that he retweeted, which is the problem with this discussion, which is why I've not moved my stance. Making out like girls are OnlyFans models at large, and we need to get women out of gaming absolutely, it's not feasible, it's not realistic, and it's also not true.
That is idealistic in that regard. The only problem I have with it is and maybe it's a little stupid on my end. Don't we think we're being a little bit too literal about this? But again, you make the statement about just substitute the word with black people. People are going to disagree with what I say with this. If it don't apply to me, I really wouldn't care. If like let's say the common joke with black with black people is they don't have their father in their life, that doesn't apply to me. I'm not going to be offended.
But that's
So if
just
a
you,
person
though.
say, I understand that, That's why I make the comment, a hit dog, a holler. If it applies to you, more than likely you will be offended.
Not entirely. What if you replace the word with Muslim?
I have no bearing on that, so I can't speak on it.
But we understand that if you were to disrespect Muslims like that, you're not going to be surprised if a bunch of Muslims people were like, what are you talking about?
Right, I get what you're saying. Just change the word with LGBTQ. Let's say all transgenders in
Yeah.
general just need to be removed completely. I get that. But going back to what I was saying, it's probably my fault for giving him the benefit of doubt in the first place. I was realizing like, okay, well, he probably doesn't mean everybody. We all make mistakes when we tweet. I done said some reckless shit on there too. Everybody does. But it just is what it is. Either way it goes, you can't fix it by simply removing them, even if you wanted to. And the way it's going right now, with the way these dudes are acting and the way these women are acting, it's going to get a lot worse before it gets any better. How do you feel about that?
I think that where like you took issue with me saying the way you're using your time is not constructive, and just to be clear, like I wasn't given an order, I was making a suggestion. I think that the conversation that is being put forward about women in its in the absolute way it was put forward is not helpful, and if it's getting worse, then this isn't the way to solve it. I think the best way to solve it is to help someone close to you. If again, I'm not saying that OnlyFans girls are running it or outrun taking over the FGC, or there's too many of them in tournaments, but if they were, I think the best course of action, realistically speaking, because I'm not the president, I'm not in Congress, I'm not a mayor, I'm just someone on YouTube. I can speak to my community and say to them, use your money on a gym membership, or use your money on a membership to a karate institute, or use your money on learning an instrument, or sit here and play games with us and we'll have a chat and not speak to them. I don't think the solution is to go online, make a comment that is clearly going to enrage an entire sex and obviously going to make men turn sideways as well and go, what the hell are you talking about? And then pretend like any real meaningful discourse is going to come from that is going to result in women being reformed, if you want to say, if they're overrunning the scene. I don't think it helped at all. I think it was just rage bait. It clearly, I mean, it worked on Ellie. She got very upset by it, and all it does is there are loads of intelligent women that can have a conversation with you, but women have emotions just like men, and if you rile them up, they're not really going to want to talk to you. They're just going to want to cuss you out. And I don't think it's fair to say I got her like you got Ellie in a gotcha moment when she got riled up by reading a tweet from somebody saying get women out of gaming. I think it's a perfectly reasonable reaction to have. Just like we said, you said that about transgender people, you said that about Muslims. You couldn't be surprised if you were bombarded with messages saying, who are you talking to like that?
But even in the video, I clearly stated, even when she was right, I like she's saucy, but she has a point.
Yeah, but you
Like,
said at one point, you paused and you said, see, this is why men don't want women in spaces, when she raised her voice.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the same thing with anybody when you're raising your voice and getting upset like that. Ain't nobody's trying to talk, or neither is anybody trying to listen.
But that's not a reason to kick them out of space.
But continued behavior with that from multitude of women and rubbing men the wrong way, they will not want you there. It's just like with dudes. If dudes are being loud and obnoxious and they're going into a female space and they're acting weird, they wouldn't want them there. I that's the way I see it.
That's true. They won't want people that are being weird in there. So I could make that same remark for what he's just said. That's a bit of a weird take to have. I think it's fair to say, to use your logic as well. I don't want weirdos in the scene either. So maybe
No, I get that. That's what I'm saying.
Like,
that's what I'm saying. On either side, nobody should be winding each other up intentionally. Nobody should be rage baiting intentionally. That's all I'm saying.
Don't you think the onus is more on the person that incited the anger? Like if I walk into a venue and I start shouting "fuck bitches," and then they get angry, Yeah, I'm the weirdo there. They're not weird for getting angry at someone doing that. You might say exercise, like be a bit more stoic.
Self control. Yeah, have
Yeah,
some self
you,
restraint.
if someone did that to me, I would just look at them and I'd keep walking. But I can understand why some people wouldn't. I would say to the person, "Why have you walked into a venue saying fuck bitches? Like, just play the game and stop being weird. Otherwise, you should get out, not the people that are reacting to it. You know, you incited the anger."
I get what you're saying. Yeah, anybody who was just yelling and screaming randomly in a venue, they're gonna look at you like a dickhead, especially if you don't have any way of proving why you're doing this in the first place.
Hmm.
Even in the beginning of the video, I'm like, yeah, what he said is probably gonna rile people the wrong way. Same thing with what I said, it's gonna rile people the wrong way. And even right now, as we're speaking, somebody is still in their feelings right now, saying no matter what I say, I'm gonna think this guy's an incel, and you're inclined to your how you feel, bro. Good for you. But
Yeah.
simple, all go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not reading the chat right now, but that's essentially my point. Like, I don't think it's fair for guys to sit online, and you said it earlier. You don't think you should say something online that you wouldn't say to someone's face, and that is a stance that I've had.
Absolutely, absolutely,
And I've been
absolutely.
called fake tough guy. This nothing to do with being tough. Just show people a little bit of respect because you know what people are like behind keyboards. They say all kinds of shit, and then when you see them in person, it's not because they think you're going to beat them up. It's just that people don't talk like that in real life. So these guys that are trying to incite the anger of women and doing a good job of it, and then saying, "See, this is why we don't want them there." It's like, well, you're the one that reached out to piss them off. Like, you could have just made a more insightful post. You could have shown a bit of concern, but maybe based off of a situation that is close to you. But instead, what he did is he made a blanket statement. He knew that it was going to get a lot of engagement. Nothing really came from it, other than, I'm having this conversation with you, which is a pleasant conversation. But outside of that, the girls didn't really seem too chuffed with it. I don't think he made any OnlyFans models rethink their life choices. If anything, they probably just thought, oh, another incel.
Okay, so let me ask you this: how do you feel about a lot of the women? Again, you probably might not see this, but I do. That make some inflammatory statements towards men, and then they get absolutely obliterated. And then when you say these things, I can give you the evidence. Anybody who ever wants it, I can give them the evidence. Uh, of them saying these things, and when people say something back, you still get the same response. You're an incel.
So you're basically saying no matter what you say to them, you're going to be labeled incel.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier in the video. I'm like, no matter what you do, it's kind of a lose-lose situation if you're a dude. If you say something, incel. If you don't say anything, you fall under my umbrella where I say you're just letting shit happen. So rather, you can't win either way.
I don't believe that personally. I'm going to use myself as an example, but I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say my experience is the same for everyone. I've obviously been called names online, but I go out of my way to really try and have a conversation with people. Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't cuss people, do. And I can be extremely condescending, and I'm not lying when I say I do it on purpose. But more often than not, I do try to sit and speak to people that I disagree with and treat them with a level of respect. But unfortunately, on Twitter, what I see is people spewing hatred at each other, and there's no conversation to be had. It's just jabs here and there, which is why I really make a point to tell people, don't talk to me on Twitter. Come on live stream and we'll have a conversation like we are now. If we had this conversation on Twitter, it probably wouldn't have gone down this way just because of how Twitter
It'd have
is.
been a shouting match.
It would have been a shouting match. People would have gotten involved. It would have gotten completely lost in the sauce. So I think it comes down to how people talk to each other. Like I was talking to Lisa on her Mrs. Play stuff, and I said to her that I do think men are more competitive in general than women, just on average. And she didn't agree. And I sat there and I listened to her, and I said, okay, that's her experience. She's an athlete, or she's taken part in athletics, so I can understand where she's coming from. And she listened to me, and it was fine. But I see similar people having those discussions, and they break down immediately because insults are being thrown around. I don't tend to really have conversations that break down when I'm talking to people on live stream. And to be fair, even on Twitter, it does happen more often. I do tend to have a bit more of a cordial conversation, but I think people puff up their chest on Twitter a lot, and they say things that they wouldn't say to the person on a live call or in person. So I don't know. I think it depends on where the conversation starts, because sometimes if you start in a certain place, people are not going to hear you out after that.
That goes to what I was saying earlier when I was talking about if you already had this perception. Let's say most dudes are jackasses, right? Most dudes want women now. Let's say what Buddy said is absolutely true. right? And you know that these dudes want women out of the FGC. Why would you go out there and prove them right by acting ass and talking like this? Like some of the talking points you will hear, you'll be like that typical "I hate niggas" kind of thing, or "I hate men" kind of thing in the FGC, or propagated as if all men are children touchers or molesters or SA kind of things. Like, why would you go and do that?
I'll answer your question just a sec. Let me just see you later, Divine Mataton, and thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate it. Take care. I think that when you throw fire at somebody, they tend to throw fire back at you. So you can't put an unreasonable post up online like "get women out of gaming" and expect most people to be reasonable with it. The post that I replied to, so I quote retweeted it, and I told him why that's not a reasonable take, and I gave examples of why. So I wasn't being condescending or rude in the initial take, but most people are going to see you throwing fire at them and they're going to fire back. That's just the way it is. I think if you open up a conversation and it's a bit more respectful, but you have your reservations about women and maybe you've had bad experiences, you're more likely, not always, but you're more likely to get more level-headed responses. But I'm not surprised that girls would see that and want to throw fire back at him. You know, it's like someone shooting at you and then you're like, "Why are you shooting back at me?"
What I'm saying is, like, no, these are some of the statements I'm saying I've been seeing unprovoked. Like, it's just like, "Oh boy, he just had an opinion," but it's a wild opinion. And then once you get the pushback that you should expect to happen, a lot of the times people end up playing victim. And I'm like, but you should have known that was coming with what you said. Even with what I'm saying right now in the original video, I have no qualms about the fact that I'm gonna get pushback. But in this case, women do say some volatile shit, and it's just is what it is. Now there are some dudes that say something, but when a man says something, he gets unloaded on. The amount of ratioing that's happened. Actually, I've gotten banned before over some of the things I've said in response to other people. They will completely ignore what I'm actually talking about in the beginning, and they'll just go straight to, well, he said this, ban him. And even in this talk right now, a lot of people are honing in on certain things. I'm like, bro, we've been over this several times. I'm like, look, I was misinformed. I got the full thing. There are certain parts I'm not going to take back. There are certain parts I'm willing to listen to. I'm like, okay, I see where you're coming from. They're stuck on one thing, but there's no real repercussions for them saying crazy shit, crazy outlandish shit like this.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's because it's the internet. There's no real repercussions for anything that you've said or that I've said or Dalton or whatever. It's just people talking. With regards to you, you know, people have their opinions. I really try to go out of my way to not censor people. So, you know, like I did a stream with someone called Hypnotic. He's a very, very large YouTuber, and his stream didn't like me, and they ripped into me, all 800 of them. And it, you know, it is what it is. Like some people, that's what I get for going on his channel in front of his audience. That I knew that was going to happen. It doesn't bother me. In terms of Dalton's thing was he was making statements and he ended with a call to action, and people got angry because Dalton is part of a group that maybe some of these girls fear might have some power at some point, and or at least he's affiliated to them. I think they're called like the Dissident FGC, and they're like a bunch of players in the FGC that have been banned for places or they're not looked at fondly. I don't know all of their stories, so I don't want to mischaracterize them, but they're essentially a group of FGC players that are building a community. And so when they see "get women out of gaming," that isn't like an opinion. That's a statement. That's you making a call. So I can understand why people would be like, "Fuck that," and they're going to throw fire back at it.
This net FGC is crazy. So let me get this straight. You got a group of people that already got bad optics on them in the beginning. People already not feeling them. Then you have another person or a group of people sharing some outlandish shit. You try to talk to them, it doesn't work. And then it comes down to this tweet and it's even adding more fuel to the fire.
Yeah, essentially.
Am I right? And that's fine and dandy and all. And in that regard, they should expect what's coming to them. I'm like, well, you're free to say what you want, but I'm gonna keep saying this. You're not absolved of people critiquing you or saying what they want to say. But more often than not, from what I've been seeing lately, when it comes down to, you know, women saying flagrant shit, it's not that, again, I hate women. It's just from what I see, my perspective, I can't say what I'm saying is subjective. Perspective is subjective. From what I've been seeing, I don't see the accountability in mass as I've seen with dudes. Yeah, dudes say some flagrant shit, and sometimes they get backed up, but a lot of times they get ratioed.
Mm.
Rather it's the internet, rather it's the FGC, rather it's offline events. It doesn't matter. They get ratioed.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the pushback on that would be because I know some of these girls, and like I'll use Mrs. Playstuff as an example again because she does her Scrub Quotes series, so she provides the receipts of all the people saying stuff to her. When she's just playing the game. I've got a friend called Mimi in the scene. I've seen receipts from her of people just attacking her for just a random post that has nothing to do with anything that they're talking about, and they're just getting randomly attacked. Even when I did the podcast with them, there was random comments being made at them. Much like people are making comments about you right now. They were making comments about them, and the thing is, we were just having a laugh on the chat. It wasn't like we were having a debate. So I think it comes down to obviously your perspective is going to shape your outlook on the world, but the idea that girls are not getting pushback, I don't think is true. I think that our algorithms
They're
feed
not
us.
getting enough pushback.
What's that?
That's what I'm saying. They're not getting enough. They're not getting. It's not that they're not getting pushback at all. They're not getting enough pushback.
Again,
Like it's
I don't
it's
think
not leveled out.
I don't think that's true. I think the reason that you're saying that is because we're in a male-dominated space. A lot of the pushback we're going to see is towards men because there's more of us here. But I don't think that girls don't get pushback. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like there's not girls that don't get any pushback or get away with things because we've seen that with other content creators through the years. But the same can be said about men. There's been plenty of men that I've seen throughout my time on YouTube, whether I was creating or not, that have said crazy shit and they get away with it. I mean, look at Logan Paul, for example. You couldn't think of somebody that's done more deplorable things and still has a massive platform and is in the top 3 in the Royal Rumble. Like there's loads of guys that are in the content creation space, whether it's at the top or in the FGC, that are doing mega stupid shit and getting away with it. As a matter of fact, maybe I've probably even said some shit on this YouTube channel, and these guys have let me off the hook. So I don't think girls are getting let off. I would challenge people to like provide receipts of them doing terrible things and just being let off, and I'd challenge them to provide that in droves to give credence to the argument that it's happening way more often than it isn't. But I don't
Just
think
pertaining
that's
to
the
the
case.
FGC, correct? Just pertaining to the FGC, not
Yeah.
globally. Just
Yeah, just the
FGC.
FGC.
Okay, got it. Okay, cool. But that sounds about it for me. We got through the entire thing. We addressed Ellie. I didn't even know that was your sister until somebody had to inform me in the video later on that night. Like, oh, that's your sister. Yeah, that dude's statement is a bit wild. I see where he's coming from. I still do, but he definitely could have worded that differently. Just like with my video, I could have probably worded some things differently or worded it better where people can get a better understanding of what I'm saying. Hopefully you got a better understanding of where I'm at now. No, I don't think that every woman in the world should be banned from the FGC. I think that's fucking ludicrous. But the minority or the whoever the fuck is doing all this crazy shit might rather be minority in your opinion or majority in my opinion that are doing this crazy shit. They need to go. And that's about it. Oh, and these dudes just need to be held. They actually need to get their shit together. The whole tournament organizers letting shit slide because it benefits them, that's no help to nobody, especially if you're trying to so-called grow the FGC. And I'm going to say this and I'm going to go. It's real slimy of people to sit there and say they're trying to help the FGC and they don't condone the fuck shit, but are the main ones that are profiting off of it. You say you don't want ethos to be ethos and you don't want all this, but you directly profit from it because you are fucking these women. It just is what it is. Now, I'm not saying that every woman's out here doing that. Most women be chilling probably in the background, playing the game, whatever. But for the women that are doing that, it's a two-sided problem. And when you said address both of them, both sides have to be held accountable by each party. Men need to hold men accountable. Women need to hold women accountable. As far as me trying to hold women accountable, I can't do that. No matter what I say, it's not going to work. With men, more so I probably can. But at the end of the day, they either gonna listen to me or they not, or they gonna do what they want to do. So that's my overall thing. You got anything before I get up out of here?
Yeah, no, I just want to let you know that I don't have a problem with you at all. You're more than welcome here in this community if you want to come and play games with us. And if you have a problem with something that I've said, just DM me on Twitter, or if you want to jump on a live stream to call me out on something, it's always open. Same goes for people that know you that were in the chat when they came here. They're welcome here as well. I'm okay talking to anyone, so I don't want you to come to think that like I'm gonna attack you after this or anything.
Oh no, man, it's all good, bro. We got all the issues out the way. It's no big deal. Look, we grown men. We ain't got time for that shit. It's no back and forth, man. I wish you the best of your day. For the chat, man. If I offended y'all, I'll be alright. I'll catch you later, man. You be
No
easy.
worries, man. Take care.
Alright.
All right, guys. Well, there's a discussion. Yeah, it was much nicer than I thought it was gonna be. Been streaming for 8 fucking hours. Holy shit. Got work in the morning. Haven't even eaten. Went gym, haven't even eaten. But, you know, is what it is. I'm sure that I'll have more conversations with people. Sometimes, you know, like we've seen with Fate, they don't always go well. Sometimes your personalities don't gel. But like I said to Chiseled, is it Chiseled Scrub? Right, because the thumbnail's in my head now. But we're cool. Like, it's all good. It's all blessed. I'm glad I got to talk to him. Sorry for keeping you guys here for so long. I'm gonna call him Chiseled Scrub. The thumbnail's still taking me back. But yeah, look, listen. Like, people have disagreements sometimes. You can have a chat and iron it out. And I wish him all the best. And you know, look, clearly the guy is doing well for himself. You know, he's got a 9-year relationship. He's chiseled and shit. So we'll leave. I'm sure we probably still disagree, and there'll probably be some fallout from this, from other content creators that don't like what I'm saying, and we will address it then, and we will invite them on here in kind. Jeff, thank you for the $10, bro. Keep up the grind, brother, and good stream. I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. But yeah, you guys have a good night. I appreciate you guys all being here. I haven't eaten dinner yet. It's 1 in the morning. My boys are pissed at me because I haven't played any games. So I'm gonna take off, guys. Have a good day. Take care. And why actually, hold on. Yeah, no, we covered everything. We covered everything. Stop saying I'm 54 defense thing. Okay, you're gonna get banned if you keep doing that.